evening. Happy Friday. It is July the 2nd. For folks up in the north side, up in Canada, happy belated Canada Day for those of you that are celebrating. And for those of you out in the stateside, happy 4th of July ahead of time on Sunday. So you'll have your celebratory time. So we're here on another Sunday and another Friday, and we're going to hang out and do talk about a couple of different hobby topics, some news stuff that we've already talked about a little bit more, but I'll also bring you a couple of different things. So what we're going to do first is we're going to have a segment here off the top. So as we get warmed up and folks are chiming in and everything, and I'll see your comments, of course. And as we're coming in, we're going to have a couple of special guests tonight. And then I'm going to introduce the first one to you now. And then the other one you may be a little bit more familiar with as well. So first, we'll bring somebody in new, and then we'll bring someone you've seen before. But before I do that, so first, let me start off here. You know this guy. So Bobby Burrell first. Good evening, Bobby.
Hey, how you doing?
I like it, but your hat's not crooked enough.
Oh, it isn't?
No. It's got to be almost borderline sideways. In order to do this properly, you got to...
How about if I turn it around?
Look at you. Look, the branding is on point, Bobby. The branding is on point. Beautifully done. Fine work by you, sir. Fine work by you. I always appreciate a little good pandering. I never turn it down. So let's bring on our first guest. So our first guest here, Natan, was somebody that Bobby introduced me to that we're going to have talk to us a little bit about 50s Parkhurst set. We've talked about it a little bit in the past, but we're going to get a little bit more information on it and look at some work they're starting to do and a bit of an investigation. So let me bring on Natan here. Good evening, Natan. How are you?
I'm doing well. Great to be here.
Sounds good.
I don't have a hat with your logo on it. I'm sorry.
Listen,
nobody else does either.
We've got to work on this. It's important. Bobby knows that. Listen, I've been known to pander once in a while with the logo thing. It happens once in a while. It's okay.
Oh, okay. I see it.
Yeah, it's a running gag of the show. It's part of the fun. Yeah, we take this very seriously, Sam. This is very serious business here. You got to understand that. So let me quickly grab a couple of the folks here in the chat. So Yannick was here first. So good evening, Yannick. Absolutely. Paul is here, of course, and Yannick enjoyed Bobby's headgear, so as we all did. Very important. So like I mentioned, I'm going to talk about a couple of small news items off the top. Obviously, we've got the big news that Goldin was purchased by basically a large group, including Nat Turner, that also owns PSA and Collectors Universe. We know that's one of the big topics. We'll get to that afterwards because I've already laid some of the groundwork in a previous video we did. So we'll have plenty of opportunity to chat on that some more. We definitely will tonight. The other thing we'll talk about is CCG was also purchased by BlackRock, another big investment group, purchasing another company that owns another third-party grader. Kind of a lot of this happened on July the 1st. So the folks in Canada are like, we're trying to take a break here. We're trying to either be at home with family or fireworks or whatever happens or whatever you do in your time off that day. It's like, and all the hobby people dropped everything. So we had that. And then, of course, PSA July the 1st announced that it was bringing back one of its categories. Obviously, some people were not happy with that because they were expecting more categories. We'll definitely talk about that as well. So those were three things on July the 1st. But that wasn't it. There was more. So I know that tomorrow, I believe, on Sports Cards Live, I believe Jeremy's going to be interviewing Tim Getch, talking about some COMC. But the thing is, COMC on July the 1st already put up a company update. So they already have a little bit of an update on their blog, and I'll talk about that for just a moment, and then we'll do one more quick thing as well, just off the top to get us all caught up to speed, since apparently it was a very busy day at the beginning of July. So this is just from directly COMC's blog, so you can find that on there. It's blog.comc.com, so you can check it out for yourself and anytime you want to. So Julia Getch gave us an update on July the 1st, and basically talking about where they're at, as far as their own backlogs, as far as their own things they're working through. So basically talking about improving shipping, customer service experience. Those of you who have COMC, I believe theoretically COMC is supposed to ship my item today after over a month, almost a month and a half. And then theoretically I get it next week, ? We'll see. I haven't received any notification yet, but we'll see what happens. But that's still unacceptable, by the way. For the second fastest service, a month and a half is still really bad, just so we're clear. But basically reiterating some of the challenges they had. And this is, like I said, their latest update. So they say throughout June, we continued adding more than 5 new team members per week to drive down shipping times. No word on the building from space in the machine. I needed more about the building from space in the machine. That was kind of important to me. But the good news is that we reduced rush shipping turnaround time by more than 10 days in June. Wonderful. A key focus in July is to get rush shipping back down to 5 days and maintain that consistently going forward. We all have dreams. But specifically, though, they are addressing in here a bit of a new. Sometimes they have these reoccurring little minor issues, hiccups that create some issues. We discovered a particular growth pain in June that impacted delivery times. Due to an error in our system related to the move, I'll leave that in the air. Some expensive items in large orders were not appropriately prioritized, and as a result, experienced additional delays. Wonderful. This was exceptionally painful for us, I have no doubt, and the system issue is now resolved, as they always are. Going forward, you should experience consistent improvement time and ship times, especially for our Russian express services. Isn't that great? So fine, great. Bottom line, the other piece they talked about is their customer service section. They mentioned that they increased the size of their customer service team from 5 to 20 agents. Now, they actually had a backlog in their tickets for customer service. And actually, I wasn't as aware about this, so this is kind of an interesting piece. They reduced their ticket backlog from 12,000 to 6,500. Those are customer service tickets. Now, I have no context to tell you if that's a lot or a little, but considering you're talking about a team of 20 agents, even 6,500 seems like a lot. That still seems like a lot. Now, mind you, going from 12,000 to 6,500, that is a major improvement, certainly. You cut it about in half, so that's something. But, it's been a lot of time. It's one of those things. We're not the most forgiving show about ComC. We do like to pick on them a little bit, but deservedly so. Like, they've had plenty of time. It's great they're making progress. We hope they fix it, but I wouldn't be doing the mission accomplished banner behind me and having streamers just yet. But it's something. It is an update, and we'll see if Tim on Jeremy's show has more information to add beyond that. But you guys can check it out. What I'll do is I'll include a link to this update in the description for anybody who catches on replay. I'll include a link in the description for you. You can go check it out for yourself and read the whole thing, and you can see where you're at, if that makes sense. Cool. So quickly, I'll catch up on the comments here. Paul says, so Jeremy's show would be pitchforks and torpedoes, and will Tim get a pass? He usually gets a pass. Maybe only pitchforks as he sneaks in the July 4th weekend. Good evening, Jimas. Sanderson Dora said, who said machine? I had a tingle. I figured you'd enjoy that. Sounds good. So that's quick one, first one. And then we'll quickly do the second one. This is also a short one. And then we'll have Natan talk to us a little bit about 55, 56 Parkhurst. Sounds good? Okay. So second one, this is a little bit quieter thing that kind of fell under the radar a little bit. It did appear in a couple of places. I also didn't think I heard anything about the ComC one because with all that other stuff going on, I think it kind of just slid under the radar. That's why I wanted to make sure at least I brought it to your attention. Our good friends at HGA, Hybrid Grading, they did a behind the scenes video. And it is extensive, guys. It's almost 3 minutes long. Almost 3 minutes. It's pretty impressive. Not going to lie to you. So here we go. Good evening, Josh. Absolutely. So what I'll do is I'll actually play it for you. Like I said, it's very short, and I'll even speed it up just a hint, just so we don't spend too much time on it. But I want to show it to you because this is directly from their YouTube channel, and I will include a link to this in the description for you as well if you want to watch it yourself on your own time. That way you've got the full experience, and then you can tell them what a wonderful job they did on it. Okay, so quickly here, and I'm not just teasing them. I'm glad they did something. It's something. I'll give them credit for that. Okay, so here you go. So here's the owner, I believe, if memory serves me. I don't remember the gentleman's name, but he is the owner of it, and he's the one introducing it, and then they quickly go into a bit of a behind the scenes. So here, we'll show it quickly here for you.
Here. We're going to do a quick behind-the-scenes look here at the operations at HGA. We're going to highlight a Lamar Jackson card as we move through the process and go from department to department. We're going to also introduce you to some of our staff and to our team. We currently have over 200 employees and have over 42,000 square feet of working space. I hope you all enjoy.
Hybrid grading approach.
Our first stop is our reception area. We take applications and our lovely ladies can help you with any other questions you have while you're here. Next is our receiving department. Here we receive and input all of your submission details and get your card started on their journey. Then your cards are sent over to our research and ID team. We ensure the authenticity and confirm the card's correct information in this department. After your cards are highly researched and properly identified, they are then sent to our scanning department. Here an image of your card is...
Okay, so quickly I just want to pause for 1 second. This is kind of important. This is the first piece that I think is a little bit interesting that some folks weren't super familiar with. They've talked about the AI, but it's been a little bit of a nebulous concept. What I see here is one thing that I did suggest a little bit at one point, because obviously I didn't know for sure, but what I was thinking in my head was you could definitely use image enhancement technology to assist you. That would be very logical. That's a good way to like, hey, how could you tell corners if there's any creasing issues or whatever, surface defects and whatever. But you can see here, just from this example here, you could blow this thing up like crazy. Now, the upside is you could definitely catch a lot of stuff. The downside is you're going to catch a lot of stuff. And high grades may be a little tougher to come by because you're not going to get by on the defects that the naked eye might miss.
That's incredible resolution from
Absolutely.
the stuff I do. I look at that. That's like 2400 DPI. That's
yeah.
Phenomenal.
Absolutely. And you imagine you have it on a big monitor. So as a human being, it's a lot better than looking through this tiny little loop and trying to catch and not having the full sense of, but being able to move it around also on a touch screen means it gives you a lot of flexibility. So I'm not, like I said, I'm teasing them a bit, but I'm also not knocking, like, this is a good thing. This is a very smart idea. Use image enhancement. We have the technology. Take a high-res scan. Why wouldn't you? This makes a lot of logical sense. So kudos to them. This makes sense.
Scan directly into our state-of-the-art AI software to get a more accurate and proper grade of your card. Up next is our grading department. There we have many trusted and experienced people that will verify and calculate each subgrade together for the final ultimate grade of your card. After the final grade is given, your card moves on to the printing and labeling. Our talented and gifted graphic designers personally design each label individually to meet the needs and wants specified by you, our customer.
I like that part.
One of our last steps before it's shipped back to you is our slabbing department. Our locally made slabs are made of durable, long-lasting material to keep your card in its current condition for many years to come. Our last step is shipping. In the shipping department, they take pride in returning your cards back to you safely and securely. They use all the right materials to ensure the protection of your package. After boxing, address labels are then printed and placed on your box. It is then picked up by UPS.
Okay, I had a lot of fun when I watched this the first time. I love, by the way, this is a static shot, but I love that the only image they could get of a UPS guy was sending an Amazon package.
Yeah, pretty much.
I appreciate it on several levels. I enjoyed it. Again, I'm just having a little fun, but it's a stock image, whatever. It's fine. If
they had an HGA image, I would have.
I would love if they had photoshopped it on. They have graphics people, literally. By the way, as much as I tease about HGA, from a collector perspective, having custom labels is cool. As a collector, if I'm looking at it as a collector, I just want some cards in a nice holder with a nice label and everything. That actually is a pretty good use case for HGA. I could definitely see that being viable for some folks that just want it for their personal collection. Go ahead, Bobby.
Yeah, I believe it's probably the step above everybody else, and
absolutely.
And what's going on. Having that custom label really made it look smart. Like, honestly, I'm not a big graded guy, but I'm even still. Aesthetically, pretty nice.
Yeah, I would treat it at that point as a fancy holder. It's a fancy holder with a nice label that tells you exactly what the card is, the year, and you could have them in a nice stack. You could display them in a couple different ways. So I could see some utility from a collector perspective for something like, and the fact that you can give some feedback on what you would like to see as far as a custom label is concerned, because you can actually make decisions that allow you to control somewhat what the end product is. So as a consumer, you get some customization that nobody else at this point can provide. So again, I give some credit to it. But you got to have a little fun when we got a nice static image like this. And you get it from Amazon Fulfillment. No, you don't. But if you did, you would get it so fast. It'd be amazing.
It would. Yeah.
Here's the backbone of our operation, customer service. Our customer service team is here for you if you have any changes, questions, or thoughts. You can go ahead and reach out to them on Facebook or our website at www.hybridgrading.com. And lastly, we have our admin department. Here, our offices include our HR department, our COO's offices, and our recruiting team. Thank you for joining us on our tour of HGA. We appreciate each and every one of you.
Very well done.
So there you go. All things considered, for a fairly short video, it gets the point across, and the majority of it, like I said, I teased about the stock image, but the majority of it very clearly is taken inside of their facility because it's people working on some of that stuff, you can tell, but you can also tell it's a startup. You can also tell they're trying to just start putting the things together. Things aren't necessarily optimized perfectly, but that's okay. They're still growing into that space, because I can tell you that they're getting a complete third-party grader off the ground when some of these guys have been around for 20 or 30 years is not an easy feat. So I'm not going to knock them too hard for not being perfectly prepared at this stage when they just got off the ground.
I did like that video better than the SGC video a few weeks ago.
Yes.
Yeah.
It felt less contrived. It felt less like, and it's a shame because Sports Card Investor does have tremendous production values, but you made it feel like you gimmicked the whole thing. It's like these guys clearly just decided, okay, so this is what we're going to show. This is how it's going to go. Somebody get me a stock footage of a UPS guy. Whatever, good enough. Put it on the picture.
A couple of office shots at the end there, it's empty, and then they show two people at the end.
I would have been so happy if it had just been a shot of an IKEA. I would have loved it just take it straight out of an IKEA catalog. I would have appreciated that. I would have enjoyed it. Yeah. But anyway, a good video, all things considered. I'm not going to knock them too hard. I do think, though, the enhanced imaging thing is a good piece that we didn't have before. It makes sense. Mm-hmm. I have no issue with it. I wish them the best, and I think if you're a collector, you could do worse. Like you could, if you just wanted it as a nice holder, you could do worse.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing for me in any of these third-party grading is, can the person who is evaluating the card understand what the edges actually are supposed to look like? Like those sorts of things. And that I think this really helps for sure, but still wonder about HGA when it comes to expertise.
Yeah, well, it's very hard to have expertise when you're off the ground, and maybe some of the better experts are already employed by some of the other competitors. You'd have to entice them to come over, and it's to your point. I wouldn't necessarily look to them for authentication, because I don't know if in-house they would have the people. They don't have the horses yet, and they haven't necessarily developed the people yet. You need an expert to teach, so that then you can have more potential future experts as they get better at it.
Yeah, identifying every card is very difficult. I think that's the information. For grading, I think you can teach grading pretty easily.
I think the general principles stand. There's certain principles that can stand.
But knowing the different cards and nuances are the key thing.
Yes.
And I think knowing that part of it, so much better.
Agreed. So like I said, I wish them the best. I hope they keep improving, keep growing, keep doing better. And then down the road, maybe we'll get a longer version of it with a little more detail. But for now, it's better than nothing. At least it gave us a little bit of information we didn't have before. It was mercifully short. It didn't feel overly produced and contrived. And we got to have a little fun with it. You know what? I consider that a win. You know what? B+. I'll give you a B+. Not a bad effort. Not a bad effort at all.
I think they should have put that out 3 months ago.
Sure. No, that's fair. I think they were just getting to the new facility, though, because they were moving to a bigger location because
there were some empty spots. Yeah, you're right.
They're still working their way into it, yeah. So Boston Kid says, welcome to Brand New World. Absolutely. Absolutely. Like I said, the enhanced imaging thing, the rest of you, I would like all of you to take that. I think that's a great idea, especially for certain issues, to see certain nuances. Enhance it, but some people won't like it because you will get lower grades. when you can see a lot of these flaws, you will get lower grades. Fair warning, just so you're aware.
Yeah.
So Yannick here says, I emailed ComC this week, less than 48 hours to get an answer. That's good. I've also attached the link of Tim's interview with Sports Cut Live to an email, so you can refer to it if any questions. Beautiful. Sounds good. Now I'm glad, like I said, as much as I like making fun of ComC, and I do, it is one of the great joys of my life. However, I need them to get better because they are a viable marketplace for some of the stuff that I want to get, some of the singles and stuff like that. So like, I would like them to do better because then I can get my stuff. And as a collector, I would like to get my stuff. It is really annoying to have to deal with this nonsense. And it's been a really long time and it is very frustrating.
True enough.
Yeah. So when you guys do better, I will stop making fun of you, or I'll find a new thing to make fun of you for. Either way, it's fine, but I still want you to do better.
I wonder if Jeremy's going to turn off the responses more on the comment section.
It may be wise. It may be wise because I don't think enough has changed. I actually did a quick check. I did my audit check. I went to the eBay to see how the negative situation is doing. Because remember, Tim said they fixed the problem. They still have comfortably over 500 or 600 negatives in the last month, in the last 30 days. Yeah, I look at the last 30 days because anything older than that, if something changed, obviously, and it came down. Now, has it come down? Yes, because it was in the thousands last time. So that is an improvement. But some of the comments I was seeing were like, they didn't even send my stuff. They sent the wrong card. My card was damaged. That's actually worse. That's actually the standard. It took a really long time. They were non-responsive, blah, blah, blah. That's still carrying over from previous. That's why I'm looking at the last 30 days. This is after presumably they've been making these improvements as they've gone along. And the eBay ones are priority.
Yeah, and all the ones that got wrong orders that were Jordans or Gretzky rookies, nobody said anything, right?
I don't think at this point, if you have Jordan Gretzky rookies, I don't think you're putting too many of those in ComC at this stage.
Nope.
Yeah. If they're already there, they're already there. That's fine. But yes. And Paul says, a new location, can it be seen from space? That's a great question. A legitimate question. A fair question. Okay. So good stuff. So like I said, we'll get into some of those other news topics after, but I just wanted to give you guys a little background. Like I said, HGA, B+ from me. Good effort. I appreciate they're doing it. And like I said, I'm not going to knock them too hard. I think they serve their purpose in the marketplace. They've got more work to do. They need to keep building. I want viable players. So if they get better, that's better for everybody. That's a good thing.
True.
And then for ComC, obviously their update is we're still trying. We're working on it. We're going to do better. Hopefully, eventually, cross our fingers. Basically the same answer we always get. Anyway. Okay. So with that said, let's get into the segment here that we got Natan here for. So he joined us so that we can discuss. So what I'll say is this, and I'll let you guys build the background however you want to build it. But one of the key components of it is this is a good example. And this clip will be, I'll clip this out later so that it can be its own independent video if any of you guys want to watch this section independently. And I will try to also put a chapter in this. For something like this where we've got a specific topic like this, I'll try to put a chapter in the live stream so you guys, if you want to go back, you'll actually be able to zip through to the spot. So I'll come back through the video and find it. And that'll be a link in the description as well. But we're going to talk about the 55-56 Parkhurst set, the hockey set. And one of the things about it is that it basically has not exactly a parallel, but it has a parallel version of the set that was distributed in a different way with the Quaker Oats. And part of this discussion is the Quaker Oats is much rarer and harder to come by with the distribution method, but also it's become, as a result of that and the way it was distributed and all that, it's trickier to figure stuff out. So a lot of this discussion is ways of investigating and learning more things about it. And this is where Natan is going to kind of come into play. So why don't we start with that? So Natan, why don't you share with us a little bit of your thoughts and how this led into it and what you were working on?
Sure. Well, first, thanks for having me, and really appreciate being able to talk to other people who might be interested in something that I've really had a deep dive into the last year or so. I've always been a huge hockey fan, and I've been collecting the 1955 Parkhurst set now for about 15 years. And like a lot of people, I didn't necessarily know a lot about the set. I just jumped in, started buying PSA cards, built a really great set, but then started really wanting to understand what I was seeing. Like, a lot of sense about whether it was just the way in which the cards presented in holders or in the marketplace, or I would see discrepancies between the cards that I had and other people had. So I'm also somebody that really likes to get to the bottom of things that I'm interested in. So last spring, COVID's in full force, and I just thought, I've got a few miscut cards here where there's obviously another card next to it. Is there an uncut sheet? Mm-hmm. And I started looking for an uncut sheet. I found a Classic Auctions uncut sheet from 1960-63. Looked at it. I studied the makeup. It's 242 cards, equally situated on a left and a right side in 121 card panels. Part of this also was that there was a Harry Lumley, which is one of the toughest cards to find in the set, that was auctioned off as a PSA 7. Mm-hmm. And it didn't have, it had a miscut back, but it didn't have a miscut red arrow. And for the life of me, I'd never seen anything like it. So that was the other impetus for me to start to figure out what is actually going on. Are all of Harry Lumley's the same? Are there some that don't have a miscut red arrow next to on the next card in the sheet, or was this alteration? I did almost immediately find the Harry Lumley that had that card was alterated from. Mm-hmm. So that was relatively quick that I could find an actual evidence that it was the same card, just the red arrow had been erased and been graded as a PSA 7 anyway. Okay. But that really wasn't why I got into this at all. I got into this because I was finding these miscut cool cards, and I wanted to know if I could piece it together. Right away, I went to the experts, the people that I felt would know. Nobody had seen a 55 Parkhurst uncut sheet, and so I just started amassing a database of all of the 79 cards in the set. Each one of them trying to understand how I could understand who was next to that card, because mm-hmm. there's so many miscut cards in that set. And over time, it was like a mystery that unraveled, sometimes really fast, and other times it took me a couple of months to figure out the next step. But it was over 6 months that I uncovered all of the uncut sheet, and then Bobby and I connected, and we figured out the Parkhurst and the Quaker Oats versions of the sheets, mm-hmm. and then also a light back version of the set. And all of those things together came, allowed me to then say that I definitively know that the 121 card sheet from 1955-56 Parkhurst was what had some that were printed twice and some that were printed once, and that it would be very hard for any of us to improve upon what has been done unless an actual uncut sheet comes to the hobby.
Right. So quickly, I'll just chime in on this. And the background there that you established is important because that was the old school way that it happened. That a lot of these discoveries happen is that collectors talk to each other. They compare notes. They look. Now we have technology now where we can try to piece it together that way. We can find images and do it. But if you go back way to the beginning, where the Jefferson Burdicks was working with fellow collectors at that time, they didn't have that luxury. It's like, can you send me a scan? Well, it wasn't even a scan. Can you send me a photocopy?
Right.
Basically, and you had to deal with black and white. This is all you got. So, and that's how you tried to piece it together. We have some technology now that makes certain parts of it way easier. The person doesn't have to give up their card or do a crummy black and white scan. We've got, obviously, HGA is confirmed. We theoretically have the ability to give you high resolution images in some cases, which can be super helpful, but it's these collectors comparing notes and putting the pieces together that helps build that up. But the concept, technology notwithstanding, the concept stays the same, because in isolation, it's just really hard to figure it out when it's not like anybody wrote it down. It's not like they gave you the roadmap to follow to get from point A to point B. You have to do your own journey, and you have to chase these things down.
Yeah. It's interesting. In the first spring of COVID there in 2020, Nathan gives me an email. He says, "Bobby, I'm going to work on the sheet. Do you have any information on the sheet or anything?" He says, "I'm trying to piece it together," and I just went, "I'm working on the book," and I'm going, "Okay, have at it."
Yeah, exactly.
Get back to me on that. I got too many fish to fry here. So then he contacted me a little later. So it was interesting. But you can finish that up. You can go with that, Nathan.
Yeah. So what we'll do here is, I know you've got some stuff to share, and I'll let you have background in it. But kind of to Bobby's point, though, we all have our journeys to do, and sometimes we have to take them in different paths. What I want to do is I want to introduce a person to come onto the stream here now, and then we'll have a little bit more of a conversation later. This was the other guest that potentially I was going to include.
Oh, wonderful.
So some of you may be familiar with this guy, Bob Lewis.
Mr.
How's
Lewis.
it going, Bob?
Bobby, Carlos, Natan, how are you guys? So
Great.
Bobby already did the hat backwards joke, so
Yeah, he had it down. He even had a logo hat, man. Come on.
I know I just have a AAA baseball team on this hat, so
The important thing though is I do kind of appreciate over your shoulder the image of a very famous person in the background there.
it was just came very natural. I didn't set that up at all.
Yeah, it just showed up. That's right, exactly. So what I'll do is, Bob, what we're going to do is, part of the reason I invited Bob is because he hadn't been on a while, so I wanted to kind of have an opportunity to chat with Bob on some of this stuff. And part of the reason I brought him on also is that we're going to have a little chat with him after, because he is going to be participating in Hobby Palooza. So there is. Don't expect this in future episodes, but there is a rhyme or reason to pretty much everything we're doing tonight. So everything's actually been programmed pretty well. So what I want to do, Bob, is hang tight and hang out, and then let's let Natan continue with his presentation, and then we'll let him go check out the hockey game because he wants to have the opportunity to run off. So we'll give him a chance. So go ahead, Natan. Please continue.
All right. Yeah. So just basically, I'm going to try to get this as concise as I possibly can.
Go for it.
But in 1955-56, Parkhurst set 79 cards, just Montreal and Toronto. And for most of my collecting life, I thought that the Quaker Oats set, which is also 79 cards, was an afterthought of the Parkhurst set. That it was a serial premium, and Parkhurst made some money by just allowing for them to make different backs, because they're green backs with just just Quaker Oats on them. But Bobby's research has completely flipped that on its head. So actually, the Quaker Oats came first, and all of the strange, odd things in this 1955-56 Parkhurst sheet come from the considerations of the Quaker Oats set. So the rarity of Rocket Richard, Harry Lumley, and King Clancy, those were the super short prints in the Quaker Oats, And one of the first things that I found when I was looking at the Harry Lumley was next to that Harry Lumley was the miscut red arrow of Rocket Richard.
Mm-hmm.
I found very quickly that each of the backs of the cards, especially there's a red arrow, did you know, segment, they're unique on each one of those 54 cards that have those red arrows. So I could match up that it was Rocket Richard next to Harry Lumley. Then, because there's so many miscut cards, I could match up that King Clancy was next to Rocket Richard. So immediately, very early on, there was this idea that the three most difficult cards to find in the 1950s from one set are sitting right next to each other on the sheet. Also, that they didn't appear anywhere else in the sheet.
Right.
So I'm going to share my camera now to show you what I'm talking about.
Perfect.
And how I got to this idea that there are 121 cards on the sheet, even though there's 79 cards, and that some are printed once and some are printed twice.
Sounds good.
I'm just going to fill in a little gap for maybe the people who don't understand this set, is that Quaker Oats, when they put out the set, there was prizes awarded for sending in partial sets or a full set. And at that time, you could send in to get a couple crests, and then there was a pair of skates and a bicycle. So the bicycle was the biggest prize. And that's where the Harry Lumley and the three short prints that we're talking about come into play on this. So that's why they're so short printed, is because the bigger prizes were awarded if you had those cards. Now we can go on. Go ahead, Nathan.
Yeah, so I've shared my screen and I'm going to try to, right. Can you see this?
Right now we can see, yep, we can see a variety of images at the moment. We can see your folder.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And now I've clicked in on the Harry Lumley.
No problem. So let me ask you a question. When you shared, did you share the specific thing or did you share the screen as a whole?
I shared the screen as a whole.
Okay. So the Harry Lumley isn't on the screen yet. You might have to just switch, put it in front of the folder.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, no worries.
We'll come back in.
Yep.
So those cards, there's only 5 or 6 known of each. The Harry Lumley, the King Clancy. They're just so hard to find. But this story gets very interesting towards the end. So there's quite an interesting part of this story that
Bobby,
Nathan will get to.
what were the crests that you were part of the prizes?
It was a Toronto-Montreal set, because Parkhurst only had Toronto-Montreal at that time. So they would give you a Toronto crest and a Montreal crest if you just sent them any 20 cards. Something like that. I think it's 20, is it not? I can't remember everything verbatim. But yeah, so every kid was mailing away. But if you saved this many cards, you could get a pair of skates. Or if you sent this many cards, you could get the skates was the big prize. The bicycle was the big prize. So the last one was the bicycle. So to get a bicycle, that would be awesome back in 1955, just for sending some cards in. So.
For sure. I'll remember after. I actually have a story about a giveaway in a bicycle that I'll share. It's randomly, but since you brought up a bicycle,
why not?
I'll do it after.
It's summer. We're talking bicycles.
So here, we can see you sharing the screen, and we can see you kind of moving around. So did you want to double click on one of these to show it a little bigger?
Yeah.
Go for it.
So is that successful?
No.
So what you have to do is try minimizing the folder itself. So we'll do a little tech support here. So minimize the folder itself. You probably have the window open, but it just has to be on the same screen that you did it.
Yeah.
So wherever that folder was, the picture's got to be in the same spot. If you did the whole share screen, as you said.
So it's probably just behind it.
Exactly. Yep.
So you have to take that screen out, and it should show up on your screen.
Sorry.
No worries. Take a second. I'll give the bicycle story real quick while you're doing that.
All right.
I can still see it in the corner. You don't have to do anything. Once you get it so that the picture's there, I'll bring it back up. So in the meantime, while Natan is doing that. So all I was going to say was the bicycle thing. When I was in elementary school, we had a lot of those, those sell candy bars and different drives and whatever. And of course, being the great participator I am, shocking I know. I was like, okay, look, if you guys can keep bugging me this, I'll do the bare minimum. So you needed to just sell a certain amount. Now, this is before they learned. They eventually they put basically a Carlos clause in there afterwards, because you had different prizes. You'd have to earn a certain number of tickets to move up the tiers to prize it, but not at that time. At that time, all the prizes were the same. You just had a ticket. You'd be in every draw for any prize, and whatever you won, you won. It didn't matter. The best one of the better prizes was a bicycle. A nice bicycle. I had one ticket. There were people who had dozens and hundreds of tickets because they had gone out and done, and they were sitting there. And the way they decided to do it is they had us all in the gymnasium and they did the draw. And what they do is they basically, say, okay, so the winner is in this side of the room, so the rest of you can sit down. They had everybody stand up, and they kept narrowing it down.
Nice.
And the whole time as I was still standing, I knew I had one ticket in the damn thing. So I'm not going to win a damn thing. It's like, no, I'm just standing here doing my thing. Fine. I'm going to sit down in a minute, whatever.
Sure.
So finally, everybody sits down. It's like, all right, and Carlos is the winner. And everybody just stares at me because they knew I had done nothing. Next to nothing. In fact, I don't think I even did the selling. I think Carlos Senior was like, yeah, I'll buy a couple and then I'll sell them to neighbors. so it's like, so I want a bike for literally no work.
That is amazing.
In accordance with, this is how it's done.
It's
It was
averages.
a good life lesson for everybody in that gymnasium. Working hard is for suckers. I think that was the key. And then they fixed the rules after, and then you could not do that again. That was the last time that you could win with one ticket.
That's amazing.
Yeah. So are you having any luck there in the 10?
I'm really sorry about this.
No worries. When you do the share, just when you're doing the share, there's usually a couple of options there. You can do the share screen for like the whole window. You can do a tab, or you can do an entire screen. If you're doing an entire screen, then whatever's on that screen will be available to you. So if you're doing that, you just have to make sure the picture's there, and we'll see it. Alrighty? Sounds good.
Hey, Bobby, those crests, do you see those pop up ever? I mean, are those around, or are they pretty rare?
It's kind of interesting. For the longest time, only until maybe 2 years ago, we finally recognized the two crests that needed to be, and a lot of them are redeemed, but there's so many crests out there, Toronto, Montreal. So we really couldn't identify them until somebody found an envelope with the two crests, and that really solved it. So it is a very specific crest. The Montreal isn't. The Montreal crest is more, there we go. Let's go back.
Beautiful. Okay. Now we're in business. So what I'll do here is I'll quickly reintroduce us, because I'm the one who has to do the editing later. So let me make future Carlos's life a little easier.
Yeah.
So as you were saying, Natan, based on what you were finding, you were starting to do the research, you were starting to dig into it, you were finding the different markings that were helping you put the pieces together. Basically, we're doing a jigsaw puzzle, effectively, because we're looking for certain markings and things to separate them out, and we're trying to rebuild this sheet, because nobody knows what it looks like anymore. Nobody probably alive. So now you're basically trying to reconstruct it based on the markings. So you got the Tim Horton here.
Great. So as you can see, I've highlighted in black that on the right where the border comes in and the left where the border comes in, there's a little dip on the left and there's an elevation on the right. So that isn't just a print defect for one particular card. That is that's the way that particular card was made. Here is then another. So you can see there isn't a dip on either side. And there's also then kind of a jagged red edge on the bottom. So those, no matter what Tim Hortons card that you own or have ever seen with 55 Parkhurst or Quaker Oats, one of those two red borders will exist. That meant that there were two examples of Tim Horton within the particular sheet.
Right.
And
so here's what I was talking about earlier with the miscut red borders. A lot of the Parkhurst cards have this common defect. That particular red border, miscut arrow, is specific to Sid Smith. So no other red arrow looks like that under magnification. So that tells me that Sid Smith was to the left of Tim Horton, and that also Sid Smith was right next to it on the sheet. The other interest, I'm just using Tim Horton's cards because it's an example that holds true for all the rest of the cards. Here's a light back Tim Horton, and it is also something in the 55 set that's really interesting. There's a strange light back version of it. And Tim Horton is also one of the only card that we know of that has a significant error that has been corrected by Parkhurst. And you can see in this particular version that the defense, which was inverted in the error, you can actually see where it's been corrected. And that isn't something that that anyone has really talked about in the hobby. The other important thing on this particular card is that this is the second version that I showed. You can see with the not the lower and upper corners of the red border, but the jagged edge along the bottom. So this particular card can only be found in this particular variation. So the other variation, the one that has the up and down on the right hand side, that was the same as the Quaker Oats versions. Mm-hmm. So this was the real breakthrough, that I could go through and catalog every single example of all 79 cards. And I also knew that there was a Quaker Oats sheet, and then there was also a separate sheet that was the light back sheet. So there were two separate 121 card sheets. And the hardest thing to do out of all this was then to recreate that jigsaw puzzle from scratch without necessarily knowing where it started and ended. But there were a million clues, but here's the basic premise, that there are either 2 or 4 versions of each of the 79 55 Parkhurst cards, and that the Quaker Oats only contains 1 or 2 of those versions, and then the Lightbacks only contains 1 or 2 of those versions. They never mix.
So we understand that Quaker Oats worked off of basically one sheet. So they were the first sheet. They started it. So we knew they started issuing Quaker Oats before Parkhurst issued their cards, which is pretty key. Yeah, because they didn't want to go at the same time, and Quaker Oats is basically a redemption, so they didn't really even want the cards out in the marketplace because you had to return them. Mm-hmm. So it was kind of, I think that's how Quaker and Parkhurst kind of set things up and say, we'll give you the license, because remember we talked about this earlier, Carlos, about they're trying to do as much as they can with the cards, because now they're in competition with Topps. That's right. Is that they're trying to utilize their license. They got 2 teams. They say, okay, let's sell it off to Quaker Oats and say, okay, you guys, here, you use our license, just pay us whatever, and you do your redemption thing, and then we're going to come out with ours in January, and whatever, and people will collect these, because it actually specifically says that, does it not, Nathan, that it says only only Quaker Oats cards are admitted, not none of the Parkhurst.
Correct.
On the back. Yeah. Okay. Continue. Go ahead.
So real quick before you continue, Nathan, because that's a very good point that Bobby's making, is that this is a key distinctor of this time period, is that it wasn't like today where like you're going to do a deal with Upper Deck, Upper Deck's producing the cards for you, maybe it's a modification or whatever, or you have a license and you're going to make a bunch of different. Today, if you have a license, you're making a bunch of different sets. You're coming up with all kinds of stuff. If there's a food issue, you're probably the one producing it in your factory, doing it your stuff, your way. In this case, it's kind of this loose association where it's like, here we go. We're just going to do it. You guys take a stab at it, more or less. It's like, they look pretty similar. Yeah, use the same artifacts basically, but you figure it out. Because you're going to distribute it differently. We're going to do our own thing after. We're going to do it in these packs like this. And then down the road, you're like, oh, they must have produced everything. Not necessarily. Not that time period.
So the question to you, Nathan, at this point would be, did Parkhurst produce and cut the Quaker Oats for Quaker Oats, or did they do it themselves? Go ahead.
All the evidence that I've found points to the cutting process being the same between Quaker Oats and Parkhurst for at least part of the production run. I don't think that these cards were cut in Peterborough. I think they were cut at the location where the Parkhurst cards were mostly cut, even though there's a couple of different distinctions in the cutting processes for the 55 set. So I would say that they, based on an article that Bobby had shared with me, where the owner at the time, George Parkhurst,
George Kennedy.
Yeah, sorry, had said that during this time period, they had terrible quality control issues, and that the card sheets would run away on them, and that you get towards the left edge of the sheet, and the cards would be bigger, they would be miscut. And it was just because they were using a guillotine-style cutter, and then they were cutting them lengthwise, also in a pretty rudimentary way. So you see all of those things show up on both the Quaker and the Parkhurst. The one thing that's different with the Quaker is you see a notch on the bottom, which to me is that when they packaged them in the Quaker Oats products, they were doing something different in Peterborough at the Quaker Oats factory that they weren't doing in Parkhurst production. So I think that's where the shift happened. The other thing that George Kennedy had said was the way that they were cutting the cards was they'd end up with stacks of each card. So then they would go put them in a cement mixer or put them in another hopper to mix and sort the cards. And what I'm sharing here is the sheet that is very rudimentary. I'm having a friend mock this up, so it doesn't look like it was my 5th grade shop class or something. But you see here at the bottom, and I'll highlight this part, the 3 cards that were considerably short print, like 10 to 20 of these cards exist in the hobby, are right at the bottom left corner of the sheet. And this speaks exactly to what the article that George Kennedy was talking about, where they could, in 1955, take those 3 cards and hold them back within production. It was possible. They didn't do that with Parkhurst, to our knowledge, but with Quaker, they most absolutely did. There is all evidence pointing to that. So what you see here then as well is that some of these cards are really hard to find, and then you can see from the sheet why some of them are such condition sensitive issues, like the Harry Lumley bottom left corner or bottom right corner. That's tough. The same with some of these cards that are just single printed. Another one I'll show is this Richard Test Lumley, which is always found miscut. It's always just terribly centered, and it was right at the edge on the left-hand part of the sheet. And it was, again, as the cutting sloped away, it made, say, the Jim Thompson and the Floyd Curry have massive red borders, and the Richard Test Lumley have very small borders. It also affected the left and right cut. So these are all things that were all deduction. Like, this entire sheet is basically painstakingly going through and matching up each of the red borders, each of the red arrows on the back. If there's a miscut up and down, finding the miscut text of the player name on the back and linking it to the player above it. We also have found that this Sid Smith on the lower left, we've found a Sid Smith where the red border ends and there's white underneath it, which shows very clearly that that was the last row of Parkhurst cards in the sheet. We also know, based on the sum total of the different variations that I've found, that there were 121 variations. So this entire sheet is perhaps what it looked like. And then there was a separate sheet, which started as a Quaker sheet that ended up as a Parkhurst sheet, which was exactly the same in construction, but was used in a different part of the plant in our estimation. So this is all stuff that I'd love to share. And if there's better information, if there is an uncut sheet out there that proves me wrong on this stuff, I would love to see it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Carlos, I think you'll really enjoy this because there's a little bit of clandestine malevolence going on here with Quaker Oats.
And
And
this was a great phrase that Bobby enjoyed throwing in there. I did see that specific phrasing. Please continue.
thank you very much. Well, hey, I write it, so
It's a good. Listen, I'm not going to knock it. It's a good phrase.
thank you.
Go for it.
However, that's the big thing behind this is, did Quaker Oats know? So if you want to take it to that step, Nathan, if you're finished with explaining the sheet, and we'll get into that part of the story, which is the most interesting, I find.
I like the sound effects. That was great.
I'll
That was
bet.
good. That was strong right there. So let's do this. We'll get into that piece for sure. Now, the one quick point I'll make based on what you were talking about as well. The whole idea of, a food issue with something being held back. It's that kind of thing is not completely unprecedented. We know, like infamously, the 33 Gaudi set, for those who are familiar with that one, the Nap Lajoie. That was a famous card where people got so mad that they wrote in and they're like, send it out. It's like, we know it's not in the packs, because people kept checking, going pack after pack. That created one of the scarcities to a certain point, that just to get people off their back, they did issue it and send it out to people that really basically bothered them. The people that really annoyed them got this card. And as a result, it creates one of the scarcities, from that era. You got the Wagner, but the Lajoie is one of the key pieces if you're going to put together that set, because otherwise it didn't exist. It wouldn't have existed probably had not enough people, been there bothering people, Gaudi about that.
And that's why this kind of work is so important. It's very much like the 20s. We have the Bert Corbeau. All this stuff was going on back then. They didn't want to give out the prizes. Now, we don't know if there was any laws drawn. I think there was one drawn up in the 20s, but I think they could get around it somehow. They can only give you so many prizes, although I think Quaker Oats said that they're not holding back anything.
Yeah, but you can always do. I don't know. I think Bob. You guys had the same thing. Do you remember like the McDonald's Monopoly stuff?
Yes.
They had all the different. It's like, and there's always the one that is like impossible to find.
Yep.
So you could build entire sections of the Monopoly board, but there would be like that one piece that they made like 5.
Do you know how many fries I bought?
Exactly. But so like games like that are played in all kinds of avenues, and that's not card related. That's a game of, oh yeah, put them together and then you can win the big prize. Blah blah blah. It's like, yeah, we made them. Technically, they do exist. Good luck finding it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and if just to jump in here, you can also see in the uncut sheet what Parkhurst and Quaker were thinking about when they put the sheet together. So to redeem the very basic prize, you had to put together a specific number of cards. Like you had to just get 10 of the same team. But to get the skates, you had to get an entire team. And then to get, what was the other one, Bobby?
This bicycle.
The bicycle. You had to get the entire set. So the Harry Lumley fits with the Toronto team. So you needed to complete the Toronto team. You needed that Harry Lumley, which is impossible. If you wanted to get skates and you were a Habs fan, you collected the Habs, you would need the Rocket Richard, and that was also really tough. Mm-hmm. And then if you wanted the bike, you would need all 3. And so the King Clancy was the hardest of the 79 to find then, because it was the linchpin for the biggest prize. You also see in the set that there are many more Montreal Canadiens that are double printed than Toronto Maple Leafs. We have lines here of like Tim Horton, Willie Marshall, Lauren Chabot, and then this line of Harvey Jackson, Ace Bailey, Chuck Conacher, Maple Leaf Gardens, Harold Cotton, and then on the top we have Sweeney Shiner, Dick Duff, Jack Caffrey. These cards were all single printed. Mm-hmm. And so it would have been harder for a child in the Quaker Oats set to get a full team of Toronto Maple Leafs. It would have been much easier for them to get Montreal Canadiens. And that played to the market dynamics in the time where there were, I would imagine, many more kids looking for Toronto Maple Leafs than Montreal Canadiens.
Yep, it would have been population demographics on that part.
Yeah,
easily, yeah.
And so then,
go ahead,
then Parkhurst just didn't change it for the Parkhurst set. They just kept it.
Makes sense. Bob, go ahead. Yeah, I think you had a question.
So, were there a checklist? How did one know if they had a complete team set or whatnot?
Bobby, do you want to take that?
There was no checklist then in 1955. There was no checklist until 61, I think, in cards, in hockey cards. With that, I think they said cards numbered 1 to 20.
I was about to say,
in the
I think
advertisement.
in that era, you would have done it, Bob, where the same team are sequentially numbered up until a certain point.
Yeah.
So that would make your life a little bit easier because you could be like, okay, so I'm starting with card number 1, and you go up until how many? You keep going until you run out of players on card 20 or 21.
Yeah. It did state on the advertisement, but I said I think it said whatever it was, 20 cards, so both to Toronto and Montreal or whatever it was.
Yeah. But in that case, once you basically hit a Montreal Canadiens, so if it's card number 22, you knew that you were good at 21 for Maple Leafs, and then Montreal Canadiens would go from 22 on.
Yeah, 1 to 20, and then 20 to 40, and then the other ones were all the
correct legends and stuff, all time
what have you,
like that,
action shots, what have you.
Correct. Yep.
Yeah, and I think for also for the hobby, the Jacques Plante is the key card in the set for as far as value, and it's a Hall of Fame rookie, and it does only appear once on the 121 card sheet, and it's here inverted on a row that you most always see it cut very close to the text, but it is very close to some really difficult cards to find in high grade. So the Sloan and McPherson and the Richard Test-Lumley, those are all really difficult. The Joe Primo appears 4 times on the sheet, or twice on the 121 card sheet, so it's a bit easier to find. It's also down here. So just for those who are just interested in that big name, there's a reason why that's a tough card.
No, it makes sense.
And it's in his rookie year with Plante. That's unbelievable. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes it an iconic card and a very rare variant of an iconic card. You kind of stack that on top of each other. You make it really tough.
Yes.
Absolutely. So from here, any other key pieces you guys want to hit on here?
Yeah, we can get into a little bit of what went on with Quaker Oats. If you want to take that, Nathan, or it's up to you. With regards to how many, you know what to go. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, are you talking about the prizes?
Yes.
Yeah. So this is great. This is just fascinating hobby lore as well. For whatever reason, Quaker Oats was mandated to share publicly the list of people who won prizes. They didn't share who won bikes and who won skates, but they did share the list of winners of one or the two. And they did this over a period of 3 separate pages that were released at different times. It so happens that for the first year of the promotion, I believe 75% of all winners came within a 60-kilometer radius of Peterborough, Ontario. That happens to be where the Quaker Oats plant is and where these cards were packaged. So
that's completely legit. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, of course, I know.
And so it did even out, not even out, but it did get a little bit better over the second phase of the reporting, where there were more people in more places. But still, over the course of the entire promotion, I believe there were 600 prizes that were given out, and I think it's something like around 400 of them were within 60 kilometers of Peterborough. There were a lot of angry people and a lot of letters, and Bobby has some of this correspondence. So in the end, this is another reason why Quaker Oats is so tough to find. They did a end of promotion. Send any card that you've collected and write your name and your address on the back or the front of that card on each one of those Quaker Oats cards. Send them to us. We will put them in a big bin and we'll draw 100 prizes.
100 bicycles.
100 bicycles.
This all seems like a lot of work when all you had to do was get Carlosino to sell chocolate bars.
You know?
I thought we established this. Like, guys, it's real easy. Work smarter, not harder. I don't understand. This was just foolishness on their part. Please continue.
Yeah, and so what happened then is that the 100 winners of those bicycles were also publicly available.
Right.
I believe 2 of those 100 were within 60-kilometer radius of Peterborough, Ontario.
Take the odds out. Look at what happens.
So it was something that captured the imagination of Canadians. It was also something that most likely has a very great story that hopefully some people in the Peterborough area are alive and willing to tell. So there's still a lot of work to be done on this set and really getting the nuance and the great stories out of it that are there.
Sure. That was going to be my follow-up question there, because it's obviously, and I want to commend you for doing this great research. Like, that's painstaking. Taking the pieces and literally rebuilding a jigsaw puzzle. Yeah, rebuilding a jigsaw puzzle, so to speak, to try to reconstruct something with no guide. You're just trying to like find common elements. That's a lot of work. That is a lot of work. That is why some people would allegedly have others do work for them in previous stories uttered tonight. But the point is that it takes painstaking work, and it is an old, we have the modern technologies, which is wonderful, but it is an old school way of doing it, like reaching out to people, getting this little piece of information, putting it together with this piece of information, getting it all together, and then working from there. And so based on what you have done already, and again, I commend you for it, outside of maybe finding if some people in Peterborough maybe have some additional information to give, if someone down the road can maybe shed some light on some specifics, maybe correct it if the sheet needs to be corrected. What are you looking for? What is it that that obviously you're very interested. You wouldn't put this much work into it if you weren't. But what are you looking for as far as continuing your work down this path?
Well, I'm in the midst of writing an article on this, and Bobby and I will basically co-author this. Also, I've got a graphic designer friend who is going to put this all together nicely, so the way that it may have appeared, also with the back. And then I also just would love to have conversations about just what we're seeing with these cards out there in the hobby. There's part of the reasons why I did this is because I was in the dark with buying Parkhurst cards. I'd love to have public information out there so that people can really make informed decisions about what they're buying and how it should look, because there's a whole lot of alteration that happens, and it doesn't just come from one place, and it doesn't just go to one place. But if somebody's like, hey, what should I be looking for? I'd love to be able to just provide that information to the hobby so that other people out there who are wanting to get in on this but don't want to get burned can at least have some constructive advice on how to do it, and also see what should happen. If you have, say, a Rocket Richard and it's terribly miscut on the back, it's always going to have King Clancy's red arrow there. That type of information, I think, is going to really help with consumers make better decisions about buying these cards, and I think makes the hobby a safer place.
Yeah, and additionally to that, we found that, or Natan found that, the arrow on the one side and had a little piece on the other side, sometimes that piece is not there, which technically cannot happen. So however you want to come to that conclusion is out there. And some are graded.
Yeah. So there's some more work to be done, but there is at least a foundation now. That's the beauty of coming up with theories and putting together the information, is that then if somebody wants to disprove it, then you can have that conversation, and maybe it leads down a different path that you didn't even consider until you had that other piece of information.
Right. And the wrinkle in this, and the thing that have been told by others, is that, well, some had red arrows and some didn't. So there were 54 of the cards that were active player cards that had red arrows that were on the horizontal backs, and then there were 37 that didn't. And so, say this Sylvia Mantha and Battleship Leduc and Bob Turner, none of them would have an arrow left to right. It was up and down. So even if this Sylvia Mantha is miscut left to right, it won't ever have a miscut red arrow on the right. It would start to have Battleship Leduc's text. So that is the nuance where people get away with it, is that there's some cards in the set that don't conform to the simple thing that I talked about with Rocket Richard. And that's why this hobby isn't always for people who want to go down the last rabbit hole to really find out what they're working on. Some people just want to look at nice cards, but I think there's also just to help the integrity of it. But then it's all just also, to me, this has always been really cool. Like I love finding out information about sets that I've liked for a long time, and the Habs are my team, and I just really, Rocket Richard and Jean Beliveau, these are people that I grew up really idolizing, and so it's just great to be able to spend time with that as a hobbyist and learn some new things that I don't think other people know.
Very nice, very nice. And
I'm
it's
sorry
very
if I
subtle,
missed-
but we might be able to tell that you are somewhat passionate about this. It's you have to really look underneath the surface, but we're getting a bit of a sense of it.
And it's fun sharing with people who have the same passion as I do with so many other things. It's really actually fun talking with somebody and sharing that same level of dedication. And this isn't something I would have pursued by myself, but when he asked me to help, yeah, I gave him whatever I could, and it really helped bring it together a little bit better. And now we have a better thought process of this set and what goes on and what had went on. Now the nefarious part of this is the Quaker Oat question. It's not even, it's hands down, there was something going on there. That's why they offered the 100 bikes at the end. So it's nice discovering that. It makes for a great story, and it's basically the truth.
Well, we always knew if you ever look at that logo, that Quaker looks a little shifty. There was he doesn't seem like a trustworthy dude. I don't know.
Yeah, I know.
He seems like he knows a little too much, is what I'm saying. I've seen that logo a time or two, for sure.
Kind of Shakespeare-ish, a lot of controversy. Anyways,
just saying, like, I don't know if you can trust that guy. But no, that was some phenomenal work, Nathan. So any like wrap up thoughts here that we'll get into that, or is that kind of work in progress? Still looking for that additional information. Still working on it. You got your article that you're going to start authoring as you go along to take some of this information and build off of it.
Yeah, no, I think the last part of it is just around the real short prints of the set and sure. The Quaker Oats set. And there's been a long debate about whether or not those 3 cards were printed separately or if they were printed with the sheet. Mm-hmm. I think all evidence shows that they're printed with the sheet, and that is a relatively controversial conversation for those that collect Quakers. Mm-hmm. But I think I've got the evidence now to prove that they were just separated at birth, if you will. Mm-hmm. They were on the sheet.
Very nice. Very nice. No, that's good stuff. So what I'll say is this. Pleasure meeting you. First time I've had the chance to talk to you directly. Love the work that you did. I got a chance to read the article information that Bobby sent me so I could have a little background, so I kind of knew at least conceptually where you were going. But this is some really great research, and this is some phenomenal work that you've definitely put a lot of time into. So I want to congratulate you on that. Wish you the best of luck in continuing to go forward, and I'd love to chat and correspond, and hopefully you keep making progress.
Thanks so much, Carlos. Thanks for having me, and great to meet you, Bob, and good to see you, Bobby.
Well done.
Thanks, Nathan. I won't tell you the score.
Sounds good. Yeah. We'll leave you to go. We'll leave you to go check out the game and find out for yourself.
Okay.
Thank you for popping in. I appreciate you.
Thanks, Nathan.
Bye.
Bye.
Sounds good. Well, that was you're not going to get that in a lot of places, guys. That is some very deep research. What I will do is editor Carlos will have to come back later and do some work and splice this thing together. I'll make it work.
It's worth it. It's worth it.
I'll make it work. And it'll be, what I'll do is, like I said, I'll make it available as a standalone kind of clip, very similar to some of the stuff I've done with Bobby in the past. When there's some really good information, I'm happy to bring it because then at least it has a home. And then people can take it going forward. And hopefully, I wish the best of luck to Natan. Keep doing the work because I knew about the Quaker set a little bit. I had done a little bit of reading in the background, just a little bit, because I like to understand that stuff. I do enjoy the vintage side of the hobby. Mostly baseball is really kind of my wheelhouse. That's why the Nap Lajoie one came to me immediately. I'd be like, yep, that's the first one that I would think of. But in the hockey side, I've tried to learn a little bit more as I've started collecting some of that vintage hockey, and it's fascinating to see the amount of research and work being done by somebody like Natan, it's a labor of love. Nobody asked for it.
The same set, same images, just 2 different.
Yep, it's effectively a parallel set. So you've got the 55, 56 Parkhurst that Parkhurst itself has, and then the other one is and basically an identical set, but on the back you've got greenbacks.
So when they made the greenbacks, they made one sheet. That's all they did.
Yep.
When they made the second sheet, when Parkhurst took over, they made a second sheet, and then they made a double sheet of that. But then they added some extra ones and different, so the sheet wasn't identical to the other sheet. So the nuances really brought things together. So Nathan said, oh, there's two sheets. Hey, this Tim Horton's different from this Tim Horton. And that's how it all started to piece together. But the Quaker Oats is very simple. Horrible cuts, whatever they were doing. I think it was guys, minimum wage working at Parkhurst, just guillotine, send it through. There's the next ones. Get them in the package. Get them out of here. That's basically what it was back in the day. And Parkhurst,
were they distributed in packs?
No, the Quaker Oats was in cereal. So you'd get one card. We don't even know if it was in a cello. I would almost think it would have to be.
That'd be interesting, though. It's one of those things where you'd love then to see a mid-50s cello from a Quaker Oats thing, because it's effectively an unopened pack, so to speak, if you will.
Well, here's a cello from a Parkhurst issue. This is Frontier Days. So that's in a cello. The funny part about this, it's an eighth of an inch wider than the regular issue.
Right.
There's so many great little things to know about. Like I know a lot about the Parkhurst non-sports, quite a bit, sure. And it's interesting how they were utilizing. I'm guessing that they used Quaker Oats with their licensing. That's a guess, but I think it's a pretty much educated guess. Why else would they do that if not to get back their money, because they knew Topps took the 4 teams away from them, sure. 4 American teams. So
yeah, for sure.
So
let me touch on a couple of the comments. Thank you to you guys for being patient. I wanted to make sure that Natan had the chance to present what he had been like. You could tell how much work he put into it. So I wanted to make sure I gave him as much full billing time to be able to explain and talk through it, because there's a lot of work that he was able to encapsulate there, and down the road that'll be available. But let me go back on time a little bit here and talk about some stuff. So Sanderson Dura said, how do they get the bicycle in the wax pack? Origami. Folding techniques. I know that was a while ago, but have to answer your question. It's important. Victor did pop in as well. If you're still around, Victor, good evening. Thanks for popping in. Jordan here caught it, and he caught the Dapsman photo in the background of Bob Lewis. Good eye. Good eye. I did mention the Bob knows. Andy, she blinded me with refractors, also said Bob Lewis is the GOAT. So there you go, Bob. Andy, appreciate you. I did mention that Bob knows. Everybody loves Dapsman. So PMN says, sup, y'all? Good evening. Beautiful. Beautiful. Jordan has now learned that Tim Hortons was named after a hockey player. He was. Yes, it was. So there you go. Let me just go quickly through here and get caught up. Here we go. Sanderson Dorp. I appreciate guys like Bobby and Nathan so much. If not for their hard work, so much of our hobby's history would be lost. Thanks, guys. Great job. Thank you, Sanderson Dorp. Yannick. There's another great part of collecting, finding the stories behind these sets. Great job, guys. Thank you, Yannick. A lot of star power in the chat and on screen. Thank you, Hockey. There we go. We are caught up in the comments. So you guys are welcome. I know a lot of you were kind of listening in. I know there was a lot to take in. I wanted to make sure that we focus the attention there and give Nathan his opportunity to present. But now we're going to get back kind of to a regularly scheduled program, because if there's a regularly scheduled program, it somehow involves Bob Lewis, I think.
Oh, right.
Question mark.
How can I not?
I was real happy you reached out to me. I hadn't really been too active in and much, kind of watching from afar. I got life stuff going on, which I think most people are aware of. And
you're slowly working your way to try to catch up to Phil Rivers on Children. How's that coming along?
Right. We're number 3, so it's been good. She's a good kid. She's actually sleeping, goes down about 10:30, 11, like for the final, and she's sleeping till like 4 a.m. So
good stuff.
That is pretty good. Yeah, minimal. It's so dang hot up in this attic, so I've been bringing. Thankfully, it's tonight. It's like 60 degrees out, so it's actually pretty. Pretty manageable here. But yeah, so I'll bring boxes down to the living room. I got a little desk down there that I can kind of still like participate in my hobby.
That's good stuff. I've been trying to take advantage. I want this summer to reorganize a little bit myself and kind of start getting some stuff. I've kind of left some stuff in boxes kind of randomly, and I was like, I don't want to sort all of it, but I would like to have some kind of rhyme or reason to it. Let's start with some rhyme or reason. Let's take baby steps forward. Let's see if we can get a little closer to. Let me find out what the heck's in here, just for starting point.
my rhyme and reason sort of develops as I'm going through it, and in kind of a fluid thing. But I think I've got a handle on it for now, and it's just put some videos on and sort some cards. That sounds like a pretty good evening for most of us, I'm sure.
Sounds fair. So part of the reason I brought you on, we're going to hang out and chat a little bit, but part of the reason I brought you on is that coming up in a couple of weeks, well, actually, maybe, yeah, a couple of weeks, I think now, more or less. I don't remember the exact dates. I'll pull it up here. We got the Hobby Palooza thing coming up. It's one of those things where I kind of watch from afar. I know a bunch of the folks that are on it, and my philosophy is the folks that I enjoy watching, I'll watch, and I'll check some of the stuff on replay. It just depends on timing and everything. But I'll definitely check out some of it for sure. But I think you're going to be on it with our good buddy Stofe, investor, collector, dealer, crypto trader, real estate magnate, a lot of
All
other
around
stuff.
wise guy. Yes.
Yeah. And possibly moonshiner. Who knows? Who can say? Who can say for sure? I like to add more things as we go along, just slowly increasing the length of his title.
Give it time. He'll cover them all.
Correct?
Yeah, I really didn't know what that was going to look like last year when the baseball collector reached out. It made sense that there was a wanting to fill some kind of a gap for the what's up, Dave? To fill a gap for that the lack of national.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of on board with the idea from the get go. What do we have to offer? I didn't really know, but it ended up being a pretty good time. And I wasn't able to watch for 24 hours straight, but I mean, it was fun. I kind of popped in and out too. Some people, there were so many different approaches. I mean, did you watch like the Panini one or?
A little bit. I scanned it. I think it's one of those things. My approach is always this, Bob, and this will be the way I present it. For folks that are not familiar with the Hobby Palooza concept, it's basically a bunch of live streams. It's a program of live streams over a couple of days. Basically an hour. Each person gets an hour component. That's part of the reason I didn't bother to reach out, because I knew that Dave would get very jealous. Because any contact I have with baseball collector, he would see the jealousy. I know. There's an unrequited love there, as you well know. But the thing is, part of the other reason is I already do my own live streams. I do them every week. And it's you're going to try to limit me to an hour? Sir, may I remind you who you're referring to? How dare you?
I have a few 7-hour live streams in my repertoire. So yeah.
Yeah. It's look, I'll make a cameo inside of a 1-hour live stream. Somebody else is doing it. That's fine. It's their show. I'll come in and contribute. But it's nah, man, I will not be scheduled by you. That ain't happening.
Yeah, it did seem to kind of play on that. I know Maiko and they tried to get as many people into an hour as they could. Some just popped on for a few minutes, and others, So
it's good to note, though, kind of to your point, though, is that everybody gets to choose what they want to do with their hour. It's really how you want to present yourself. It's really intended to be more or less a showcase of a bunch of different folks that maybe people weren't aware of. So maybe if you'd never heard of this person, you watch their live stream. It's oh, this person's kind of cool. Let me check out their channel. And then you do kind of a handing off of the baton. So you get an hour, but then at the end of it, you're okay, so now, coming up next on his channel, you can check out the main page as well. The main page will have links to everybody's live stream as they go along. So coming up next, Bobby Rowe is going to talk for an hour on knickknacks. Here you go. And then go over to his channel and check it out. And then so on and so forth the rest of the day. And that's basically how it gives everybody a chance. But if you want to bring a bunch of people on, you can do that. Yeah.
Lots of giveaways, lots of prizes, lots of interaction, with the live chat. I think some people, because the national, people buy cards at the national, and so some people had a sale for their hour. I mean, take that for what it is. But we're looking forward to. Truth be told, Mark and I haven't really mapped out too much of a plan yet, which is probably better for us.
I was going to say, is there anything you two have ever done in life that has ever been remotely planned?
You think some
the plan extends to, so we press the button, it goes live, and we say stuff. Got it.
Yeah.
I can do that. Yeah.
A lot do.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's going to be fun.
Psychological thriller.
Well, Bob, when we were chatting back and forth, I basically didn't want to necessarily press. Bob said today would be good, so I said, great, awesome, I'll send you the link, no problem. But it was one of those things where I said, hey, you should come back on. Can I coax you to pop back in? It's been a little while, so because Bob's always good for Nexus Hobby Existential Crisis.
Yes,
and it's always kind of fun to talk through that a little bit. That's part of the shtick. That's part of the fun.
He's a pure existentialist. He's just amazing. Bob, the questions you come up with are phenomenal.
That's what makes it enjoyable. It gets it fun.
And he's got his theories.
Yeah. And he's like I said, Bob's up on the latest and greatest. He's got Dapsman in the background. He knows what's up with the kids.
Yeah, seems to be a lot of that. I've never I don't know. I haven't done my research enough on the extent of all the flipper kids. I don't know who's who.
It doesn't matter. That was the point. The point of the Dapsman video was to have some fun with Dapsman because he made it easy. Like he was a wealth of content and like little jokes and jabs that I could have. But the reality is, go ahead.
You made a good point of the details in it and the misleading, like just blatant disregard for like what is true, and the card he showed not even being the card he's talking about, like.
But he said it with such authority. He said it with such presence. He goes, guys, PSA 10. This is a $4,000 card. I'm like, it is literally not the same card. You're holding the card in your hand, and you've got the card on the screen. It is literally not the same card.
With bait and switch.
But it's a terrible bait and switch because it's in front of your face. He's holding the card.
It's fast, and people don't know it.
Well, that was kind of the point. It's like it's misleading, but if you look at the screen, the answers are before you.
Yeah.
I'm not really peeling back many layers to find the hidden secrets.
No, it's like hidden.
It's there.
But it's lost in his glare of his face.
But two things I noticed, and I brought this up in kind of the group chat earlier today. I did watch his latest episode.
Oh.
And here's what's interesting. Two things I noticed. I have no idea if it has anything to do with the video. I have no clue. But there were two distinct things that I picked up on. Number one, I noticed that Dapsman's cap was a lot more better aligned this time around than last time. Last time it was borderline sideways. This time it was almost aligned properly. Huh. Still a little off, but substantial. It's almost like somebody found a mirror and almost figured out how to put it on properly if you're going to do that backwards. Almost. Not quite, but it's infinitely closer. Like it wasn't subtle. It was like a complete adjustment. Second thing I noticed is that he did a thing where he was talking about a card, and then he was alluding to a different card. And literally, as he said, he goes, now I know some of you guys are going to say it's not the same card, but it's like, but when this card goes up, then this other card goes up, it's like, is it becoming self-aware? It's like,
did he watch something?
It's like, did Dapsman take some notes? It's like, what happened here? Hold on.
I think people tell people,
if I see him come back out in a couple of weeks with a Pro Fit cap, I know what went down. If Dapsman upgrades to new era Pro Fit caps, I know what happened.
If he even goes to snapback, because he had the Velcro.
I know we got maybe snapback is the first step to get to Pro Fit.
Yeah, he can't go full.
I'll know what's up, Dapsman. I see you, bro. I see you.
We're watching everything.
I was cracking up when you pointed out like the lack of consistency in his Z's, in his usage of Z's. I mean,
you're so disappointing.
You gotta go all in with that. If not, then yeah, it's people are gonna call you out for it.
Yeah.
He's got one job. Just make sure all the Z's are there. Replace all the S's with Z's. It's the least you can do, man.
Yeah, he probably has Z folios.
At the least, I would hope. It would be the bare minimum I'd ask for. But like I said, I found it very interesting. The very next episode, after I had fun with the previous episode, these little adjustments suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It's like, hold on.
When I was looking for that perfect thumbnail screenshot to snag for my having my fun at work today, it's like every video is what am I buying? Mm-hmm. I mean, it's kind of. I mean, it's big egos. There's a lot of ego involved in those, those types of channel. That's just like,
it's ridiculous. Like,
I mean, I have an ego, believe me, and I tend to believe Carlos does as well. I mean,
It's subtle. It crops in from time to time. Like you have to really pay attention. If you really pay attention, it'll come to you. But it is what it is. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, I should have done more research and because he started making videos 11 months ago. What some of those purchases were, and just kind of explore how they've turned out at this point.
Well, we had a lot of people come into the hobby back, when everything was boom, boom, boom. So,
Sure.
you're going to get guys like that left, right, and center. Hey, this is a great platform for me to jump in and make myself popular. And I kind of get that. Everybody likes a little recognition, but you come in and start doing stuff like that, then you're questionable. And now he's been found. Well, he's been marked, and obviously he's drawing back a little bit. Maybe you had some influence.
His thumbnail game is on point, though.
Well, but that was one of the points. I was actually serious. I was sincere when I said, and this is maybe something my younger brother used to be a graphics designer. So what I might get him to do is I might get him to like build me a template. So because all I need something where I can just modify the text. I just need the least amount of extra work for me, but maybe come up with something a little more exciting around the outside, because obviously people like that. I get that. But it's like, sometimes I'll make these videos where it's like, actually, there's good information here, and I want you to see it. So if a more exciting thumbnail will get you to watch it, I will not do the thumbnail where I'll be on it going like this.
Yeah.
I'm not interested. I'll pass on that. Yeah, I'll pass on that. But short of that, if I can make it a little more interesting visually, and still give you the same video that I would want to get, I'm good with that. I'm happy to do it. That's fine.
I think that would help.
Yeah, exactly. Sure. I have no moral objection to that at all. It's just, but from that perspective, so in that sense, we could learn something from Dapsman. Clearly, that form of branding does work. It does get the attention. We can find our own way to utilize some of that and do a little better on our side.
I learned it from Dave, so
obviously,
got the best ones in town.
There's some guys I watch. It's almost like they've taken all the how to make YouTube videos classes, from the thumbnails to little like earmark sounds to like having the the 10-second 15 intro, and then or leave on some kind of cliffhanger, then comes like your intro music with your like opening credits. And then you go, what's up, everybody? It's just like,
well, Bobby,
there's a formula there.
We joked about the logo and everything, and like I have fun with the mug. We know that, But at the same time, it's like, listen, what kind of an egomaniac would be so excited about having like an intro song and an intro video? Like, who would do that? Know. Who would do that?
Well,
that is a bridge too far for me, my friends. That is a bridge too far. Even for my ego, that is a bridge too far. I have my limits.
I went to the Amish school of how to make videos. Just turn on the camera and start talking.
A little. See, here's the thing. I have no issue with production values. I was looking at Victor's last video. I saw some real good editing in that thing. It was really well done. In my comment, I said the editing is on point, Victor.
It was.
There's some really good editing on here. He added some music. He did a little cut thing that was not dissimilar to something I've seen. I've seen some good stuff in there. But I like that he did it his way though. I like that and it fit with what he was doing in the video, and that's the point.
Yeah. He has to work on his piano though.
Yeah, but do your thing though, because Absolutely. For him he still got the information across. It looked clean. He was showing some cool cards. He showed some good images of the cards. It's like, no, great. It worked.
We're all learning.
It worked, yeah. You can still get better. It's
better and better, yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like ideas where, to make a video that's more entertaining than informative, that editing would assist in giving that, message to the viewers. I don't know. I haven't, and it's part of me. I'll just do the Pepino Man editing, like pause and then unpause type of thing, and that's.
But it's also time. It's also a time issue, Bob. Like here's the thing. Yeah. This week, you would have gotten a sense. I did both this week, because the first two videos were fully edited. I had the idea in my head. I knew as soon as I saw the Dapsman video, I'm like, I know exactly what I want to make fun of. I know exactly what notes I want to hit on. I know exactly how to present exactly. So I was able to go straight from recording. I had to do almost no second takes. Almost everything was first take. Just go, record, cut, put the clips where I want them, done. And the Jeff Wilson video was almost as fast because I had seen the clips already previously, so I was able to have some fun with it.
Yeah, he's next level. He's got people doing his work for him, though, for sure.
He is. But I was at least able, because I knew exactly what I wanted to do, I had the vision in my head. The editing was just to help me so that you guys could see the vision I had in my head, at least as closely as my capabilities would allow. So I was able to at least get an approximation. If I get a professional editor, they could hit it exactly. But I hit like 85% of what I had in my head. So I'm happy with that. It's good. But the other videos were like live streams because I was like, okay, look, I can't do like 3 or 4 edited videos a week. That takes time. That takes a lot of energy.
What is it for a 20-minute video? What would you say is it an hour to 2 hours to edit it all together?
Oh, the first 2 took almost 3 hours each.
Wow.
So you have to understand, and that's when you know exactly what you want to do. You have the vision perfectly in your head, and you have to do almost no retakes. Mm-hmm. So imagine if you mess it up a couple of times, have to do retakes. I was exactly confident in what I wanted to say and how I wanted to say it. I barely had to do any second takes of anything, and it all went boom, 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 boom. Nice and tight.
Are we ever going to get a Carlos blooper reel of all these cuts that you had to take out? Where
Well, you could get them, but there was only like a handful in those 2 because I pretty much hit the nail on the head with those, just because I knew what I wanted to do. If I did something more ambitious, then probably you'd get a couple more. For sure.
And I love that you call him Daps Man, because nobody would know, do I feel like he's referred to as that, but forever he will be known as Daps Man.
That's mostly my disdain and not being concerned about learning his name. I'm like, I could literally look it up. Do I really care? No, he's Daps Man.
Yeah, you could put a little bit of music in there, a little bit of Beatles, the Taxman, Dapsman kind of thing. He's the Taxman.
I'll tell you something I didn't do that I thought about doing. And I decided because I didn't want to necessarily court a potential copyright. That's the only reason I didn't bother doing it. What I wanted to do when I started calling him Dapsman is I wanted to intersperse a clip. If you guys remember The Simpsons, remember Duffman?
Duffman, the beer guy.
Yeah, Duffman, the beer guy. I wanted to have that, but then I wanted to dub it over as Dapsman. And then just have the same thing that Duffman was doing with all the ridiculousness. There could have been a couple of clips in there that would have been Dapsman instead of Duffman, and it would have worked just fine.
You probably would have been fine with that.
That's
small. I've seen people do a lot.
Wow. I can tell you that I had one video and this was even before the channel was monetized. I had one video where I was talking about, somebody asked me why I collect Medanos. And I was going to explain, and I explained a little bit of my background. And the video exists, but my original version, I had found a clip of Medano's 50 goal year. I found a clip of his 50th goal, and I used it as an example of him doing like an end-to-end rush, beating a guy and then scoring his 50th, them celebrating and everything.
Nice.
It was a grainy, like 144p recorded on a potato clip that is almost unrecognizable. You could still see what's going on, but it was really crummy.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. YouTube still picked it up and flagged it.
No way.
They picked it up and they still knew what it was. And I was like, okay. So before I put it live on the channel, they said, yeah, this is copyrighted material. So if you put it on, we'll flag it. And I was like, okay, I'm going to pull it down. I'll remove that clip and put it back up. If you can get 144p video because Medano's 50 goal season was, I think, 93. If you're doing a 140 crummy resolution image of a thing from almost 30 years ago, and they'll still flag you for like a 20-second clip, they will come after me for Duffman. I'm sorry.
So Mark and I would do, like, on some of our cardboard podcasts, we would, he came up with this like little just game to kind of play interactive with the chat. We called it U-Ball, where he would find a random at-bat from a baseball game,
sure,
and the chat would guess whether it was going to be, a hit, an out, strikeout, whatever it was, the outcome. And we would go for so long, and then the chat would say the screen went black, like they just. So a copyright thing, I'm assuming.
Wow.
Well, was this on a live stream?
Yeah.
I think it depends on how YouTube picks it up, because usually they get it by the sound. The sound is usually the part, because I've seen people do. I think it also depends on. We'd like to pretend YouTube doesn't make any distinctions. They have automated systems to pick up certain things. Certain things for sure. Like if you play some copyrighted music, it will totally pick it up. 100%. It'll immediately catch it. Stuff like that. Certain video clips, it'll definitely pick it up instantaneously. If you do it on a live stream, sometimes it won't pick it up because when I'm uploading it, it's literally processing the video. So it's processing every frame. So it's looking at everything, sound and video. On a live stream, yeah, sometimes it catches it after the fact. Sometimes. But it also does depend. Like if your channel's been around a little longer, or if you've got a certain amount of views and stuff, I actually think they are more stringent. This is my theory, strictly my theory. And by that point, I had already had videos with 1 million views and stuff. So it's like, I've got a couple million views on my channel. So it's like, okay, so maybe you're watching me a little more closely with your electronic monitoring, because I know I can't get away with the trick.
It's amazing because I've seen so many taking clips from movies and soundtracks. I'm sitting there going, wow, they got away with that.
But that's why I thought it was so funny that a lot of people that used to thumbs down those movie reviews thought it was the real movie. It's like, dude, I would get flagged so fast. The fact that it's been around that long, unaltered and unedited, should tell you there's no movie clips in it. I assure you there aren't.
So I mean, I have a video that has I get a Rickroll and as part of one of my videos, and that's still up. And I think there's got to be something, because I'm a small channel in comparison to everybody, and I probably even smaller at the time that I made that. And there's other times where I had clearly copyrighted music playing, and I don't like, if I'm not monetized, I feel like that's a big part of it too. If your channel isn't, because I always hear, if I'm watching a channel, if I'm watching a gamer or something, and then copyrighted music comes on, I'm like, oh no, they're gonna demonetize this video. I'm like,
I think it just depends on how clear it is, and it depends on where you pick it up. Like I said, I'd like to pretend YouTube is consistent across the board. I don't think they are. I think it depends. I think it depends a little bit. It's also dependent on how clear, because there was a time that we had Joe on here, and he was watching the basketball game in the background. You could barely see it though; it was off in the corner. But if you listen carefully, you could pick up a little bit of audio. But it was like off in the distance. It's partially distorted because he's talking and we're talking, and it doesn't come across as. But technically, he had the basketball game on in the background while we were sitting there chatting. So I was monitoring just to see if YouTube would. Because here's the thing: in a live stream, I can go into my thing, and if anything is going on in real time, YouTube can flag me. I can see it if it happens in real time.
Really?
Wow.
Oh yes. So it's like I always kind of I got one eyeball, just keeping it inside. It's never really been an issue. It's never really come up or been a problem. But it depends.
I hope you don't get a taunting flag or something.
Oh dear God, if that was the case, the entire channel's going down. We're done. It's over.
I think Carlos would be sort of last on that list. There's enough of that stuff going on out there with other people.
I'd like to think I go in under the exception of but he's got tremendous style when he does it. It's like it's like the jokes are pretty good, guys. The jokes are pretty good. Some of this stuff's pretty lame, but this ain't half bad. This ain't half bad.
Points for alternate perspectives,
Exactly. As long as I like to think as long as I bring more value than I take out, I think we're okay. So because when I make a lot of those videos, it's like, let's talk through it a little bit here. Yeah, it's basically James G is talking about fair use. Yeah. And I think you can. Under certain circumstances, you can. It's one of those things, though, that The Simpsons is a big enough property. I pick my spots. If I'm going to use a clip for something, I'm going to be real picky, and I'm going to try to make sure to alter it slightly. Because I did use a clip from something, but I did alter it. And unfortunately, no one... This is what makes me sad. Sometimes there are some jokes that'll be interspersed in some videos from the past, and it's like, no one picks up on it, or if they did, they don't mention it. When I did a Project 2020 video, which actually did pretty well, all things considered, I took a clip from Seinfeld, but I altered it. So because there was a clip of Kramer basically saying like, "Don't look at me, I'm hideous," and running off. And the thing is, it wasn't his head. What I did is I put the Ermsey Trout over his head. And the whole time he's sitting there talking, it's the Ermsey Trout talking. He's like, "Don't look at me, I'm hideous," and then he runs away.
Yeah, maybe you can get away with that. I know reaction videos, they have to pause the song.
Yeah, for sure.
Once, at least, minimum once for 5 seconds.
Yeah, there are ways of getting around it. Like I think YouTube will be YouTube's hit and miss. It really depends on what you're doing and how you do it. And yes, fair use is a thing. but sometimes it's very hard to fight it. So I try to pick my spots. If I think I can get away with it in a way where it's transformative, that's like kind of the key word. You have to make it transform. If you just straight up play certain clips, just flat out, and it doesn't feel like, and you play a bunch of it and whatever, like you'll get
So
flagged.
how does John Boy get away with it? Do you know?
Well,
John
I think
Boy?
Major League Baseball, I could be mistaken, but I believe Major League Baseball has decided, because the same way that what's it called? There's the Foolish Baseball. There's a Foolish Baseball YouTube channel that does like these cool breakdowns, and he also uses like these NES type graphics to make it look kind of fun and stuff. But he'll play video clips of baseball games. I believe MLB has decided to be somewhat lenient on some of those channels and give a little bit more license than normal, because they realize that it's like, well, actually, this is kind of promotion for us.
It is, yeah.
And they are doing it transformatively. Like, they're not just playing the game; they're playing a clip to make a point, and then talking about what's going on, or John Boy doing a breakdown. Yeah. This is the thing that happened. Let me talk you through it. Blah blah blah. This guy does this. He lights himself on fire. Everybody laughs. Whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But at least there's some transformative element. You're adding something to this. You're not just playing the clip out of context and just being like, here you go. This is copyrighted material. Enjoy.
Dat man's for hits, right?
Basically, yeah. So that's what I say. Like, under the right circumstances, when I took those YouTube clips, it was transformative because I'm playing these clips and then talking about the clip that I just played. Everything kind of worked together, and I'm showing you the clip to make the point that I'm making. So it's very specific what I'm doing with it.
Yeah. But I don't think YouTube is consistent though, too.
Oh, they're not. They're not. They're not. And that's why if in this space, we have no concerns about that. But if I was somebody who legitimately made a living on YouTube, I'd be terrified at all times, because it's such a dangerous platform. Littlest things can mess with you. So good evening, 90s Hockey Collector. NHL is lucky when people outside of Canada wants to see their content on YouTube. They shouldn't be ogres. Yeah, no, that's fair. I agree with that. But yeah, it's very inconsistent. That's basically, in a nutshell, that would be the best way to put it. Like, I can find you an exception to everything. I can find you an example of when they do decide to come down hard on somebody. And there's no rhyme or reason to why sometimes they do and sometimes they don't.
So I have a dumb question that's sort of off what we're talking about now, but
that never happens with you, Bob. Please continue.
What is Habs? Why is it Habs?
Les Habitants.
Les Habitants. Yeah. That's where Habs come in.
What does that mean?
I think it's possessional for French Canadian, is it not?
Honestly, I used to know this, but it's been so long. Okay, so Les Habitants. Let me go here. Why are they called Les Habitants? Let's see.
That's a good question.
Here we go. Maybe this will give us a little bit here. Yeah, because Quebec was New France. Blah blah blah. Let me see here. Habs might be an erroneous nickname. The Habs nickname might have been a result of an error in 1924. The first man to refer to the team as the Habs was Tex Rickard, the founder of the National Hockey League and owner of Madison Square Garden. He apparently told the reporter that the H in the logo of the Canadiens jersey stood for Habitant, which is not true. Huh. Yeah, and the C and the H is Le Club de Hockey Canadien. The H stands for hockey. Interesting. It could have just been an error, and then everybody just roll with it. That's the standard way you do it, guys.
And Canadians are spelled differently too, right?
No, Les Canadiens. E-N.
I-E-N.
That's right. Exactly.
Canadian, I-A-N, which is us, everybody in Canada. So, and that's possessional there. Canadians is very specific for French Canadians.
Okay.
So, yeah, I don't know.
It's actually a good question, Bob, because it's one of those things that I think we take for granted. We actually take for granted. It's one of those things like we just grew up with it and we just kind of roll with it. And at a certain point, and it takes somebody to be like, so why is that? And then we're all like,
I bet you there's people going, hey, that's a good question. Why did they call it? And I couldn't even answer it. So there you go.
See, Bob, this is why we bring you on. From time to time, you're here.
Yeah.
You're here to be like, guys, I got a question.
I just figured this was the venue to ask for sure. So.
No, for sure. And it's a good question. I'm actually now. I might have to try to look into it a little bit more later on. It's an interesting question.
Was that Wikipedia you looked up?
That one was. I was able to Google it, and I found a couple of pages that tried to talk about it a little bit. So that wasn't Wikipedia. It was a different one that cited a couple of why they think it's the case.
Yeah, I think it's maybe an assumption. Yeah, but habit, the habitant, the habit, what's his name said? What did he say?
Sanderson or?
Habitants, yeah, of the area. Yeah, so possessional. So it's very, Quebec specific.
But what I would love to do is I would love to ask somebody in Montreal this and be like,
Oh.
so is it? And they're like, I will check with my manager. Just runs away. And I'm like, that wasn't the answer I was looking for.
Yeah.
The Pittsburgh Pirates, people around here will call them the Buccos, right?
Yeah, the Bucks.
Like-
Yeah.
I guess short for Buccaneer, and that's
Yeah.
similar to a pirate. I mean, I'm like, so I was
Yeah.
trying to think.
Yeah.
Are they-
Buccaneer is pirate. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
that's a
learned
little
some-
easier, to be honest. That's an easier connection to
Yeah.
draw. Like I have less trouble getting from point A to point B there.
I learned recently why they were the pirates. Where that name came from. Apparently, like back in early 20th century, or even maybe late 19th century, they were known for like stealing players from other teams.
All right.
And,
Makes
like,
sense.
and,
Well,
like,
you got to remember a lot of these baseball teams. I love old timey baseball history because it's fascinating. There's some real interesting, rabbit holes. Speaking of rabbit holes, there's some
Yeah.
rabbit holes you can go down with some of these teams. But the thing is, a lot of these team nicknames came out as a result of weird things. It just became this bizarre thing where it's like they originally were just going in. They were originally just going in with, Pittsburgh baseball team. That's what they were until they developed, because the Yankees were the Highlanders until they weren't. And they're like, oh, we're the Yankees now. Good for you.
okay.
And the New York Rangers were from the Texas Rangers originally.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah. And sometimes
Hard to believe, but
But that's what happens sometimes. You got to think. The LA Dodgers carried over from the Brooklyn Dodgers, but when you go over to this new market, it's like, what do Dodgers have to do with Los Angeles? Absolutely nothing. Are we going to change the name? No.
I didn't mean the Texas Rangers baseball. I meant the real Texas Rangers,
Sure,
the
the
official.
Yeah. No, I get it. But I'm just using that as a simple example where it's like they moved to this other location. It's like, so you're going to change the name? Nope. It's like, you're going to change the uniform? Barely. We'll put Los Angeles on there instead. It's LA on the cap now. Instead of a B, yes, that's basically all we did.
And hockey, they had the Pittsburgh Pirates too, 1925 to 20.
That's true. That's
729.
Look, man, it could be worse. To me, the worst is still the CFL things with the Ticats, because you had the Hamilton Tigers, you had the Hamilton Wildcats, and then you ended up at some point. Now they're the Ticats. Why? Why couldn't you come up with a better name? This is lame. This is stupid.
It's not as bad as Ottawa Rough Riders and Saskatchewan Rough Riders.
Hey, one has two words and one has one, Bobby.
Yeah,
Completely different.
but sounds the same. So, and that's the stupidity of the CFL.
Hey,
Two teams with we're Rough Riders. We're the Rough. It's okay.
it was the Canadian version of I'm Spartacus. No, I'm Spartacus. Well, I'm Spartacus with wheat. Good for you.
So that's the Canadian way: is we're fair and we're easygoing. So you can both be Rough Riders.
What's an Argonaut?
Oh,
Jason
go
the
way
Argonauts.
back.
Jason the Argonauts at least is a legend. That's a story.
Big story.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that one you can actually pull from something. You can actually do historically. Now what it has to do with Toronto, Lord knows.
No idea.
I got nothing.
That's
They've
why I
been-
just went with Argos.
They've been around for a very long time, though. The Toronto Argonauts, as a football team, have basically been, obviously the CFL didn't play the last year for COVID and stuff, but other than that, they're basically uninterrupted since the 1800s as an organization.
They're the longest running.
So imagine a football team uninterrupted since the 1800s, technically.
Yeah.
So it's like, and they basically been the same team the whole time.
And same thing with the Montreal. Although they're the AAAs, that's the 1800s too. 1896.
It's got to be quite a long time. Okay,
So-
quickly, I'll answer this one for Sanderson. Or I never worry about the past. I do what I like. But and the Habiton thing just came up because Bob asked, so we had to answer. Anyway, so he wants to know about the Tony Esposito picture. So I've got just above here. It showed up in the picture. I've got a Tony Esposito 8x10. That one came in because I went to the Hershey Center. They did a Team Canada 72 signing.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and at the time, the reason I went, I'm not so concerned about Team Canada 72, but I knew that they would have Esposito there and some of the other players, and I was actually building a collection of 600 plus goal scorers. So I tried to get everybody with 600 goals plus. Tony Esposito obviously qualifies for that, and I knew that was just as good an opportunity as any to go and visit and get a signature.
That would be Phil Esposito.
Did I say Tony?
Tony's the goalie.
So I've decided that Tony's also scored 700 goals.
No,
So
they got 700 goals on him, so you're good.
yeah, either way, 700 goals. Anyway, the point is that that is where I went to go do it because they were doing the signing for Team Canada 72. I did get some of the other signatures since I was there. I had the DVD for Team Canada 72. They had the little picture inside, and I got that signed. But Phil Esposito was on his own as his own 8x10.
They're usually together. It's kind of surprising.
Yeah, so it worked out. It was good.
Yeah.
So that is the answer to how I got that one and why I have it.
The 72 thing isn't your era. It's sort of my era.
Yeah. But it still worked out. It was a good opportunity because they happened to have it at Hershey Center, and I got some of the other signatures while we were there. So it was good. And they had like a little mini card show, if memory serves me. So it was a small one, but they had some dealers with some tables. It was nice. No complaints. That was years ago now, but still good.
So, Bob, I'll tell you, in 1972, the Canada-Russia series, the big series. I know the Americans love the 80s series where they kind of won and then they went on to win. But anyways, ours was the Game 7 kind of big goal and what have you. Every school had a TV rolled into the room. I'm in grade 2 or 3 at that time. We all got together. Everybody watched the game on TV.
Wow.
Every school across Canada. Like, talk about hockey. Like,
Yeah.
That's a true story. That's straight from me and all the other people I've ever talked to. They said, yeah, just bring the TVs in the school. Should have just let us go home, right?
Yeah,
Absolutely not. You will not be allowed such things.
It would have been a day off in today's world. But anyways, or a week off or something.
My
That's fair.
sister at one point dated a guy from Trinidad and Tobago, and this was like 96, I think, or no, might have been like 2. Well, regardless, it was one of the years the World Cup was on. And I was not a soccer guy at all, but to hear like, and this was the first year, and who knows how long that they made the tournament or something, and to hear like how some places talk about soccer being like, it's not, it's not just like have a Super Bowl. It's like everybody. And so I kind of equate that to like hockey in Canada. It's just like from birthright, or like, it's ingrained in you. It's part of the culture in every way. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I think the would be interesting because by that point I was out of school, but I did watch it. There was the Salt Lake City Olympics. You had that, and then there was also, I think it was a different one. It was the one with Sidney Crosby, the golden goal. So I think that was 2012. I want to say. Does that sound right?
Right around there, sure.
Yeah, somewhere in that neighborhood. Anyway, whenever year the golden goal was, because that was a lot of people in Canada watched that game, and I was watching it with some buddies, and we were just hanging out and we were watching the game. But I would imagine that the golden goal game would have been a good example. So it looks like it was 2010. Thank you. I was trying to remember exactly. It's been a while now, but thank you for the correction. Yeah, Vancouver Olympics, perfect. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Quickly, I'll go back here. Yep, we got it corrected. We got it. There's too many Espositos anyway. Actually, it was funny. This one up here was the Boston one. When the Parkhurst came back and did its Missing Link stuff and Missing Link series and stuff, they had the tall boy version, and they had autographs in that one too. And I do have a Phil Esposito of that one.
Those are tough.
They're cool looking cards, actually. What I'll do in a minute is I'll take off for a second. I'll grab it and I'll come back and I'll refill my drink and we'll do two for one. But anyway, so thank you for the correction, guys. Appreciate that. So Yannick as well. Beautiful. Yeah, it was that way. Bobby Fischer and Kasparov chess match. Absolutely. But what I'd be curious, and it's been so long now I don't remember, but if the gold medal game for the golden goal had been during school time, I suspect that they would have been doing they probably would have put it in an auditorium or something. Like, let's put it on a big screen or something like that.
Yeah,
that probably would have been the modern version. That's what I was thinking about. If they had a similar thing with the timing and everything, if they would have done something similar, probably.
Maybe.
That's just my opinion. I'm just thinking about it.
The only time a TV was brought into any classroom for any life event in my schooling was in 1994. And around April, I think. Anybody remember what was going on in the U.S.?
Was that the OJ chase?
It was OJ. It was actually the verdict.
Oh, the
breeding and
verdict. Okay, gotcha.
Oh,
The chase would have been good too, actually.
yeah, that was
And
pretty
here's the
interesting.
Ford Bronco, and it's still the Ford Bronco, and we're still watching the Ford Bronco,
3
and we're still
hours
watching the Ford
later.
Bronco. It's like, guys, really, this is what we got. It's like, keep going, Ford Bronco. Yeah, it's the Ford Bronco. I got it. Yeah, so that was for the verdict. Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. I figured it was OJ related when you mentioned 94.
94. Huh.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm with you. I get it.
Yeah, there's not much really they bring a TV in for, but hockey's so big in Canada at that
Oh,
time.
it is for sure. Yeah.
You know.
So looks like it was a 6-3 final in the game, and I think Tampa was up, so that should probably be Tampa.
Yeah, it
Just
was. It was
double-checking.
4-2 when he finished talking, and I didn't want to tell him.
Yeah, no worries. No, that's the thing.
You didn't want to tell him, but yet you were like, I won't tell you the score of the game. Like
Well, he knows I don't
That
like
can
the
only be-
Canadians, that I like the Leafs, so he couldn't really read it.
Okay.
that was a dig right there.
Oh,
Yeah.
no, sorry. I didn't. I don't dislike the Canadians. I like the habitants.
Right. I see.
Habitant pea soup.
Right.
Do you have habitant soup down? I don't know. See, we lose a little bit of context with American Canadian products, so never
I
always
think,
wonder.
correct me if I'm wrong, guys. I think that means Tampa's up 3-1, right? 3-0.
3-0.
Games to nothing. Yeah, 3-0.
Nah.
Ooh.
I know.
It was funny because my buddy is a Montreal Canadiens fan. Now, mind you, he's the most fair weather of all Montreal Canadiens fan, and I mock him mercilessly for it, as I should. As a good friend, I have no choice.
You do.
I would have done it for the love of the game anyway, but it's not the point. The point is, I felt compelled that I needed to mock him for this. But yeah, I was looking at it, and I watched him the first 2 games, and I was like, and I decided because the odds were so good, I go, okay, do I think the Montreal Canadiens can win? I want them to win just because. Now, in this situation, I can't lose. On the one hand, I could mock him for his team losing and failing yet again when this was a golden opportunity right in front of their face.
You win there.
Yeah. Or I get tremendous odds if the Canadians win because they're the prohibitive underdog. That's great. That's good. So I put a little wager on the Montreal Canadiens. So that was great. Okay, great. Cool. And so far this year in the playoffs, I've been pretty good. So I can't even claim the jinx because actually I've been rolling along pretty well, including the NBA. I've actually been doing pretty good on those series as well. So I was like, nope, I can't call it a jinx because I've actually done all right so far on making my picks so far. But so I go, I can't lose in this one. Either way, we're good. But then after the first 2 games, I was like, okay, I think it's time to hedge a little bit because I'm not liking what I'm seeing. So you can go to specific results. So really what I'm looking for is I would like the Montreal Canadiens to, at the minimum, win 1 game. Win 1 game at least to make it competitive. And then whatever happens, if Tampa Bay still wins outside of 7 games, I still come out ahead.
I'd like to see 7 games. I think that
it'd be
really
cool.
determines that they're evenly matched.
I think it would be good. I would like to see them be competitive. Carey Price did such a good job. Up until this point, he had done such a good job. And it was like...
But they didn't play any teams of any real
sometimes
substance.
This happens, though. You know in the playoffs, sometimes this happens. You don't always have the hardest road. And sometimes it works out. But just imagine. The alternative here is we've got Tampa with 2 in a row.
Yeah.
Lightning Dynasty
Oh, boy.
that no one cared about. Great.
Not only that, they have a Super Bowl and they had a World Series appearance. So Tampa's got something going on down there.
Oh, they are just dynastic. They're basically Boston 2.0 with better weather. Phenomenal.
Yeah.
Phenomenal.
The Tampa likes it, so.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
don't even think there's like, isn't Tampa one of those? I don't know. Like, are people from Tampa or don't?
I think most people are snowbirds, to be honest. I think
Snowbirds.
most of the sports, it's like, hey, you got the old sporting thing going on. That's great.
So there's a lot of people from Toronto who go down to Florida and spend half their time down there through the winters. They're called snowbirds. Really, that's what Carlos was talking about.
Yeah.
I'm just here giving the definition in case he doesn't know that
I'm familiar.
Canadian talk.
Western PA has its. We typically go to Myrtle Beach. It's like our snowbird place. Well, I mean that's not necessarily the same thing. We're not really avoiding the winter, but
They don't have a hockey team, so.
yeah, right.
But a lot of those southern teams have been trying to rely on that because it's like, hey guys, it's like, why do we have a hockey team in Arizona? The Snowbirds will attend. Is that what you're banking on? That's what you're hoping for?
I guess.
Really? Sure. Really? This is what you want to go with, huh?
How much does it
Interesting.
cost to keep that ice going there? Wow.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
I watched an interesting hockey video because I'm an Eric Lindros fan. I just kind of when my collecting years started,
All right.
and it
Sure.
was it was basically, it broke down the trade tree from the Eric Lindros deal. And I was kind of blown away by that. And if it's like a 40-minute long video, but like Philly got Lindros and they gave up like 6 players, 2 first-round picks, and $15 million cash.
It was a big
And
deal. It was huge. It was a monster deal.
Gretzky is the highest paid player at the time, making $3 million a year. So it's like, so it was the point of the video was sort of how how that trade kind of won Colorado a couple cup.
For sure. Yeah. But we have to remember is in the context of the time period, Lindros, now this is before we knew that, he was a concussion magnet and, he had a head made out of like Play-Doh. But up until that point, you're looking at this guy who has all the skill you'd want, tremendous skill. And he's basically built to be able to go and deliver damage, because if Lindros is on the sending end of a big hit, he could deliver a monster hit. As it turned out, the issue wasn't that he couldn't deliver the hit. The problem is that he couldn't take it under the right circumstances. That was the issue. We didn't know at the time, but you looked at this guy with all the skill you could imagine, and be able to incorporate the physicality. You're like, can't miss. This is great.
They read some of his the stats when he was with Ottawa. I was just jaw dropping, to be honest, because I wasn't in tune with the game or like stats that much as a an 11-year-old or 10-year-old, but man, it was just a video, informative videos like that somebody took all that time to put together, and I just get to reap the benefits of all the they went from even to Ray Bork finally getting his cup was as a trickle down as a result of that trade. It's kind of cool.
But Lindros was very hard to deal with off the ice, from my understanding.
Well, that was always that was the kind of the catch-22 with him early on.
The Kessel kind of situation, right?
Yeah. The end result was, though, that if for whatever reason he had been able to stay healthy, all of the irritation you dealt with would have been totally worth it, because you might imagine if he had met his full potential with the physical tools he had, if he had been able to remain healthy, you wonder, because again, you're thinking of that Legion of Doom line. Like, they were great. Like at their apex, they were great. They finished the job. There was opportunity there, and it was that potential that everybody was looking at. Everybody's looking at this potential, and for a couple of years there, for a while, it looked like, well, this is going to work out. Maybe this works out for both teams, because Peter Forsberg going the other way, he was a highly skilled player, and he became critical to that Colorado team becoming a perennial contender and doing all that. They already had Joe Sakic, and now they're building off of that and adding another great all-world player. This is great. But again, imagine an alternative reality where both guys stay healthy. Maybe both teams win. Like on paper, actually, it could have worked out just fine. It could have been very fair if both guys stay healthy, because Forsberg also had some injuries, but he was able to get some hardware and be able to do certain things and maximize more of his capability. But he still got hurt a little bit too. He still had some injuries as well.
Yeah.
So that's for both guys. That would have been because sometimes you root for a deal like that. I would love to have seen both teams get something out of that, because that would have made it real interesting, because then that's a blockbuster. That then in retrospect is still a blockbuster. It's like, actually, both teams got something out of that deal. Really impressive.
So in Canada, what it's, because I know there was a stretch with Edmonton, and I know there was a Montreal stretch. Like, it's probably based on where you're from too, but like, which is seen as like the best dynasty?
Montreal.
Montreal's went so long.
They had 24 Stanley Cups in their total history.
Yeah.
Leafs have the second amount, which is 11, technically 13 if you add the arenas and the St. Pat's. So, but
not even like overall, but just like in those certain
runs. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you have to remember the Montreal Canadiens basically operated. Now they had an advantage in the way they acquired certain talent at the time, but they basically operated as the hockey's Yankees. Because they had these long stretches of multiple wins. Go for it.
So you can mute me or put me down.
Yeah, no worries. Go ahead.
Where's Cherry?
Yeah. But the thing is, you ended up with these long runs. It was just these stretches of time where the Canadians would just win again and again and again and again. But credit to them, post original six era, they still had that great run in the 70s. That also allowed them to. So even after, okay, you guys are just original six. No, in the 70s they were still a dominant team, still going into the 70s. Then they had a win in '86, kind of kept stretching it a little longer. Got one more out of it in '93. That was the death rattle of kind of Canadian relevance in the Canadian teams. And now they struggle to get deep into the playoffs. And if they get to the final, it's a great accomplishment.
Yeah, you have to give them credit for that.
Absolutely. So I'll give them credit for at least stretching that out. At least as far as 93, they were still right there. And Canadian teams have gone to the final since. But there was that run where these teams would all get to the Stanley Cup final and lose. And there was a stretch of them, one after another. They would just be like, and you take your turn losing. And you can lose. Hey, Ottawa, go ahead. Give it a go. No, nothing.
Never.
Calgary, nope, never. Well, they did get to the one. They took the one stab at it. But it's like, all right, you get a try. Nope, nothing. Okay, Calgary, you try. Nope. Edmonton, nothing. Okay, never mind.
Nope. Calgary had to get a Stanley Cup, so.
No, but I mean like post like 93.
I know.
Yeah. But at least they had a run to the cup where they had their shot at it. Edmonton had their run to the cup where they had a shot at it. Montreal now is having their run. And
Toronto, we'll figure it out.
We'll let them back in the league eventually, and they'll get their crack at it. Maybe we have to start again. give them a different team. Can we get a team over in the city of Toronto? Can we get a team in Vaughan? Call them Toronto and see if we can get them there.
Maybe
if we give them the Vegas Golden Knights deal. Maybe if they can get some talent in an expansion draft, maybe that team can get to the final.
Possibly.
Well, at least they gave Vegas a couple of cracks at it. They had a couple of deep runs. They did get to the final the one time. It's their own fault they lost. They had an opportunity. It was a big opportunity. And this year I honestly thought they were going to go deep.
I thought they were going to go to the last. Yeah.
Yeah. But it happens sometimes. It happens. So we'll talk about guys. So now when Bob comes back, we'll reintroduce this. And I did see your comment, hockey. I'm not ignoring it. I did catch it. And I want to let the guys take a stab at this as well. So let's bring in the topics we talked about earlier. We had a lot of tough stuff to talk about. We had a lot of topics and have some fun with it. But if we've got any questions or comments or anything you want to interject, we've got the purchases. We know that Ken Goldin Auctions has been purchased. And obviously that's kind of what plays into this question. Would you see them buying any data tools in addition to, because now that they're building a dynasty of all these hobby companies, a data tool would be yet another pillar. So they've got the third-party grader. They've got the marketplace. A data tool could be the third pillar to be like, you are now the behemoth. You are you've got all the pillars basically.
Walmartized.
Yeah, exactly. You're hitting on all the verticals, so to speak. So that could be an interesting twist. That could be an interesting little twist.
So how happy was everybody with the PSA announcement?
I think that's a good question. I think it's a mixed feeling. So what do you guys think? So let's pose the question here first. Let's reiterate for those that for some reason haven't caught it. So the group, the basic overarching company that Nat Turner is part of as well, is part of that group, that bought Collectors Universe, in turn PSA and all that, they have purchased Goldin Auction. Ken Goldin is still around. He will still be on your Instagram telling you to buy stuff. He's not going away right away. So he'll be there to entertain you. So we'll still have our fun with Ken Goldin. But Ken Goldin, in a frankly, a genius move, has marketed himself into some cash money, and now he gets to be the figurehead basically, with a minority stake now. But now you've got somebody who has a marketplace, and you've got somebody who has a third-party grader, and of course, the first thought that comes to mind is conflict of interest. Yeah, conflict of interest. Does that mean you get favorable treatment if you have PSA cards at Goldin? Does that mean if you've got a 52 Tufts mantle that somehow has not been graded previously, you've got options. You take it to Goldin Auctions. They're like, hey, we should send this in for grading. Let's get that done. All right, I'm sending it to PSA right now.
Or get the Golden Vault.
Yeah, these are the questions that get brought up. It's logical. It's reasonable. We're not being crazy here. It's the first question that you got to ask a little bit.
Yeah, I think in general, everything with CSG and GS, whatever it is.
Yeah, we'll touch on the CCG one in a moment, but same concept.
In general, in the whole thing, you can see they're moving into the marketplace and trying to dominate. Once the investors come in, they start honing around the market and they say, hey, there's some money here, you know,
Sure.
and people are spending big money. Let's buy this thing up. Let's run this thing.
Yeah.
And to me, I think they'll run it a little more ragged than it probably should be going. But you know, I'm not so much into the grading aspect. So I think PSA people and PSA, I think people are pissed that, you know, they didn't drop their the amount that they're bringing in at 150 level. What is the express? Something like that.
Sorry, you're talking. So you're talking about the level the PSA brought back in?
Yeah, on July 1st, the level that they came in, they dropped.
I think
only one level.
I think it was express. I think it was express at $200. That's I believe that's
so
one.
From 150 to 200 now,
Yeah.
And they're sitting there going like, yeah, we'll give you that, but we're going to pay more. It's like what? And I like I said, I'm so glad I'm not beholden to them, and I wouldn't stand for that. I'd send it to another company. There's a great video out there.
Let me pose a question. Let me pose a question. Let me pose a question because you're bringing up something that's very interesting to me. We talked about last week because we have Robert, who's a very big proponent of SGC and all that, and we had a little discussion kind of back and forth when we were chatting, where I said that SGC really hasn't felt the brunt of the stuff being funneled. Robert made the point. Like I said, I like Robert, so I enjoy the back and forth with him because he's got his strong opinion. I don't agree with it most of the time. I think he's wrong, but I still appreciate it though because he's bringing an interesting opinion to the table. Now here's the question: if enough people are frustrated with PSA not bringing back lower enough levels, does this mean they finally give up? Do they give up and finally send to SGC? Does SGC now get the avalanche that's been sitting back basically waiting on PSA July 1st announcement, which is now, by the way, it's got to be $200 minimum. Oh, forget that. We'll just send to SGC.
I think it might be parsed out to, you know, mainly them and Beckett and HGA and CSG.
Well, Beckett's mostly shut down too.
Just the business sense.
No, I understand, but
regardless,
right now,
after the fact, we're talking more.
But right now, the person who was holding back, hoping that for whatever reason they had, and I believe they were delusional, but they were hoping that PSA would reopen the floodgates, and it's like, no, they were never reopening the floodgates. And I'll actually show you guys. I went back just to make sure I wasn't misremembering. I went back to the original announcement. They were very optimistic, the original announcement, but they said the magic words. They said, our goal is to bring back all the tiers on July 1st with a tiered approach. Tiered approach means not all at once. They left the magic words in immediately. They left them right at the beginning. Then later on in their first
lawyer draw that up.
Yeah, and in a subsequent update, I think they realized what was going to happen. They're like, yeah, we haven't made enough progress. So in the second update, they were a lot more clear cut, and they said, our goal is still July 1st, but we're going to be bringing it back in a tiered, like they were even more clear on the tiered approach. They're like, no, really, tiered approach, which is to say you're not getting it in one shot, no matter what. And they said tiered approach starting July 1st. That was their update. So they were even more clear in the second one where they're like, no, seriously, July 1st is not the end of the story here.
But if I remember correctly, they did mention in there that they said we've made great progress. So
you can make great progress and still have a lot to do.
Well, see how you can skew the words. You can
Sure.
make things look like, hey, we're moving forward. We're very happy with our progress. I'm sure you guys will be excited. Oh, but it'll be a tier approach.
Yeah,
so,
they did a very poor job managing expectations, I'll say. They left themselves the out because the verbiage was accurate. To be clear. And but this is what's been kind of fun for me because I wasn't born in Canada. English is my second language. I had to take ESL classes when I was young. Even though we got here, I had to take English as a second language classes. And sometimes I feel I understand English better than a lot of these people do because a lot of them were showing outrage. And they were like, did you actually think they were going to bring back bulk? Did you actually think they were going to bring back economy? Because nothing I heard or read suggested that was ever a legitimate possibility. I understand they tried to stay real positive. They tried to show a shining light. But if you read and you listen, they kind of gave you the breadcrumbs to be like, don't expect too much. The best case scenario would have been 2 levels. 1 level was more realistic.
Now, have they reset the goal line?
Well, the goal line, I think they're going to have to. I don't think it makes sense to do another date necessarily because it's like, what are you going to do? I think what's going to happen is
Well,
I think
that
it's going to be
helps
one
people
level.
feel more comfortable, I would think.
I guess so, but I think what's going to happen
Leaving
is,
it open-ended, they're going to sit there and go,
Sure. I think what's going to happen is so the first thing they're going to do, which they did talk about a little bit, is they're going to change the way they show how the different levels are being processed to improve how the dates are showing, because they're going to go like economy, this, that, and the other, and they're going to show you percentages complete of this grouping. And as that percentage gets higher and higher, more of the stuff is going out, and the dates are going to get closer and closer to the present. Because what happens is the way they showed it is a little tricky to read. You have to be kind of into logistics to understand fully what you're doing there. And if it's not your game, I understand. It's not easy to read. But basically what they did is they said, so I'll give you an example. Let's say they say March 31st. You're like, oh my God, March 31st, you're only up to that date? That sucks. But what it actually is saying is that there is at least one order from March 31st that hasn't been completed. That means everything else but that one order could have been completed. They could have been months ahead of that. But the March 31st is accurate because it's the last one left. It's the oldest remaining that still hasn't been processed.
2020?
I believe 2020, yeah. But I'm just using the date as an example. But I'm saying that what's going to happen, though, is as soon as they process that March 31st, 2021, if they have in fact finished a bunch of other stuff, that March 31st date will suddenly jump to like July. So all of a sudden you'll be like, wait, what the heck? Why did you go from March to July and then July to like October and then October to 2021? How did you make these giant leaps? Because there are certain orders that took longer that held the date back, and then magically it just jumps months.
So I guess the question is, will this hurt them enough? If you look at every podcast, everybody talking it up, it's, you have to use PSA to get your top money out of it. That goes around everywhere. Like nobody else really matters in the marketplace. If you had a Jordan 10, you don't want it to be any of the other companies. So, and this goes on, and that mentality is kind of, is it brainwashing to people, or it's just the fact of the matter? It's a little bit of both. It's just the way I see this is going. I can't see people going away from that unless somebody people take a jump and one of these other companies to come in there. I think it leaves the door open enough.
It does. But here's the fun part. Fun part for me. I've heard the arguments about the other company, and you're right. It does leave the door open. That is 100% true. We're totally aligned on that. But here's the fun part. Beckett's already tapped out.
Yep.
SGC right now is sitting pretty there like, oh, yeah, we're turning it around right away. Cool. That's because no one is actually sending to you in volume. Not in the volume we're talking about yet. Not yet. They've been holding back. That's why I question. I go, what happens if the PSA people give up and bury SGC? Now, you want to talk about clandestine? You want to talk about sneakiness? Here's the thing. Let me give a little advice to Nat Turner. Nat, you might want to listen.
I have my own opinions.
I'm an evil man. And I mean truly horrifically evil. If I was you, my advice would be the following. I would get a couple of your multimillionaire buddies or billionaire buddies who have cards. I would find as many 1991 Donruss, I don't care, find the most worthless garbage on the face of the planet, and I would send SGC 250,000 now. Drop it on them. They can do 4,000 a day. If you drop 250,000 on them, they're going to be 2 months backlogged in 4 seconds. Kill them. Kill them straight to the heart. You're done.
Yeah.
All the SGC lovers die in one shot. It's like all of a sudden you're not getting your stuff back for 2-3 more months. By the way, that's to clear the 250 they just dropped on you in one day.
Yeah.
That's not counting the stuff that came behind it. You could basically kill SGC with a couple of $1 million. If you wanted to.
Would it kill them? They would just up their rates again.
They would, but they would still be stuck with the backlog. They would actually be stuck for months worth of backlog. So would everybody else. Correct. But the point is, at that stage,
HGA comes in with their fancy little.
HGA's capacity is so low, they're not even a player.
And I mentioned this last time. I was mentioning that Heinz ketchup is PSA, and all the rest are Elmer's and Del Monte and whatever. They always have their place in the marketplace. Mm-hmm. And if there's no other kinds, once you tasted Heinz, how can you ever think that it's going to pick a back seat? So they're always going to be number one. Nobody's ever going to be close enough to being a contending number two to them. Sure. And so let's take it back even further. Let's get into no name. Get into those ones. And those are the HGAs and the CGSs and Gem Mint or whatever. Those guys really, they have a little marketplace that they really can't grow and become, because how can they? How really can they? Is somebody going to just go, hey, this is a really perfectly graded card? Let's put this out there. Will it ever get the respect? And how can they ever get that respect? It's a very weird marketplace.
Sure. But this has always been my contention. So part of the reason I gave that evil scenario, I don't think they're going to do it. I would advise them to do it if I was him. I'd be like, you could kill him one shot. Your point though about it putting everybody on a level playing field actually works to PSA's advantage. Because then you can't argue that SGC's better because they're stuck in the same spot. You can't argue Beckett's better because they're stuck in the same spot. You can't argue CSG's better because their backlog is approaching 200 days for their economy.
Well,
they're backed up too.
My question was really about the other companies. Did they even stand a chance?
If PSA wanted to play dirty the way that I just suggested, no. Even if they don't play dirty, they still have a strong advantage. But if they decide to play dirty, then it's game over.
But if they don't, then what chance does HGA or CSG have in this marketplace? They came in with the thing that this thing is booming and everybody's grading cards and all this great stuff is happening. But then they realized that they have their limitations. They've reached those limitations, as small as those limitations are.
Can I pose a question? Can I pose an alternative question based on the premise we're talking about here?
Sure.
Collectors always say yes. A collector, I believe, if they tell me yes, I believe them. But does the mass market actually want accurate grading? I don't mean they want garbage grading. I mean, do they need... Remember the video we looked at HGA? Yeah. With that kind of visual enhancement, I can find a lot of errors and a lot of stuff, and a lot of your gem mints are not gem mint. If we look at them under the magnification, we can find those flaws. When you're going for resale, the market is conditioned to think gem mint is what we pay the premium for. So, yes, collectors may not care. A collector may not care either way. As long as it's accurately graded, I'm happy. As long as it's consistent grading, I'm happy. The person who's used to getting gem mints all the time, who suddenly can't get a gem mint to save their life, are they happy with those results? Are they okay with them? Because all of a sudden the gem mint becomes real hard to come by with a lot of these other players.
Yeah. So when is anybody ever going to accept that another grading company can grade as well as, or if they even are or aren't?
But that's why I posed the question. My question was, do they actually want accurate grading, or because I'm also thinking set registry guys as well. Forget about that. Set registry guys. I want a 10. I want all 10s because I'm competing. So for me, I want 10s. I don't care that this is an accurately graded 8. I want a 9 or a 10. Yeah. It's not about what the actual card is. I want the holder to say 10. I actually don't want you to grade it accurately. I want you to give me the Gretzky PSA 10 that isn't a 10. That's it. That's what I want.
I just want the number because it's irrelevant.
So then I'm back to, SGC is more, accurate grading. I'm like, is that what you actually want? You as a collector may want that, because then for you, what you've got is exactly what's in the holder. It is accurately reflective of what the card is. That is good. So as a strict collector, that might be great. And you're even getting a discount, even better. But there's a lot of folks out there who are like, if you open up the set registry thing, they're like, SGC should do a set registry. Well, once upon a time, I believe they did. But if they redid it again, well, then you want 10s. And you're not getting them all the time. You're going to be highly dissatisfied. And you got these people spending all this money trying to get these 10s and finding that if you're grading accurately, 10s are actually supposed to be hard. But they haven't been. But they have not been traditionally. And your mind is conditioned to be like, there are 10s everywhere as far as the eye can see.
Yes, they are. Well, look at Donch's, all these other ones, how many 10s there are.
That's
nonstop.
why I'm asking the question.
But they're newer cards, so I get that, right?
Yeah, but that is why I'm posing the question. What if most of those newer cards actually also don't deserve 10s? If you look at them properly, it turns out there are more flaws than we thought. There actually should be 9 5s or 9s. Turns out there are too many 10s anyway, even with that.
So you're taking a driving test and you don't want Sally because she's a hard person to judge.
That's what I'm asking.
We want David over here because David's easygoing and he'll just pass you. So we all take the path of least resistance.
Correct.
And I think that's where this is really going to end up, is that nothing's really going to change. And the chance of these other two companies trying to come up, I think it's not very good for them, although they're valid companies. Yeah. And I like seeing I don't like seeing monopolies.
Sure.
And right now, obviously one company has sort of basically a good financial monopoly going on with everything they're doing. And I thought this would set them back. If I was a grader into grading and stuff like that, I would take a little bit of that as somewhat of a slap in the face, and now another hit, another kick in the knee, and now when can I expect? And I'd shift off and I'd go elsewhere. But see, I do it as a collector. I don't do it for money, but money talks, and my bullshit walks.
Sure. Bob, your timing could not be more spectacular.
I said bullshit and he came.
Yeah, well, that too. That too. But I actually have the perfect topic for you to represent and to chime in your 2 cents on. We actually have a great topic that we just happen to be on, and you're a good guy to ask here. So quickly, I'll touch on Sanj A coming in. Does Upper Deck have too many hockey wax? Probably. Aren't all the 10s in the new packs? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. So quickly here, if collectors thought another grading service better than PSA, what is their incentive to even be honest about it, since they've already financially invested in PSA being considered tops? That is a valid point. So let me play this one here for you, Bob. Quickly, did you hear anything that we talked about in the last couple of minutes? Because I can give you the real short version. Okay, let me get you right up to speed real quick. The question was basically, we've gotten into now the PSA. We touched on PSA being involved with Goldin, the potential conflict of interest. We'll come back to that in a second. But let's focus on this piece. This is my question I have for you. As a guy who has some graded cards and is sending cards for grading and stuff, as a collector, my contention, this is my theory that I pose. I think as a collector, you would love to have accurately graded cards, because then if it's for your collection, you want, I want this to be accurate. But if I'm somebody who does set registry and I'm competing, if the card is actually a 9, but you put it in the 10 holder, I'm not crying. I don't necessarily want you to accurately grade it. I want to win. I'm competing. So in theory, of course, I would like to be, I want it to be a real 10 that's inside a 10 holder. But if you gave me a 9 and a 10 holder, do I really care? Am I going to cry? Am I going to resend it and demand you downgrade it? No, probably not. So my question was, with these other players, in the game, the idea is, well, with PSA only bringing back 1 level, some people are super fed up. And my thing was, number one, is this enough impetus for some of the folks that were holding out hope in their foolish belief that PSA would open all the floodgates? Now they give up and say, fine, I'll send it all to SGC. Now all of a sudden SGC is suddenly flooded. And then all of a sudden they have to jack up their price, or they have to close it off temporarily as well to meet the demand. Then they're in trouble. They got an issue. And the argument with these other graders is, but SGC is really accurate grading. And my point has always been, SGC's been a pretty accurate grader for 20 years. It isn't like they just became an accurate grader now. That hasn't mattered. So my question is, do most people, collectors, investors, everybody in between, as a whole, do you care about accurate grading, or do you want a 10? If you send in something that kind of you'd like it, well, maybe it's a 10 if they missed that one scratch I kind of noticed. Do you want accurate grading, or do you want a 10? Because you're preconditioned to thinking 10s are being handed out like candy, because for a while they were. What do you think, Bob?
Well, man, that's a tough one. I mean, flatly, I'll just say I want all 10s. I want as many 10s as possible.
Sure.
So you're sacrifice your dignity of...
I'll be back in 1 second, guys. I like that we go straight to Bob has dignity? Question mark? Sir, he sacrifices nothing. Back in 1 sec.
So I come from the school of grading where be overly harsh on the cards, or overly critical on the cards that I send in, be very selective on the cards that I send in. If I send in cards, I like to do the pre-grade, like I kind of give what I think it will get before I get it back. And I've probably sent in, 200 cards in total, and I've probably gotten it 85% of the time, and the other times I'm within a grade. There's only a handful of times where it was 2 grades off than what I was. So, and that's not a flex. It's just most of the cards are, I would say, modern cards. Like I have very few slabbed vintage that are 2s and 3s and 4s.
But that was a flex, yes.
Yeah, right.
That just means you're good at calling the grade, and that means
Well,
they might hire you, Bob.
so I saw the guy.
But once they catch up,
One, I saw guys that were getting a lot of high grades back, and that's what they said they did. Don't try to like fool yourself and think, well, if I look at it in this kind of light, I don't see it as well. You know what I mean? Like if you can spot it, chances are that the grader will spot it as well. So now I have sent in cards. Okay, so let's just take. Do you know what the Ronald Acuna bat down rookie card is? So
exactly no.
Okay, so it's his true rookie card.
Yeah, it's a photo variation of the rookie card. It still applies to, so even in Victor's, I think, rules, it would still be okay because it is still issued like normal. Same card number, same everything else, but it is a photo variation that is more limited.
Gotcha.
Yep.
And so I sent one of those in, and that's a card that I'm going to be holding on to. It's not PC for life, because those cards I tend not to care what the grades are as much. Now, sometimes the disparity between a 9 and a 10 is so great that if it's a card that I ultimately know I would like to move in the future, I want it to be a 10, but so that card I sent in, and it has a corner that I feel like I've seen corners with worse white in a 10 label. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. This is the Harold Bain defense.
Right.
I've seen worse.
Right. I'm not when I'm buying, I would tend to want it to be accurately graded.
Correct.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I don't know if you got Carlos. You probably watched Nolan and some of his.
Yeah. I think so that's Elite Co 3. I think his content, if you just want to pay attention and just listen, it's very educational. If you want to consider a view, it is not going to be high exciting. He is not big production values. There aren't a lot of bells and whistles. There aren't fireworks going off in the background. It is straight to the point. He is just showing you what he's doing. He said, I'm buying these things. I sent them in for grading. This is what I thought they would grade. This is the results. Here you go. It's matter of fact, straight facts.
Well, absolutely. And I appreciate that. Like, so when he gets a card, it's educational for me in the sense that he grades a lot of different things, base cards, inserts, a lot of stuff that I have and have considered gradings, and he'll on occasion kind of, specifically we'll say like the 98 Upper Deck Randy Moss, kind of, it has two foil corners that are diagonal from each other, and like he would show a 10 and kind of show the centering of, because it doesn't have a full border, it's just these two little things, and then kind of on the backside what corner to look out for like specks of white or whatever. And I mean, some of it is just kind of common sense, but the reason I brought him up was he'll often, he does that pre-grading as well. So he will get a card that's a 10 when he says he'll probably sell that one because it's more of a 9. He had graded it a 9, so it's graded up.
He's very clear in his thing if he feels it's actually overgraded. If he assesses it to be a 9 and it comes back a 10, he would rather sell it because in his opinion it is not worthy of that grade.
Wow.
So
very few people like that.
Yeah, but he's very hardline about it. But he's being transparent about it. He's explaining this on video. So it's one of those things where it's like, if you just want what it says on the holder, I will sell that to you.
But the new mantra out there is, buy the card, not the holder, but everybody sends it into the right holder place, right?
That's right. But the key is,
so how true is that statement, really?
Yeah, but I think it's okay as long if you've got your standards and this is what you want to do and this is how you decided to go about it, then so be it. Because then you can make it. He sends in enough stuff that the likelihood is, if he sends enough that are of the caliber that he feels is appropriate, he will get the card in the right holder that he's looking for, that is up to his standard.
And you've heard him enough that you've actually heard him say, like he pre-grades something 10 crack out, meaning if it does not get a 10, he is cracking it out of the case and resubmitting it because it's a 10, and he does that until it gets a 10. That's rolling the dice. You're living pretty high roller lifestyle if you can just, not especially nowadays with the prices of grading. But to kind of go back to that original question, the registry folks factor in big time with this, as you kind of alluded to, and the grade point average of overall cards. So
the reason I posed the question, Bob, just to clarify, the reason I posed the question is that my contention has been that there are a lot of folks out there, even collectors, who are lying to themselves. The psychology piece of the whole collecting thing is always fun to me. It's like you tell yourself this, and you'll say it to anyone who will listen. But sometimes I like to put you to the test. Sometimes I'll be like, look, I've taken great pains to know what it is I am as a collector. Good, bad, or indifferent, I understand what it is. This is what it is. This is how I do my thing. And that's why my approach is, that's why I'm very steadfast in my approach, because it's like, I'm doing it for this reason. This is what I care about. This is what I don't care about, whatever. The rest is what it is. That colors my perception on everything that happens in the hobby. If you understand that's your North Star. As long as you know what that is, you're always in alignment. Everything else will make more sense once you have that alignment. But a lot of these folks will say it and say it and say it. And then the moment I test them, I ask a simple question. What if it's not actually a 10? But I put it in the 10 holder. Are you complaining? The answer is probably no. And that's okay. I'm not going to hold it against you. No. I make fun of a lot of things. I'm not going to hold that against you. But I'm asking you to be honest, because you wanted the 10. You wanted the 10 so badly. You will accept even if you know something's wrong.
I think it's like the person who says, if I found somebody's wallet, I would return it with the money in it. And if they find a wallet with like $10,000 in it, hey, I'm not stupid. I'll get the wallet back with that 10 grand.
So, Bobby, I'm completely honest. They would get back their wallet, and I have a gold chain.
That's it.
All of a sudden, I come in here like Mr. T. Where did you get that? Like, I found it. I don't know.
I have a so just another avenue of this kind of line of thinking here.
Sure. Go ahead.
And you, the Vlad Guerrero Jr. Short print, his base tops rookie.
Sure. Yeah.
I had bought 2 raw copies, and they both, that top right corner, and I noticed it on a lot of cards, right? So I was intentional. I was like, I'm just going to have to buy that card in a 10, because the chances of me pulling one in a pack or buying one raw, it seems like, would be nearly impossible to get it and then submit for grading and, hope for the 10. So I intentionally went after the 10, but when I was looking to buy, I focused in on that corner, because I didn't want even a little bit of white, even if it was in a 10 holder. So in that regard, I wanted to buy the card, and I'm buying a grade specifically too, but the card had to equal the grade.
The thing is, you're hitting on a really good point, Bob. And actually, we got Rick here. So Vintage Oddball Cards. Good evening, Rick. Thanks for popping in. And he's touching on the same idea as you are. And actually, let me ask Rick this question as well while you're here, Rick. Again, thank you for popping in. The flipper doesn't care about the card. Very fair. They want the grade. True. The collector would prefer adequate grade. Yes. SGC grade is more consistent than PSA. That's fair. I'm always saving money for buying SGC cards. Totally fair. In both your scenarios, though, you're buying the card. I'm okay with your premise here. Again, I'm posing this question from the perception of, I merely want us to get to the bottom of your core values on this. You're buying the card, you're buying a 10, you're buying a 9, whatever. I want it to be a 10 or a 9. I want what I paid for. I'm paying for this. I want that. Whatever that is, I want it to be right. My question was, and my question this is, let's switch the scenario. You're sending in the card. You think for sure, this is an 8. I'm looking it over. I can see this flaw. I can see this flaw. I can see this flaw. It's an 8. You get back a 9 or a 10. How are you feeling about it? You know it's not a 10. You know definitively it's not a 10. It was incorrectly graded for whatever, in your favor. It's like the old Brisk commercials. I don't know if you remember those Brisk commercials that were on TV for a while. And there was one, they did like claymation thing, and they had like one with Bruce Lee. And he was fighting somebody, and he goes, an editing mistake in my favor. Well, in this case, it would be like a grading mistake in your favor. So here's my question. What do you do now? If I'm looking at Nolan, probably he goes, all right, it's going up on the store. I don't think it's a 10. Even if it was a potential PC card that I would hang on to for a bit, I don't think it's a 10. I have not assessed it as a 10. I do not believe that. Therefore, off it goes.
I'd be curious to, there's no way to really, it would take some work to find, examples
Sure.
of cards that are graded 10 that's sold, that you are able to see like a soft coin, but a little speck of white, something that is clearly distinguishable from the majority of other 10s, and to see if it's sold for any less of in price. I don't know. Yeah. So, and here, the other thing of this, just another part of it, the difference between a 9 and a 10 is indeterminable most times. I mean,
to a point, Bob, what I will say is this. I like to sometimes from time to time go to, so quickly here. I know Sanjay is putting a couple of comments in here. Yes, we can put some cards, but it's not important the specific cards. We're talking about the general concept. So quickly touching on the point you're making, Bob. Yes, but what happens sometimes, and this is always my favorite indicator, sometimes you'll have a 10 that centering has surpassed the tolerance, because 10s have a centering tolerance. There is a certain point where, like, okay, you're pushing it to its absolute limit. You've reached that line, and then you ran past that line. And I'm looking right at it, and I know you passed that line, and you kept going. So it's like you're off. So I understand, but because a 9 can be a very nice card. You can have a 9 that's actually
it's a mint card.
Yeah, you've got a card that's beautiful looking. That's a 9 could have superior centering to a 10, but maybe it's got one other little flaw that knocks it down a little. It can be this little, and it can be almost imperceptible. It's got like this micro crease on the back, or a dot, or something a little bit off. But otherwise, you look at the 9, you look at the 10, and go, this 9 looks better than the 10.
PSA has that eye appeal thing too, which is kind of a
Clear holder.
What's that?
Clear holder.
If you're looking at PSA, Carlos, you've clearly read them, like how they determine what's what, but
yeah, they've got the key for me always with the 10 that some folks don't realize is that, especially the newer folks, and this is just for newer folks, is benefit. PSA 10 is not a perfect card. It never was. It is. Right. You can have a PSA 10 that has 50-50 centering, 4 sharp corners, everything beautiful and perfect. But a PSA 10 does not have to have 50-50 centering. You've got tolerances built in. You've got quite a bit of tolerances built in. People would be shocked to realize how much you got.
I have an example. The Aaron Rodgers rookie, Topps Chrome rookie, notoriously off center, just left to right, like all the time. I've seen 60-40 in a 10 holder, and that card would not appeal to me, even if it is a 10, even if I got it at a discount to some amount. Now you want to give it to me half of what normal 10s are going for, okay, but
there's natural concessions to some of those, Bob. Whereas that if that card is notoriously 90% or 100% off center, that becomes the natural grade of a 10.
Yeah, for sure. So let me do this for everybody's benefit, everyone, exactly what we're talking about. And I do see Andy's comment here. I'll quickly read it. I hear a lot of collectors say they don't care about the grade, and a lot of collectors just say they don't care about the value. I tend not to believe neither. No, that's fair. I think that's reasonable. I understand it, because taking such a hard line is very hard to back up. It really is. It's very hard to back up if you go to that extreme. I tend to fall on the collector side, where for collection pieces, I don't really care about value. But if it's a card where potentially I could flip, because I've definitely overpaid on cards, I will never make back a fraction. It's one of those, some people brag about being the highest to ever pay X for this card and this grade or whatever ever. I've got a bunch of those. I don't brag about a single one of them. Yeah, but because it's like, well, congratulations to me. I'm the moron who paid the most. As far as I'm concerned, I'm an idiot. But I did it because I wanted it for the collection. So be it. And I'm not getting that money back. It's not happening. So I understand. For a collection piece, I'm willing to do that. For a piece that it's like, hey, this is a fun piece. And that's why I did that video with the buckets and everything. The point of the buckets is that, hey, every card that I buy, there is a purpose. And as I go along, I have to understand what the purpose is. And there is some fluidity here. There could be a PC piece that go, hey, But I could probably swap this out and get another piece for the same player that is like a Mount Rushmore one that will stay on permanent display in my display. It'll be right there front and center. Well, if that's an opportunity, then this other one can go. I don't need both of them. But that's a decision you have to make for yourself. I can't make that for you. You can't make that for me. And that's understandable. That's fair. In that case, the value does matter because I have to offload the card to somebody. There has to be some value involved. But if it's strictly PC piece, it's getting buried in the PC and it's never coming out, then whatever. Doesn't matter. That's just the way I understand. And I'll read the definition here in a second. Good evening, Phil Minton. Thank you for popping in as well. Good evening. We're getting all the all-stars. Appreciate that. Go ahead, Bob.
It's kind of off. This has to do with an eBay sale. So I'm looking for a Willie Stargell rookie, 1963 tops,
Sure.
right?
Yeah.
I was pricing raw ones, and I was pricing like 2s, 3s, 4s. Maybe I was looking at 5s, but a little bit. Okay, so regardless, let's talk about integrity. I feel like I don't know how many people would do this, but this seller did. He had a picture of a raw one. It looked great. He took all 4 corners. But the last picture of the ones that he posted was the PSA one semi-rigid that had the label on it, altered stock on it.
Gotcha.
So, like, telling the buyer that I sent this to PSA already and this is what it came back. Now, I know altered stock doesn't mean it's fake or anything like that. It's probably the same things that happened to some of my cards where it was in the screw down for so long and it was compressed a little bit. So
Yep.
they determined that to be altered stock. It was
Just opinion, yeah.
Yeah. And that could be a situation where maybe you accept, it depends on the card, right? A Willie Stargell, I'd probably hold out for an appropriate card that makes sense to me, whatever the case may be. But if it was a 52 tops Mantle, something crazy, whatever, I would take an authentic with great eye appeal. I did that example with 54 tops Gordie Howe. That is an iconic card. And I have a authentic and it's trimmed. Not like ridiculously to the point it's way off, but it's like, no, you can tell it's trimmed. I can tell it's trimmed, and it's in an authentic holder because it's a real card, but it's trimmed.
I did that with my Clemente rookie. I bought a one. It has a little tear in it.
Sure.
But in the holder, sealed in the way that it is, you hardly even notice it, to be honest. And it could possibly have gotten a 2 or a 3. I feel like centering is really nice, but because it had that little tear, no matter how slight, it automatically gets the 1.
Correct.
So that was buying the card and not the grade for sure.
Yeah. And the thing is, as a collector, maybe a simple way of putting this, as long as you can live with it, good. Like, as long as you can live with it, good. There's a million things I will judge you for. That is my way. But I will not judge you if you get a card that you're happy with and you're good. And you understand it for its warts, its flaws, whatever the case is. As long as you understand what you got, you know exactly what it is. We know what it is. Nobody's lying to anybody. It's straightforward in front of your face. Hey, man, congratulations on your pickup. I have no reason to knock you for it. If it works for you, it works for you. That's okay. That's why I say, but let's not lie to ourselves. Let's just be upfront about this, and it is what it is. I was okay with the authentic card because I'm like, I want this iconic card, but I don't want to pay this ridiculous price. And the eye appeal on this card was tremendous. It looks beautiful. I like the card. Nobody is lying to anybody. It says right on the holder that it's authentic, which means it has been altered. Period. End of story. We know this. So we're not hiding it from each other. And even when we get to the 10, that's why I've had it on the screen this whole time. On the 10, what does it say? This is PSA's own standard. It's not me making it up. It's them. 4 perfectly sharp corners, fine. Sharp focus and a full original gloss, great. Must be free of staining of any kind, wonderful. But an allowance may be made for a slight printing imperfection. So right off the top, not a perfect card. Number 1. Number 2, if it doesn't impair the overall appeal of the card, that's the caveat here. The image must be centered on the card within a tolerance, not to exceed approximately 55, 45 to 60, 40% on the front and 75, 25 on the back. You could be way off on the back, and it's still a PSA 10. It's good. You can also have a 10 that's 50-50 on both sides. Perfect, no blemishes, anything. They're both 10s.
I've heard
That's 11.
Yeah, but there's a lot of room. The point is there's a lot of room, even within the 10 universe, to operate within. You got space.
Yeah. So with PSA, we have gotten bought out, and Goldin combined with them. If we wouldn't have had the increase in the market in 2020 with all that went on, and the market just went along, we had no COVID and what have you, would we be in a different situation now? Now we have all the investors that are in here that are PSA will never go down at this point because they're just people are so vested into this hobby now. Like it's, and that's why I'm saying these lower guys are just going to have such a hard time just getting a little chunk of the market share.
Yeah,
I don't think anybody can touch them.
Well, I think there's that, and there's also the simple thing that we can't take away. PSA has been around for 30 years.
Yep.
There are multi-millions of cards in PSA's holder. And as they get through their backlog, more multi-millions to come. The market is saturated with these cards. They're not going to go away. They're going to be in your face everywhere you go. So even if you're trying to be one of these other players and get into the game, you're going to be drowned out in PSA slabs. We can literally drown you in PSA slabs.
Yeah, and the first card they graded was trim. So there you go.
Yeah. So Rick here is referencing what I was referring to, the 10 out of centered. That bugs him. I understood. And basically, Hockey Guy's just pointing out, some people care more about the slab than the card. Very true. He says he's going to be judge me for being a fan of the Honky Tonk Man. I'm okay with the Honky Tonk Man. I don't think I ever went as far as saying I'm a fan. I think it was all right as an Elvis ripoff, but it's okay. I did enjoy, his trolling shtick. That part I like. That part I was okay with, for reasons. So here you go. So that's better for me. I prefer saving money by buying SGC cards. Yep. Crazy PSA cards are going for twice the amount. Yep. The only point I made with kind of what Rick's saying, though, if you're a collector buying, then yes, you want accuracy. I'm talking about as a sender in, then you find yourself in this interesting spot where what if you are more conservative grader and it turns out that you're getting higher grades than you expect? Then you're like, okay, well, then I guess I'll get rid of these and pawn them off to somebody else and get the card that I actually want.
I have a real-time example. So I had sent in my Jason Dominguez Bowman Chrome Auto recently, right? And now part of me says it's going to be a 9, I think, just to kind of level my expectations, so it's not like, oh crap when I get it back. But it came back at 10. Now, I remember looking at it the first time I looked at it, it looked good. Centering was great. I didn't notice any, print lines or any kind of surface scratches, which is common for Chrome cards.
Mm-hmm.
And that was when I first put it into the semi-rigid. Now, right before I went to send it in, it's just standard for me to kind of wipe the chrome front and back, just because I think I've gotten held back in the past because I maybe had a little bit of a fingerprint or something, that's on me. But
now, is that also in addition to your Polaroid with your YouTube Hall of Fame, thing being held there? It's just kind of like, just remember. Know who you're dealing with. Respect the badge, bro.
It does help. So I can't say I was like shocked or definitely not upset that it came back at 10, but pleasantly, not even surprised really. But I would have understood if it got a 9.
Sure.
If that makes sense.
Okay, so question for you then, in the same vein of what we just talked about. So now you have a 10. That the possibility, there was an argument to be made, it could have been a 9-2, and that would have been reasonable. So now because Andy here is touching on this key here. Even cards that I never intend to sell, I still want them to have value in the event that something in life happens where I need to sell. And that's a perfectly understandable thing. I'm back to what I said before. As long as you're happy with it and you can live with it, I understand. Because out of all the things that I will criticize and critique, how you feel about it, I can't. Because it's you. I can't tell you what you're going to feel. All I can do is ask the question. I will ask the question so that I can better understand where you're coming from. I can't tell you, though, I'm not going to say this is wrong. It's not. Because it works for him, and this is what makes him comfortable, and this is what he can live with. Someone who genuinely doesn't care one way or the other, all the cards burn in a fire, and they shrug it off and walk away. And then it's like, okay, I'll go buy some other cards now. That happens. That's a reality. Not everybody can do that. That is the minority, but it is possible. It's like, we can't pretend that people don't exist because it's context. It's what are you collecting for? I collect because it's fun. I collect because I enjoy curating the collection, but I'm not so attached. The memories and everything, they're in my head, Bob. If the cards go away, the memories are still in my head. I understood what I did to build that collection. And if someday it needs to go away, then so be it. It goes away. Oh, are you going to stop collecting for it? No, I'd probably find something else to have fun with. I don't stop having fun. I will still find an area of enjoyment. That's why I've been doing the wrestling autographs lately, because that's fun. Do I care about the values of wrestling? Not really. I don't care. But it's like, but I remember some of these guys, and some of these guys, I remember some of the stuff with that. So that's kind of an enjoyable little side project thing that I'm working on. It just keeps me busy and gives me something to look for on eBay. But that's all it is. That's what a lot of these little side projects are. They're little fun diversions to keep me. That is how I've kept going for 31 freaking years consecutively. It's because I've always found a little side project, a thing to keep me busy.
Yeah, you have to
That's
be
it.
in the hobby to really understand it. If you're in the business of making money from selling cards, then you're in it for sort of a different reason. If you do it for a living, that's understandable. But but, you know, I have nothing bad to say about that. I'm just saying how hard of a time are these other two bottom companies out of the top 5, I'd say. How hard of a time they're going to have.
Yeah, for sure. But that's the reason why I made that's the reason why I made that qualifier earlier today, though, when we talked about HGA. I said, as a collector, if the price is reasonable, the turnaround times are fair, and I can go, I would not hesitate to send a couple of cards and have a cool custom label made, and it'd be kind of fun. Sure. Why not? There are certain cards that, it would look pretty cool to have a nice little stack of them with the cool looking labels and stuff. Why not?
Much better on display.
Yeah, for sure. For a nice PC piece, I wouldn't hesitate for the right price. If you overcharge me, then we're not so interested. But for the right price, sure, why not? Certainly. SGC. I buy SGC cards because I do think their grading is pretty fair. I think their grading is pretty reasonable. I get it at a discount. Would I pay PSA price for it? No, I wouldn't. I'm not going to pay a premium just to make SGC people feel better. That's not what the market dictates. I'm sorry. That's not the way this works.
Data 10, marry a 9.
Yeah, it's like I don't mean to break it. The only way the price comes up is if people are willing to technically today overpay for SGC cards. Because somebody has to do it for it to become the standard, for then the average price to come up, for then other people to be comfortable. And everybody's looking at each other going, who wants to be the one to do it first? You do it first. I'll pay half.
I think the only time that really will come into play is if something was based on rarity.
Sure, yeah.
Rarity will roll on that.
For the right card, it doesn't matter. For the right card, it makes no difference. As long as it's authentic, as long as it's accurately graded at that stage, then the connoisseur does not care. The connoisseur will buy it in a one touch. It makes no difference. As long as they know if they have the comfort level that it's legit, doesn't make a difference.
Oh, from Victor's video, the Babe Ruth. Was it an SGC holder? Was it not?
A lot of pre-war has made its way into SGC holders. They have a reputation for the pre-war segment. SGC is perfectly viable. Those cards have been graded accurately for years.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Sometimes they just have their lane, and they're in it and they're comfortable. And I think there's nothing wrong with that. I think if we look at them and say that, well, how close can they get to PSA? You can't. Just drive in your own lane. Let the guys speeding by, let them go, and just stay in your middle or right lane.
For sure, but if your job is only to grade vintage, you're going to run out of stuff. You're going to run out of work to do. There's only so much vintage to go around, and the point. The point that I've made is that any company wants to be viable long term. Every year that goes by, there's more modern.
Oh yeah.
So there's more potential cards to grade. Every year, the manufacturers release more. Topps makes more. Panini makes more. Leaf even makes more. All these companies make more cards. So every year that goes by, if you ignore modern, you're basically saying like, okay, so this is our pool of cards to grade. What about the cards that's already graded for PSA? Maybe they'll cross it over. Well, what if they don't? Then what are we doing here?
Wasn't there products that all came pre-graded in the packs? I forget which one it was.
Yeah, they did Upper Deck graded. Beckett? I think it was UD graded. Well, there was a Beckett one. The Beckett one was in the game. In the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was in the game. They did that for a while. And UD graded, I want to say around 2000. I don't know if you remember this one, Bob.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Collector's Edge Day.
Collector's Edge, right?
This came graded. I never sent this in. This card came in a little box with that. So.
Yeah. But there was also UD graded, I want to say in the early 2000s. It might have been the year 2000. And I remember those cards, and I think hockey did something similar as well. They had a UD graded. I definitely had a Drew Bledsoe jersey card that was UD graded, and it was already in an SGC holder. So it was out of the straight in, and that's how they came. In SGC holder, and they had them pre-graded in these things.
It's smart marketing actually for them.
Oh wait.
It's actually very smart. I didn't disagree. It was a good way of getting your product out there, and people automatically have your slab in hand just by default by buying the product. And
You want to buy a few more, you want to kind of keep them matched up. So
Sure, exactly.
I get it. I'm
And I
not
think
taking
there was-
anything away from PSA. I'm not
I think
taking
they were
anything
still
away
doing
from
the
these
100 point. I
companies.
think they were still doing the 100 point scale at that time too. So that was around that time still.
Yeah, that's the one thing that I kind of held them back. I really didn't like that scale. I like the grading scale. Well, it was certainly a lot better than 1 to 10.
So
Yeah.
that
So there.
that player that came already. This was like you got one card in a pack. You know what I mean? It was an encapsulated card. So and this
Yep.
this actually says be a player trading card on the slab.
Yeah. So what they did, Bob. So if you look at it, so those were the in the game, and that was the shoot. It was for some reason I blanked now on what the product name was.
This
Could
was
you
be
read
a
it off the
player.
label?
Yeah, it's the Ultimate Memorabilia.
Ultimate
Michael
Memorabilia.
Jackson.
Thank you. That's the one. That's the one. So Ultimate Memorabilia, the first year or two, they actually did them in Beckett slabs with Beckett slab grades,
That's what I
with
remember.
subgrades in the whole 9 yards.
Yep.
But then they kept going, and then they stuck to the Be a Player branding, like exactly what you got. They continued that going on into years, but they kept a BGS style slab. So probably they had a chat with BGS and, hey, can we get some of those slabs there? Could we get some of that stuff and do it ourselves? Would that be cool?
The ones with the other logo. Little,
No, but and it was fine. And here's the thing: it looked cool. But here's what I'll say: this has always been my issue with it, and this is a general in the game, be a player thing. They put the numbering on the slab. if the case ever breaks and you lose the label, you don't have the numbering.
yeah, nothing. Yeah.
It's so frustrating. It is so frustrating.
15,750 of 25,000 right there.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like it's a cool idea, but it is so frustrating. Those slabs crack.
Yeah.
If you're not careful with them, they crack. And it's like, and by the way, slabs take up a lot of room. They take up a lot of space, especially when you stack up enough of them. I was like, okay. So yeah, I got to buy one more of those 2-row like slab things because I've been buying these different ones and they're already pre-graded, but it's like you keep stacking them up and one day you wake up and it's like, oh, the box is full. Oh, crap. I started off years ago. I had no slabs and now I got the stack of slabs and what the hell am I supposed to do with all this? It takes up a lot of room.
Yeah, it does.
It does. It does. But anyway, so that's fair. That's why I wanted to kind of take it down that path, Bob, because I figured you would kind of, I wanted to also get kind of pick your brain on a little bit because that's the scenario I'm talking about. Sometimes if you're a buyer, you want pure accuracy. Of course you do. But if you're sending in and it's a little bit higher, you're like, well, I'm not complaining about it. But at the same time, I know there's a flaw because I saw it. And that's in your head. You have to live with that. You have to understand what it is. Like, it's not a 10. Doesn't matter what you tell yourself. It's not true.
Yeah, but you cash out and memory fails you. It's amazing.
Yeah, and sometimes people do. They cash out and then they buy the one they actually think is accurately graded and they go get a different one. Take advantage of the premium. Hey, if I can sell a 10 and get a 9 that I'm comfortable with, I'm happy with, and it's legit, I come out ahead. That's a win. I actually get the card I want and I got a little cash on the side. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. That's okay. So that's the PSA piece. Let me ask you this, Bob. Playing back into the original thing, because the big story was the whole conflict of interest piece. That was really what it came down to for the actual purchase of the company. Now you have Goldin Auctions. That's a company that sells a lot of premium stuff. They made a lot of noise. They've almost sold $200 million worth of cards this year so far. Some serious sales, some big money stuff. And they're saying all the right things. They're saying, oh, we're going to have a firewall between these two companies. You know, they're not going to touch each other, but it's almost impossible to like make that claim. You have to say it, but at the same time, it's like, but you're owned by the same master. At the end of the day, you're under the same, if we go high enough up the food chain, we run into the same guy.
This is already happening, actually. If you take packs, although graded through PSA, Steve Hart, BBC, Exchange, he grades them, but he also sells them. It's sort of like, okay, is there room for conflict of interest? Sure, there is. Tons.
So let me ask two questions. Let's pose this in two ways. First way, how do you feel about it from the perspective of, let's say you're a consigner and you go send something in that is not in a PSA slab, are you concerned that they would not give it the appropriate amount of billing? So that's question number one. Let's say you had sent in something, you've got a really high-end card in a BGS holder, because some of the big basketball cards are in BGS holders, some of the big high-end ones. Big money cards. These are not small potatoes cards. So you go send that in. Are you worried at all that, a PSA graded version of that would get favorable billing?
My question is just how would one even make an assessment on that? Like, yeah, we get how it looks, but like just from like data alone, so you're gonna just have to watch it sales, or if you have a very sought after card in a non PSA slab, and you submit it to Goldin Auctions, like what are you basing that on? Other cards in that slab? We can't really compare it to PSA slabs, or like you mentioned, like giving it proper billing. What do you mean, like promoting it the same way that they would a card in a PSA?
So that's
slab?
that's the first part of it, so that's the first part of it. But if it's a super high profile card, let me quickly give my thoughts on this. I think if it's a super high profile card, if you got a LeBron RPA or something crazy and it's in a Beckett slab, it's going at the top of the page. It's getting full billing. They're not stupid. They're not going to, if it's like a mediocre bottom feeding card, like a Brady rookie, it should be buried like on page 557, like it's garbage, but probably it'll be near top billing, undeservedly, frankly, but I'm sure it'll be there. I'm sure it'll be in its appropriate place where you would expect it to be. But if you've got a nice card, a decent card, maybe a card that's just sell for $4 or $5 grand or $6 or $7 grand or something, you could be stuck on page 27. So yeah, like you're still there, but it's not going to be one of the cards that Goldin is going to open on his live Instagram or something. It's not one of those cards, but it's a card that's still in that same auction, and then maybe it's buried on page 27. You got to dig down a little bit in order to find it.
I feel like they're going to go out of their way initially, because they hear what chatter's going on right now. They know how this looks. They'll you know how many times you'll probably hear the word firewall like in the coming year, you know what I mean?
Yep.
They'll have to constantly be reminding people that, but
and how many firewall breaches have we had in the computer industry?
Well, here's the thing. You can say you have a firewall, but let's think logically together. Just for a moment, let's think logically together. What's the nature of that? You can say, okay, we'll run the companies independently. Fine. So then what contact, it's not like Nat Turner and those guys are going to completely ignore the other company and pretend it doesn't exist. They have to invest some money into it because the Goldin website needs an update. So they have to commit some resources. And that could be to the benefit of the Goldin website, because if the website gets better, it makes a better experience. It could make it a viable competitor to eBay for a lot of stuff. And if they are able, they don't need to go all the way down to like $5 cards, but imagine you got a card that's $200 or $300 and Goldin's still a viable alternative. Imagine that. And you've got vetted buyers, and you get access to some of this stuff. Not everything is going to sell for top dollar, but that still makes you more comfortable as a seller to know that the deal will probably go through. The deal's good. You should be fine.
Especially with eBay's kind of policy.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's an opportunity for them to steal some market share. You don't have to take everything. You can let eBay have, but if eBay, you wake up one morning and eBay's got nothing decent over $500, that doesn't mean you've got no business, but it does mean like it feels very different. Like it's a very different vibe in the room, eBay wise, so to speak, where it's like, yeah, if it's a decent card, why is it on eBay? What's wrong with it? It becomes a perception thing again. So it's like psychologically, you'll be like, oh, eBay's, yeah, that's where you put the low end crap. Or the stuff that's got, it's kind of questionable. Yeah, put it on eBay.
Yeah.
And then eBay loses its market share a little bit. Again, in volume, it could still have market share because there could be millions of $5 cards. Millions.
There is already.
Yeah, in volume. But in terms of like real sales, interesting cards, more relevant cards, all of a sudden, if you want the good stuff, quote unquote, you might have to go to Goldin.
How does that work? Okay, I have a notable card.
Sure.
That I would like to submit to Goldin Auctions.
A Ziggy Puffy rookie, yes, go on.
do they have to like accept that card? Like do they take that on, or can they reject it, or what would be?
Well, I think if you have a notable card, so what happens is, again, I haven't gone through the process myself. I would actually love to, like under the right circumstance, I would just for education purposes, I would make a video on it. I would love to just be like, let me just go through this process from A to Z, and see how it works, and like experience it for myself, and then report back my findings. Like I would be happy to take you through the steps. But basically, you got a form, and you got a variety of ways of reaching out, and you say, hey, Goldin, forget about this Jordan rookie, garbage. Forget about this Brady, trash. Mike Trout, I'm laughing in your face. Moving on. No, Ziggy Palfy rookie, we got this. Let's go, Goldin. So PSA 10 Ziggy Palfy rookie, great. So then what happens is they basically have, you can send it in, again, it depends on the card, right? Obviously, different tiers, different levels, whatever. You would send in the card, and then they would receive it, and then there would be a determination of figuring out where it's going to fit. Because imagine you got the same auction and you've got thousands of Ziggy Palfy rookies. You might not want to be involved in, maybe there's too many. Jokes aside, like let's say you have the Jordan PSA 10, okay? There's 318, almost 320 of them now. So you could potentially have multiple in the same auction. You guys could be siphoning off bids from each other. If you're being smart, and if Goldin's giving you good advice, or his representative person is giving you good advice, they're like, hey, look, we're going to put one in this sale. If you're willing to chill for a minute, we'll put yours on the very next sale, and it'll be, you guys won't compete with each other. That one can sell, and then yours can sell. If you're willing to give us a couple of weeks, we'll put it in the sale, and it'll have its own billing. It'll be right near the top page. You'll get your maximum
like
dollars.
A queue system, like, we have 3 or 4 people that want to sell their PSA 10s. We try not to, and I that would be good advice from their end.
Yeah. As a seller, by the way, you can overrule it. As a seller, you can say, no, I don't care. Just put it in the auction. But if it would behoove them as good auctioneers, this, by the way, works in all elements of auctions. Their job at that point is like, hey, yeah, we'll be happy to take the consignment. We'll put it in here. We'll do whatever we need to do. We got a bunch of these right now. Our advice would be, if you are willing, we will put it in the next auction for you so that it's not competing with all these other ones. That would be our advice, but we can't make you do it. If you say, no, sell it, then in that case, we're working for you. It is our job then to sell it to the best of our ability, even if it doesn't get enough money. But then just understand that we're trying to give you good advice. Just understand. Perfect. Have a good night, Victor. Take it easy.
See you, Victor.
But do you understand what I'm saying? So in theory, at that point, they should, if it's a good auction house, again, I would love to test it for myself and experience it end to end. I would need a card worthy of sending to Goldin. Well, I'll see what I can do. I'll see if I can drum something up. But if I had the opportunity, I would love to test and get the experience from front to back, and then be able to say, this is exactly how my experience went. They reached out to me and talked to me about this. They said, okay, and then send you an envelope, and then get it sent over, and then whatever, and then they go put it in the auction, and this is what it sold for, and this is how much money I made after commission and stuff, and then we're done.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be interesting to see. Love to do it, but I have to have the right stuff.
Yeah, I know a few people that submit to like PWCC and maybe even 4 Sharp Corners. Are they running on like a big auction?
Well, they basically run regular occurrence auctions, yeah. They do take consignments. Let's put it this way. They do consignments and stuff like that for sure. Yeah.
I guess I consider consignments more, still nice cards, but they're low end and compared to Jordan PSA 10s and things.
Oh, like no. Consignments, my friend, run the full spectrum now. They run the full spectrum. Oh, yes. There you go. Look at that. 4 Sharp Corners consignment. No, they run the full gamut. Consignment just means we'll take it on and sell it for you, and we'll take a fee. That's all it means.
And what's the difference? That was maybe if it doesn't sell, or they can just relist it for you, whereas Goldin, or if they don't pay for it, if that's what it is, where Goldin sort of vets their buyers, and you will be buying the card, and you will.
Generally speaking, the big advantage that Goldin has offered historically is that they do vet their buyers. So more often than not, obviously anything can happen, but more often than not, if somebody bids on this, they have the means to pay for it, and the expectation is they pay for it. And that's how that's supposed to work. And then it's Goldin's job to collect and make sure then that subsequently you get your money.
It's funny. I know from another auction house in Canada, a large one. There's only one. They actually, I referred somebody to bid there. This person has a lot of money, and it's funny. He says, they asked me. He says, because he was bidding on goalie masks and a bunch of other things, so he was up in the $60,000-$70,000. So they had called him and they asked him for some references and some other things. This is 10 years ago. So I think that betting has always sort of been there for especially if you're bidding high. So they will call you and say, hey, I know you're bidding. You've been a member. You're just a new member or been a member for a while. But why are you bidding $80,000, $100,000? Can you afford that? And so I think the betting goes on prior to. It's not like Goldin invented it. I think
I would never suggest anything of the sort. But I think what he did, because the thing is, it's not true. I've referenced already coin auctions and other things and heritage and whatever. Oh, yeah. It is standard operating procedure for most auction houses. What Goldin did is he made it more pronounced in the sports card genre. It's not like Heritage never sold cards. They certainly have. Memory lane auctions and all these different ones. There are different auction houses. Leland's, I think, is one you've mentioned before. There are different places that will run auctions, and they use this. In the auction world, this is a standard practice. I reference these other collectible things. One of my other passions is watches and stuff, and I pay attention to the big auctions they do in Geneva. When somebody's paying $15-20 million, you don't think they didn't vet them before they were allowed to bid? There's no troll bids on $10-15 million auctions. I'm sorry. We got to check. You have to prove to me you have that money before you're even allowed to get in the room, make a call before we even take your call. That is how this works. You got to be a player who can play. Otherwise, you don't get in the room. You can sit there and watch, no paddle for you. But that's how that works. But that's how that's supposed to work, because the seller is under the expectation that you have done your diligence. You've made sure that whoever is who's a winner will pay, and in turn, you as the seller, you get your money, because it's not an insignificant sum. It's millions and millions of dollars. You expect that money to be in your account when they say it's going to be in your account, which is reasonable. That's your expectation. It's what a good auction house is supposed to do. That's part of the service. They make sure.
Yeah. Because they have too many non-paying bidders, they lose a lot of business.
No one will send them their consignments. They're not going to send it.
But it does happen.
For sure. But it's meant to be the rarity. It's meant to be the exception, not the rule.
Yeah, short of a whistleblower though, like how would one build a case that they were playing favorites? I mean, I get what you're saying with the catalog, because I really wasn't, having not in the auction world. Don't even know how they promote anything, to be honest. So
sure. It's just visibility. Like I said, I'm not accusing anything, because at this point it's too soon. We don't know. We've got no information. My only point was the question will be brought up. We know this.
We know what the optics are, right? Correct.
Like, it's in front of your face. There's no hiding from it. Everybody knows. Like I said, I always tease about, like I said, Dave's favorite person, Mike Baseball Collector. But they did like an emergency podcast. I listened to it. Like I said, I listen. I pay attention. And he was talking about that a little bit, and, kind of the concerns that would bring up and stuff like that. And he's right in that sense that, yeah, it would be a concern. And the optics are not great and stuff like that. And everybody knows that. Like, you'd be a liar if you tried to pretend, if you tried to just brush it off. It's like, oh, yeah, whatever. Nat Turner has a lot of goodwill in the hobby in that sense, as a collector who is noted as a big time collector. But that doesn't mean that you have Teflon shielding. That doesn't mean that nothing can stick to you. But when you're in that, now you're operating as a hobby magnate. Now you are to the hobby circles what Stoff is to any other random, taxidermy, Stoff taxidermist, stuff like that.
Yeah, he who has the most money wins, anyways. In the
yeah. But the consumers are going to pose those questions, and they're real questions, and it's going to be very hard to answer them, because all you can say is like, no. Effectively, all you can say is trust us? Question mark?
Yeah,
shrug your shoulders.
Yeah.
And that's a problem. And I acknowledge that problem. And it's like, and I also bring it up. It's like, well, that's going to be the question that's going to be asked. I'm not going to be the only one to ask it. Like it'll be brought up a lot, guaranteed. So that's one. So that's always the question. And then the second part of it is also going to be, and it was brought up earlier tonight, because now you've got that group. Now they've got PSA. Now they have Goldin, so they got a platform. And the third question that was proposed, and you weren't around during this part, Bob, but I'll pose it to you as well. Is that not an opportunity then for you to, and also they acquired Genimint, so like a technology company related to optics and, analyzing cards that way. So that's another company under that umbrella. What about a data analytics tool? Just another pillar, adding another piece to the, building the infinity gauntlet as you slowly start getting almost every kind of business.
Yeah.
What was the last one?
Data analytics tool. So something like a Market Movers or a Card Ladder or, Slab Stocks has their free version of that as well. Like these different things that are collecting this information, this data, and giving you these pricing informations based on data collected from predominantly eBay. That tends to be the most common one to pull from information from. But you could grab info from other places as well. Become the modern version of a price guide. Beckett's outdated. None of us actually look for Beckett for prices anymore. That's done. But now you've got access to these other tools that are pulling data from, so bought sales and stuff from eBay. Well, that's what it's sold for. Here you go. It's in the tool. It's in the database.
And you keep adding on those extra services or extra businesses that they'll bring on. It'll just be a market so cornered that you won't even be able to get out.
Well, it's funny. I forget what it, I think they sent it with the Dominguez when it came back.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I wish I had it here. Oh, hold on.
I wonder if it's going to be the on the box. I know for a little while PSA was doing a collaboration with, or they had a deal with StockX. I'm wondering if that's kind of what he's alluding to here.
Maybe.
And maybe this isn't new, but
Sure.
these semi-rigid with
Okay.
PSA and eBay up here.
Oh,
So
eBay. Interesting. Okay.
No longer Ultra Pro. Yeah, it says PSA sponsored by eBay. So this is what
sponsored by eBay.
this is what everybody sends your cards to get graded in. So
That's fantastic. I love every aspect of it. I'm thrilled beyond measure. I can't lie to you.
it says grab
Started
the
a long time ago.
flip the extra ones you have. It actually says flip the extra. Every card your collection needs is right here.
I
Bobby,
feel so warm.
Bobby, I want to sell out so hard. You don't even understand. I want to sell it so badly. It's like, call me. Like, seriously, guys, reach out, guys. Like, I will sell out without shame. And it will be wonderful and glorious.
Garth and Wayne's World, right?
It will be amazing. It will be, look, eBay, sure. Yeah, whatever. Hell, you know what? You pony up enough money, Tim, I will pimp ComC on this show. I don't care. Let's go. Like Bob, I have no integrity to protect. But you're going to have...
Or dignity.
He's like, you, sir, will have to secure the bag, but you better bring the big bag. Back the real Brinks truck, not the cheap Brinks truck. You bring the real one.
No Garda. It's got to be Brinks.
Bring the real one. You bring the real one, I will count the bills first. Not that I don't trust you, but I'm counting all of them.
Wells Fargo.
But I appreciate that. I like that, Bob.
Yeah,
I
so
thought you were gonna say StockX because I knew they had a thing with StockX for a little while. But eBay was a new one. I didn't realize that. That's kind of interesting.
Yeah, how many layers of the hobby can they get their hands in?
Every layer they're capable
Yeah.
of.
Let's be fair about this though. Like, this isn't surprising. Like the synergy. It was only a matter of time. These companies were going to try to develop these partnerships, these synergies and all that. The purchases is relatively new. And we haven't even touched on. So let me quickly segue off for a second. Kind of still adjacent, still same concept. You got that BlackRock company, investor group, getting into CCG. CCG is the one who does CSG, and they also do the comics thing, and they also do NGC for coins and a bunch of these. So they are similar to what Collectors Universe is. It's the same principle. So now you got another investor company getting in bed and buying up another collection group, third-party grading and stuff like that. That's part of it too. And they even do grading for dollar bills, for bills as well, because they've got all those different subcategories of those things going on. So another segment there. So you've got that. And then the question then becomes, in addition to, and it was posed in one of my comments, and it's a valid point, would somebody consider buying Beckett? Because that would be a logical thing for somebody else to go over there. And now Beckett might be tricky. Beckett might be tricky, but Beckett would be tricky with the way they're formulated. Like, it's hard to come up with. But if you wanted to try to get in the game, that's the other player that's available.
I think because of the caveat with Beckett that we know of the cards and cutting, I don't know. Is that
unless you go out and buy SGC, that might be.
That's what I was thinking.
I still thought when Nat Turner and that group announced they bought PSA, if you guys go back in the archives, I thought the one that would have made the most sense originally, I thought somebody would have made a play for SGC and then build up the number 2, because at that point PSA was still having its troubles, was already starting to have some trouble with backlogs.
It was open door. Right?
Yeah, so I felt like if a well-funded person came into SGC and ramped them up fast and really took advantage of it, SGC is ramped up, but imagine if somebody had come in like, yeah, I got tons of money. Here we go. Let's hire 10,000 graders, whatever. Just something stupid so that we've got more capacity than we know what to do with for a while. And just let's roll and take over as the strong number 2 and then challenge for number 1. That was my thought. Like, I thought SGC would have made sense to me at the time. Oh, and Bob, you missed. I was having some fun with Bobby. I was giving him a scenario where it's like, if I was advising Nat Turner about how to be properly Machiavellian. Because I told him, it's like, if I was advising Nat Turner, I would have told him, and I'll quickly reiterate it, my plan, I would have told Nat Turner to reach out to some of his buddies, maybe who've got a lot of money and a lot of cards, send SGC 250,000 1991 Donruss cards. Send it in one shot. Screw him over. Basically give him a 3-month backlog right now. Just like torpedo him. He's like, yeah, we'll pay for it. While you're grading that, you're going to be about 3 months behind. All of a sudden, your quick turnarounds, gone.
Are they still maintaining those 2 weeks?
They are right now because they actually have been getting enough submissions. This is why I asked the question about, now that PSA has only brought back one level and it's $200 minimum, does that mean now finally some of the folks that were holding back going like, oh, July 1st, now they give up and say, fine, SGC, here's 2,000 cards?
I don't think so. I mean, I could be wrong, but just speaking for myself, the cards that I send to PSA, I'm willing to wait. There's no
that's fine.
Quick flipping and
sure.
See, I could never let a third party control my hobby. Like,
no, I get it.
If you're making money in it, I get it. But I mean,
those are the people I have the question for. I understand your situation, Bob. In your situation, you have the luxury of being able to just sit back because there's no urgency. You don't need to have it graded today or tomorrow. It's fine. It's okay. But if you're somebody who has been waiting to do that flip and you were hoping, you're crossing your fingers, you were counting the days until July the 1st, and all of a sudden it's like, actually, you're going to have to wait longer. And they're sitting there with the stack of cards they want to send to somebody for grading. Is this finally the moment they go, fine, SGC?
So here's a something. Like, okay, so we know PSA closed their doors right before Prism Basketball went out, right?
That's right, yeah.
So what is the pop count of LaMelo Ball Prism PSA 10s versus like Zion and Luka from the years before? Like,
it's got to be low. It's got to be low for the cost, yeah.
It's absolutely. And so does that kind of change things for those types of cards, because the pop reports will not be bloated and inflated. It almost brings some, like, I don't know, integrity back to the slab, where it's just people aren't just sending everything and then some.
So I can tell you right now, I was looking it up here. So the LaMelo Ball Prism base PSA 10 currently has a pop of 93.
Wow.
Under 100. Which makes sense given that it's really hard to send a PSA and you got to pay top dollar for it.
I wonder what those go for compared to, like, relatively
around 700, 725.
And he got injured.
But you're paying 300 to grade it.
Exactly.
So like, that's rough. If you pulled it in a pack, that's viable. If you pulled it in a pack, it's viable. But if you bought it expressly for that purpose, that's a bit tough.
You said those are 10s?
That is a PSA 10 right now is a pop of 93.
How do
So
they have to
they-
really send in to get 93 tens?
Tough to say. Who knows?
So a
So
lot of people
they-
must have sent in and got 9s because they're
Well, no, but here's the thing, Bobby. It's $300 a card right now to send in.
Yeah.
So not a lot of people are sending in.
well,
But those people
but-
did.
But 95 and 93 they got 10s.
Yeah, 143 got 9s.
143 got 9s.
Yep. So it's like you're not
Alright.
you're not sending. Let's put it this way: a 9 is under $200. So if you get a 9, you'll lose money.
Okay.
So it's like, so a lot of people are probably sitting on LaMelo Ball's Prisms, and they're like, so $300 to take a shot at this. It's either $700 or $188.
That's a half court shot.
It's like the the Dirty Harry thing from that movie. It's like, are you feeling lucky?
Yeah.
Are you? Because that's what you're going for. A 9 is not going to cut it. A 9 is a money losing proposition. And that's with a pop of 143. That's actually not a high pop, by the way. That's
I mean,
actually a
that
low
goes
pop
for-
too.
It goes for any card
For now.
that the after March, it was released after March. Like, I'd love to send in a Key Brian Hayes rookie that I, think we get a 10, but I'm not going to do it at that price point. So,
Sure.
like, how many are really going to be out there until things change? And who knows when they will? And when they do, what's it going to look like? Is it going to be $100 a card? I mean, even then, I
Okay,
don't
so
think I
you're
would
bringing up
spend
something
that.
interesting, Bob. So let me ask you a question. Since we're talking down this path, let's talk about Key Brian Hayes here. Let's use him as an example since you brought him up. Okay, so we know that at that price point, it makes no sense. Obviously, it wouldn't make any sense. And you're comfortable sitting around waiting. But the Key Brian Hayes card, is the goal of the Key Brian Hayes card, is that like a PC card? Is that the primary thing?
He would be, yeah.
Sure. Okay. So so follow-up question to that. So if it is predominantly, kind of just a PC card, right now it's still kind of difficult to get a slot and do all that stuff. But would you consider sending into an HGA or something for like $25 or $30 if it was reasonable? Or is it just a matter of like, you're just not comfortable putting it in that holder? It is a fancy holder, but it's too much money for that fancy holder relative to even the perceived value you have on it as a brand.
So Bobby, I already know, is going to hate my answer. It's just, I am
Controlled by
PSA.
PSA, yes.
Yeah, I'm PSA all the way.
That's okay
am.
though. The reason I wanted to ask the question, because you're not alone. It's important that we make sure this is not a judgment thing. Again,
Sure.
when I'm judging, you'll know. When I'm judging, you know. On this one, not judging, because your answer does not surprise me. You're not alone. And this is the point I keep making to folks. Is like the one luxury I have in this whole thing when I do this and when we do all that is that I'm in the luxury position, so I don't care. None of it matters to me in the grand scheme of things. I can sit back aloof from a lot of this stuff and be like, yeah, but I can also then just observe. I can ask the question. Just tell me the truth. As long as you tell me the truth, I'm not going to judge you for that.
Yeah.
The reason I made fun of Daps, man, is because of not telling the truth.
That was
Well,
different.
I mean,
I think it's being ridiculous.
and that's me here talking today. Like,
Sure. And it can change. By the way, we're not holding you to it forever, but I'm asking you the question as it is today.
I mean, I saw some in the HGA holders with the black and white
Sure.
paint splatter or black
Yeah,
and
yeah.
gold paint splatter. It added some kind of different eye appeal to the card as a whole. But
Yeah, that's the reason I posed the question. I think sometimes I'll read the comments in some of the videos I'll make, and folks, I think sometimes, occasionally, not most folks, but the odd person will seem to convey that they feel almost like I'm discounting some of these other options. It's like, no, I'm not discounting the options. Is that I don't need a graded card just for the sake of a graded card.
Sure.
But if there is a reason, if it makes sense, I'm not morally opposed to HGA because they do make some cool labels. I think it looks neat. With the right card, why not? Sure. Like, at this point, if you make it too difficult for me, it goes back to that national conversation we had last week. Look, guys, I'll do it, I'll go. But if you put any friction, you make me have to do any work. Did I mention I didn't have to work for the free bicycle? Like, did we not already? I got a free bike. I didn't do shit. Okay. This is how this works. But if you make it too much friction for me, I'm not interested. I'm not that interested. If it's something I really care about, well, then I will traverse some, adversity to get there. But if it's just something, nice to have, whatever.
Your desire for the card has to outweigh your lack of wanting to deal with it.
Correct. Correct. But what HGA is offering, their product offering, if I'm from a display purposes, it's like the holders look cool, the labels look nice. If the price point is reasonable, I'll give you a good example of a card that would look great in that. I have that StarQuest Gold Medano card. I know it has a flaw and it has a small scratch. It's not going to grade high. But on a holder like that, if the price is reasonable, it would look cool. And it'd be nice to protect in a cool looking holder with a nice label. That would be a beautiful candidate. Why not? I lose nothing. Oh, is it adding great value? Not really. But it's putting it in a nice holder. It's got a nice label on it. It would display nicely.
Yep.
What's the downside for me? Nothing. You make it easy enough for me? Sure. There you go, HJ. I will be happy to patronize you on at least one card. There are other cards I have in my personal collection that would probably fall under that category.
They're the ones with the waiting, you gotta get in at the right time.
You got to go in and log in on the right day and get a number. And if you happen to do it, you can submit it. I think they've increased it now. It used to be 5 cards, and I think you can do 10 cards. And I'm sitting there that's too much damn work, guys. That's way too much work.
No, I understand that.
It's I don't care that much, guys. If I can just send you the damn card and you'll put it in the holder and send it back to me, it's cool. But I'm not putting up with this other garbage. Not happening. That's for the peasants. No. Y'all can do that. It's fine. I'm good. I'll wait. When they get their capacity to the right level, though, and they're able to handle it, and they're able to and they have a bulk service, because it's it's going to grade low. It's got a scratch on it. I know it has a scratch on it. It's going to grade a little bit lower. It's a PC piece. It's not going anywhere. The last one that sold, I bought it for $60 Canadian. The last one sold for $600 US. Okay? I'm not getting another one.
Let me ask you this. Do you know when I hear people, PSA's graded this many 100,000 cards since then, where does that
millions,
data
but yes.
Yeah, right. Where does that data come from? Are there quarterly reports or something that
Is that registry? Is that registry, Bob? Yeah, you can go to the pop report. Yeah, you can go to the pop report. Because every card that they have graded that has been processed through the system is in the pop report. And you can basically add up the numbers if you really want to. Okay. Do it by sport, do it by category. Yeah. Because they all have to be accounted for. Because when you get a PSA card in hand, you can go to you've got the app, you can scan the barcode and find the card because it's in the database.
SGC have a pop report? SGC?
Sorry? Here's the thing. They did it one time. I remember. Do they still have it?
Well, it's actually pretty good, yeah.
Oh, sorry. I'm thinking set registry. My apologies. No, pop report they still have. Yes, 100%. They actually used to have a set registry, by the way.
Not sure about that.
I think they did for a cup of coffee, because I thought I input some T206 cards into a pop report and then it disappeared. I'm pretty sure I did, but it might have been a little while. Maybe they took it down.
Possibly.
Yeah. I asked this,
But the pop report, yes.
We're one day past the announcement. It'd be interesting to look at the numbers for SGC from here on out, and then see if you're seeing a steady increase. And then if we get a month from now, we're shutting down, we'll know that they were bombarded with cards.
Well, that's the question I pose. I'll be honest with you, if it happens, we don't know if it's going to happen. But if it does, I don't think you have to wait a month. I think it might be as soon as next week. If it happens.
I don't anticipate it happening.
It happened the first time. We'll see. Because that's where they had to triple the price, if you remember. So they got bombarded immediately right after. Because after PSA initially did it, they had to jack up the price. That was the first time.
I think everybody's just been waiting and still waiting.
They did, yeah. They went from 25 to 75, and then from 75 back down to, I think, about 30.
30.
Yeah.
Yeah. I used them twice now in the last month, I guess.
Yeah. A little bit of a discount if you're a bulk submitter. If you're a bulk submitter, they do knock a couple of bucks off. So that is an option for some folks. Like I said, I have no moral opposition. I'm just curious. Go ahead.
If it's any consolation, they would be my second choice. I mean, I feel like they're number 2, but
you have no second choice, Bob.
I was going to say
at the moment, PSA out.
At the moment, that is correct by default. At the moment, that is correct because Beckett tapped out too. Beckett said no mas. They said no mas.
Sorry.
Yeah, and CSG right now has a backlog because if you go to the bulk, I don't think they've updated in a while though. I think that number's gone up, but I don't think they've updated. Their bulk is up to a 199-day backlog. It's 199 days to get the bulk back. And by the way, that's been for a little bit. I don't think they've updated. I think they don't want to admit it. I think the number's gone up.
Why not just make it 200?
Yeah, I was gonna say like, but it feels better. It's like it's not quite 200, Bob. It's not
Right.
quite 200.
That's the best part.
$9.99 for something. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not
So that's why I say
$10.
like CSG, for whatever that's worth, seems to be struggling. Beckett tapped out. PSA is only bringing back like one level at a time at the moment. We'll see what happens going forward, what the timeline is. We'll see if they wait until after National before maybe they do another. That might make sense. It might make sense to wait until after the National and then maybe bring another level down. We'll see. Maybe the next one's 100. I don't know. I'm just guessing. But that wouldn't surprise me. But like I said, this whole time, logic would dictate to me. If SGC is going to be pushed to its limit, theoretically, y'all don't really have a choice. Who else you want to send it to? Like you're right. HGA basically hits its cap every week anyway. So it's not like there's a lot of room there. So it's like, who else you got? GMA? Like, is KSA getting busy, Bobby? Can you monitor KSA? Like, where's this cards going?
KSA is busy because it's Canadian and people are just going, okay, screw it. I'll just send it to this guy. I don't care. And then they sell their stuff and they don't care. They make money on it and they don't care.
Yeah, but the point I'm saying is like we're running quickly through the tiers, guys. Like we've passed the top tier. SGC is theoretically the last one in the top tier. It's like, so you're saying you're not. That's why I said last week. You're telling me you're not backed up. There's all this pent up demand. Then why aren't they sending? That's bad.
That says something for sure.
Yeah, like that is an indicator to me that it's like, it's not that they don't trust you. It's that they don't want you. It's not they don't trust you. It's they don't want you. That's actually more insulting.
That is.
That's actually more offensive. Like, how dare you?
I can't see being in a hobby where I'd have to wait for somebody and then keep getting screwed around. I don't know. I wouldn't be in the hobby. It's almost like that to me. It's like you're slapping me in the face. I just want to collect. I just want to do my thing. And,
I get it. Yeah, I get it. That's fair.
And due to the fault of them, they were already behind. How long were they behind before COVID?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, 100%.
And then the hobby went crazy, and then they're, so I don't blame them there for what happened, but they're still at fault.
No, I get it 100%. But that's one of those things where it's like it's become kind of this interesting little thing where it's like I can't explain it. I got nothing. That's why I say like this next couple of weeks will be very instructive to me. As a person who operates this way in an analytical way, as an analyst, kind of looking at it, look, if SGC can't get overwhelmed, if SGC does not come back and tell me they're going to $125 a card, you have failed as a company.
Yes.
God damn it. Like, I expect someone to send you, if it's not Nat Turner's cronies sending 250,000 1991 Donruss cards, which they should because that'd be hilarious. But if it's not going to be that, which would be very Machiavellian and I would appreciate it on my levels, I would celebrate it. But if it's not going to be that, then for God's sake, all these fanboys who are telling me that, oh, well, they're waiting. Well, fine. You either keep waiting forever or you send to friggin' SGC and let's see what happens. Tell me about your 2-week turnaround then. Because all it would take, remember, the last day before PSA shut down in March, they got 600,000 cards in one day. I don't expect that for SGC. But easier scenario. Let's break it. Let's cut it down a lot. If they got 40,000 cards in one day, that's 10 days worth of their full capacity in one day. And if for the rest of the week they had like 5,000 cards, 4,000 cards, they start stacking up extra days. All of a sudden your 2 weeks becomes 3, 3 becomes 4, 4 becomes 5. It can back up real quick. And if you start seeing that avalanche starting to come in and all of a sudden you're like, uh-oh, we can do 4,000 cards a day. That's it. If you send 4,001 in one day, we're backed up one day.
Do you think the grading is faster now because they want to get through those numbers?
Well, they have. Well, they have
anyone, not just
for anyone in general.
Yeah, SGC, PSA. Well, SGC's not back, but PSA, I guess. Back at they're the ones who are doing the stoppage, right?
I don't think they're incentivized to necessarily rush to the grading. I think they've already passed 1,000 employees in that segment. So it's like you can just hire your way to a certain degree out of it. You can increase because their capacity now is 30,000 cards a day. The problem is you've got multi-millions of cards. 30,000, by the way, is quite a bit. It's actually a lot of cards that you're getting through in one 24-hour period. It's actually quite a bit. But if you've got a 7, 8, 9, 10 million card backlog, then that's why I use that number. That's why I picked 40,000 as a random number. It's like, because that's 10 days at full capacity. Nobody gets a weekend off. Everybody has to keep grading 7 days a week. We don't get to take a break. And that's still 10 days. If you give somebody a day off, well, then you're not going to do 4,000 that day, and it actually slows you down a little bit more.
But a lot of people were complaining about the grades.
For sure.
Just saying.
Yeah, but it goes back to what I said, though, earlier. I guess my only question is, if someone wants to complain about grades, I can accept that. But I'll repeat my statement from before. You complain about the grade, fine. Let's have a look at this card. Let's make sure that isn't the grade you shouldn't have gotten in the first place, and you were just getting loose grades before. Because if it turns out you were just getting loose grades before, and now you're getting the real grade, now it's being graded more accurately. I'm back to my question from a while back. Do you want accurate grading, or do you want 9s and 10s?
9s and 10s.
Which did you want? It's like the Simpsons episode. It's like, you want me to tell you the terrible truth, or you want me to hit some dingers? You want me to hit some dingers, you say?
Carlos, do you put any stock in what holder, what PSA, which holder the card is in? Where, for instance, you got the Lighthouse now. At this era of grading, maybe PSA as we can look now, maybe is a little bit more lenient on 10s. And then when they were first out, if you have a really old slab, weren't they like extra hard? I mean, it was barely anybody getting 10s at that point. Is there any?
I've seen a little bit of a mixed bag. I do know that there are some older ones that did get harder grades, but I also know there's some older ones that definitely got looser grades. Yeah. Because again, we joke about it a million times. I don't think a PSA 10 Gretzky rookie exists. But there's two of them, technically. I don't think it exists. But Carlos, the holders, I know there's a card with a PSA 10 label on it, but I don't think a PSA 10 Gretzky exists currently. Doesn't mean one couldn't exist.
It does. It probably exists in a few 9s.
Yeah, exactly. I think there's a real possibility that there are a couple of 9s there that probably are the real 10, and the 10s are probably 9s at best.
Yeah, it's such a hard card. There's so many things about it.
There is.
And that 110 was. Oh.
Yeah, and that's a situation where since there's only two, and they've both been up for sale recently, within short order of each other, we had a chance to look at them. We were able to actually look at them. So we were able to say, like, okay, to me, that's not a 10. So now it brings this into kind of interesting. And I've seen 9s that, in my opinion, again, opinion only, I am stating this as strictly opinion. In my opinion, to my eye, I have seen 9s that are better.
So you got to be thinking you're getting a deal, right? You know what I mean? By getting that card that is truer to.
Yeah, if money is no object and I'm just simply buying that card, I don't really like the Gretzky rookie. But let's say just money is no object. I'd rather just buy a 9 that to me, I'd rather take the Alico 3 route. I'd rather buy a 9 that to me is legitimate, to me is a strong 9, potentially a 10, than buy a 10 that's weak. And I feel the two 10s that exist are weak at best.
One is very weak.
Yes.
With the across the top, the Edmonton, It was all missing ink.
Yeah.
And see, that's the biggest thing with those things isn't really, well, it is centering, but it's not the centering we question. It's the surface and the registry. Those are the two biggest parts of those cards. And sometimes the rough cut down the edge doesn't leave a corner because it goes out and in. So you kind of miss a little bit of the corner, so it's like questionable. And it's like,
Yeah, and I repeat our qualifier again, in our opinion. However, we've looked at it pretty good. We've both taken a good stab at it independently and taken a look at it. And I genuinely believe this. I just don't believe that grade is correct. I believe it is wrong.
I circled 15 things on that one card
Wow.
that were just small.
Yeah.
A couple were big, but I mean,
Yeah.
But
when you add it up in totality, that exceeds the threshold that you're allowed. That's why I showed the definition of the 10 from PSA. There is whenever we want to argue grades, guys, especially for something like PSA, where they publish their standard, I have no problem with you telling me you think it's graded incorrectly. No problem. None at all. None. I'm happy to have this conversation with you. I will pull up the definition. We'll look at it together. And then let's have ourselves a look at the card. Because if you believe it is wrong, we actually have a definition to go by. We're not guessing. We can look at it together and see the definition. Does your card meet, exceed, or fall short of that criteria? Yes or no?
The one thing it did, it had centering, which was fine.
Sure.
The corners and the edges, yeah, they were pretty good.
Yeah. But that's why I distinguish this from. That's why I distinguish this situation from a lot of other companies and other things. Not everybody publishes it the same way. PSA has done it. They've given us their standard in writing.
Mm-hmm.
So at least we know what we're arguing against.
Yeah.
So look at your card. Look at the standard. Let's talk through it. Let's make sure. And if we're in agreement. Beckett's complicated because of the subgrades. Because it's like, okay, so I don't know how to measure the subgrades. So it's like, okay, so if I say 3 9 5s and an 8, it's wide. And if I say this and it's this combination, it's like, oh, forget it. I'm not going to pretend with the Beckett one. I can't help you. I'm sorry. I don't know.
The math doesn't work out as simply as you think it would.
Yeah, like I know that if everything else is exceptional, you can take the lowest grade and bump it a maximum of 1 grade. So if you've got an 8 and you've got 3 10s, you can get a 9.
Makes sense.
Which reasonable. Like you're nailing 3 of them like beautifully, perfectly. One flaw that isn't all the way down to a 1 or something should not torpedo you. That's not reasonable. So that I get. But short of that, I'm guessing. At that point, random number generator, pick something. I don't know. Make it up. I'm not sure. That's why I say subgrades are awesome, but they're so subjective. Because I don't know what the criteria is. Centering is probably the only one I can figure out. Centering usually is easy. Hey, most of the time we can pull out a ruler. We can probably figure it out.
If it's got borders,
if it's got borders, we can probably figure it out. We're probably okay. But everything else, I get nothing.
Quick look, you can get centering like pretty close.
Yeah, sure. You can kind
corners a little closer.
Yeah.
But, it's that registry and it's the print dots and the other stuff that was going on. You pull that 10 up and you can just see. I could just circle the Edmonton across the top and you go, oh, what happened?
Yeah, for sure.
That's such a bad.
Yeah, for sure. But that's kind of the problem. And with SGC, I'm in the same boat. I think their grading is consistent because I think it's reasonable. I think their 9.5s are better than the average 9 IC. I think that's fair. I think they're just shy of what I would consider a 10 if I'm being a little bit more stringent. I think it's reasonable. But I'm kind of feeling my way out. I'm using my experience in that situation because I don't have a set definition to go by. PSA, for all their knocks, at least it's written. At least I know what I'm comparing it to. If it doesn't meet certain criteria, I can be like, nope, doesn't meet that criteria. It's a much easier place to be. And 10 leaves a lot of room, leaves a ton of space. And we know this. So that makes sense. So we're good on that. And I included Paul's comment here because he says SGC slabs do list the serial numbered cards, which actually I think is a great feature. I do like it. On the front of the slab, it does put the serial number on it, which is kind of cool. It's very nice. It's a good ad. Because again, for display purposes, it just makes my life easier. I know the card's out of 99. I know the card's out of 100. I know the card's out of 1,000, whatever. And it tells me the numbering. It's right on the label. Or I can look at it on the card. Either way, I'm good.
Yeah.
Awesome. Like I said, SGC is perfectly viable. It's just going to be a struggle to try to push yourself because right now...
I don't think they can. I really think they found their zone. I don't think they can...
But that's why I said earlier. This is the time that the proof should be in the pudding right now. Right now, you should be like sitting there going DEFCON 0 in SGC headquarters because it's like, oh my God, everybody else has dropped out. We're the only one that's left. We should be getting 40,000 cards a day and panicking. And that hadn't happened. So what does that say about you? Because you're the only one left. And you're turning it around quickly. People are raving about like, oh, the grading's consistent. I'm getting my cards back in 2 weeks. And for some reason, that's not translating to people sending you 50,000 cards.
But is that the market perception, or is it people talking on podcasts, because nobody talks about SGC, but everybody talks about PSA.
It could be either or. I don't know.
Well, we talked about that before with my, I was telling you about the influence we have in the hobby. We heard 30 years of Beckett and what they used to do, and what I've done, the things that I do different. So have we been brainwashed to a certain point? I didn't say brainwashed, but influenced.
Have you been brainwashed?
Yes,
Yeah.
pretty much.
That's fair. I think that's legit.
He said it pretty good, as he should. Are we influenced to that degree with these things? I say yes with Beckett and with what they did over the years. And I corrected whatever I could.
I think that's fair.
Is everybody really? Because everybody says it. Crack it out, PSA. That's all you hear.
Agreed. Yep. I think maybe I'll put it together this way, and then we'll cut this one, and then we'll end this piece. And this will be the way I present it. Looking at it from a collector perspective, as a very pragmatic person who is not particularly brainwashed one way or the other, just accepts it for what it is. If I'm buying, all the options are available to me because I'm looking for the card that fits what I want. If I'm buying, I want accurate grading. I want the card to be authentic. I want the card to be graded accurately. I want to buy. I want to get what I paid for. Period. End of story. As long as I get what I'm paid for, I don't care if it's Beckett. I don't care if it's SGC. I bought Beckett cards recently. Nice Beckett cards for cards that I liked. The card inside was good. The price was reasonable. Did it. No problem. I bought an SGC card recently. I paid more than I wanted to because I really wanted the card. Because as far as I'm concerned, I should have been able to get like a 50% discount on the damn thing. Freaking Burbank.
Yeah.
Freaking Burbank doesn't want to do. It's like, what's the point of best offer if you're not going to take a best offer? Burbank.
But they give treats.
Yeah.
So.
But regardless, I decided that I wanted the card enough to buy it. And it's in an SGC 10 holder. And when it comes in, the people will see it is an SGC 10 holder. And I overpaid for that shit, in my opinion. But I wanted the card. But it's a 10. It's an SGC 10. It should be a nice card. I will be the judge of that. I will look it over and I will make that assessment once I get the card. But the point is, I have no moral opposition to buying anybody's holders if the card is proper. If the card is proper. But if I'm sending it in and I potentially will do resale, I'm going to be real picky.
Yeah.
I'm going to be real picky.
Fair
It's
enough.
probably not going to Beckett. It's probably not going to SGC unless it's a
HGA?
PC, unless it's a PCP strictly. Here's the thing. If it's a PCP strictly and the price is right, I already said earlier, HGA is not a if you make it easy for me and I can get the card I want in and it's going to be my PCP so I can have my cool looking label and stuff, sure. No problem. If the price is reasonable, why not? SGC, sure. Why not? But if I'm sending it in and there's a possibility I'm going to flip the damn thing, then I'm sending it to PC.
Yep.
Because the market pays the most for it. I'm a pragmatic man. For my collection, I will buy these other holders because I'm getting a decently graded card. The grading is fairly accurate and the price is probably reasonable. Sure. As a collector, why would I turn down a reasonably graded card that I'm getting what I asked for and the price is fair? I'd be a fool to turn it down because of some weird allegiance to a grading company. But if I'm sending it in, I want my money.
Yep.
That's how this works. It's easy.
Yep.
If you have ketchup on your hamburger and there's no Heinz, you're going to use the next best thing.
Yeah.
Because
But
you're
we're
not going to have ketchup on your burger.
Yeah.
But you still prefer the Heinz.
Yeah.
So,
But we're being very pragmatic here. This isn't about like one grading company preferred over another. Like, no, I gave you two different scenarios. As a collector, I would buy from any of those three without hesitation. It's not a problem. No issue. But if I'm submitting and I'm paying my money to get it graded and I have a specific task, I want to flip this card or do whatever and then be able to buy something else, I'm going where the money is. Whichever one of you can provide me the best turnaround on that, that's where I'm going. I don't care.
and as far as I'm concerned at this point, that will probably never change.
Yeah. Until further notice, until you can definitively show me data that one of these other guys has the resale value to make it worth my while and make it worth my time, I don't care how nice the holder is. I don't care how fast the turnaround is. I don't care how much you like their initials.
I like the nice HD.
Wonderful.
But
Splendid.
it's colorful. Yeah.
Yeah. Like I said, I wish them nothing but the best. And I think, and if they can keep doing their thing, and it's great, I would not hesitate to patronize them under the right circumstances for the right card. There is a place in this world for HGA. There is a place for them.
It will be a small place.
And if they can do what they need to do, I will be happy to patronize them in the future. I will not hesitate for the right card in the right situation. For SGC, there is a place for them. I will not hesitate to buy SGC cards. But I'll buy a PSA card or submit to PSA when it makes sense and when it fits.
CSG?
Settle down.
I
still don't like the label. I still don't like the label. The thing with the label bothers me. Like, it really bugs me.
It was nice with the subgrades, but it's too blank. Even Chris Sewell said that. He says
I think the clarity of the plastic on the holder's cool. I think that part is cool, but I still think that label sucks.
Yeah,
in my opinion. I think that label sucks, and I think it's bad presentation. But I think the plastic they're using is actually quite good. It's actually very transparent. It helps you really see the card. I like that part. From everything I've seen, I like that part. Fix the label, and then we'll talk. Fix the label, and then we'll talk.
Yeah, and that's one thing about SGC I don't like is I don't like their font they used on their grade. I just, I think you get a professional in just to give you the best, But I like the big grade. I really like that. Because I'm getting older, it's harder to see. No, it's just nice to see because, what grade is that?
Yeah, no, I got you.
Very small on the other ones.
Yeah, I included Korean Cardboard's comment because everybody is entitled to whatever. Whenever you're dealing with subjectivity, it's got to be whatever works for you. So if you don't like the label, totally with you. That's fine. Like I said, I'm not gonna knock it because if you don't like it, you don't like it. That's why I said the CSG. By the way, you notice the only really critique I had with it is I just don't like the label. That was my main critique. I didn't say the grading was bad. I didn't say the holder was bad. I said I don't like the label. I don't like the presentation it creates, and it feels out of proportion to me. So for me, visually, it bothers me the way it is. Does that mean it's bad grading? Nope. I'd have to analyze it compared to the other ones to actually answer that question. That's a different question. That's not the same question. It's whatever, but my aesthetic is the CSG doesn't work for my aesthetic. And that's just for me. Somebody else is like, oh my God, I love the green. Cool. That's great. That's fine. I get it. But that's a different thing.
Korean Cardboard said HGA label is horrendous.
Yeah, Korean Cardboard doesn't like it. Korean Cardboard doesn't like it. Hey, listen. Fair enough. Fair enough. All right, guys. So here's what we'll do. I think we've had a really good live stream, and it's been a lot of fun. And we've covered a ton of ground. Yeah, we've covered a ton of ground. We've done a lot. So any last minute comments here, feel free to throw them in there, and I'll be happy to check them out just before we log off. It has been a lot of fun. We've had a lot of fun the last couple live streams in particular. It's been a lot of good conversation. We got a lot out of this one, I would say. That's been a lot of fun. So David G here. Do you remember the CTA grading with the report card? Vaguely. That sounds familiar. That was one of those like weird things that kind of was a blip and then kind of went away. But only a little bit. I only remember a little bit. Yeah. But Mr. Bob, let's finalize it with this for you. So by the way, first of all, thank you for coming on. Welcome back.
Yeah, again, like the first thing I said, I was happy you reached out. I needed this, to be quite honest. Just kind of return to form and to some extent, but I was happy to participate tonight. And I agree, it was a great conversation. I learned a lot. I mean, geez, Natan was just killing it with that stuff, and I was very much engaged. Vintage hockey is so far out of my element, but when you hear somebody talk about something that they're passionate about intelligently and kind of are just sharing that knowledge, I'm on board for that for sure. So.
No, absolutely. Yep. I did appreciate Natan starting off with us here at the beginning of it. I think he was getting a little bit, it took a little time to for him to get super comfortable, but he was presenting some amazing information. Like there was some really good stuff that he was going through. He was clearly very well researched. I'm super appreciative. Now that I've had a chance to chat with him a little bit, I would love, I'll reach out to him and we'll chat a little bit more later on. I wish him the best in what he's trying to do. He's obviously trying to look up a lot of great info.
As he gets updates or further along in his exploration, I for me personally, I'd like to know where that progress leads him.
Absolutely. And I've been enjoying a lot of those Parkhurst cards in the 50s and stuff. And it's one of those things. I got my project I'm working on, making good progress. I'm getting there. I'm almost 80% done. One of those sets that's coming up. So in a couple of hours on the channel, magically through the power of preloading the video, the pickup for this week will already appear. I recorded it yesterday. So it will appear on there. And I've made some progress on some of my vintage projects I'm working on. So there you go. You'll see that coming up shortly. But I'm slowly making some progress. And when I'm done, I'll do a full review of the 60 Parkhurst set. That's the big one that I'm working on right now. I'm making some great progress on it. We're getting there. And when the time comes, then we'll do the full showcase of the set. And then we'll move on to some of the other projects. But some of those 50s Parkhurst are very interesting. And that Quaker, and we learned a lot about that Quaker set tonight. It is a very interesting set, a very interesting period in Parkhurst history. And it's always cool to learn some stuff. Because I'm a vintage guy, but I didn't know as much about vintage hockey. Not to that degree.
Missing only a few years.
Nice.
Nobody's really ever done that.
Nice. Very
Guessing.
good.
People are guessing, and I looked at that. That's wrong.
Very good. I like it. So Korean Cardboard corrected himself and said he meant CSG. That's fair. I agree with you. The label doesn't work. Paul says it was cool to have Nate Knott. Absolutely. Agreed 100%. Once he's made a little bit more progress, I'd be happy to have him back on to chat a little bit more of how he's doing. So we definitely, because he's clearly very passionate about it. You do not put together from pictures and do jigsaw style, finding the little elements to put it together on a picture if you don't really care. You gotta care.
Qualifies for
Yeah, you gotta care. That's the only way because trust me, it isn't a high paying gig to do that kind of research. It's like there's no money in it. You gotta want to do it. So respect to him for wanting to do it and putting in the time and putting in the effort. So I'm happy to do it. I will go back. Editor Carlos will go back in time, find that segment. We'll make it work. I'll figure out a way. I'll need a little time for that one. I'll have to put the pieces together but it'll appear as a standalone video and I will mark off the section on the live stream so that if any of you want, you can pull that section as well. So I will come back and do that tomorrow later after errands and stuff when I get some time, hopefully some sleep. So we'll get to that. We'll get to that. But the other piece that I wanted to finish off on. So any last minute comments, guys, you can do that. In the meantime, one other thing, like I said, coming up, Hobby Palooza will be, I want to say like the weekend of the 10th and 11th.
It's next weekend. Yeah, it's our time slot is I think like 8 or 9 p.m. on the 10th, Saturday.
Oh, that's a good deal. Yeah.
Yeah.
You should have done it from 10 p.m. to 11.
I think Nat Turner's sponsoring it, isn't he?
Yeah.
Let's move on.
Yeah. It's like, Bobby, 10 p.m.,
Yeah.
10 to 11. That would be better. Hell, make it 2 hours. Anyway, moving on. So it'll be you and Stove, kind of holding it down. So it will be you guys strictly kind of holding court with whatever nonsense it is you're going to do, right? That's basically what's going to happen.
You can sum it up like that, and then I think you'd be dead on. So
I think that's fair. That's fair. Is there anybody coming on after you? As far as you know?
I actually don't know the schedule, but I'm sure there is. I think it went. Wasn't there a stream from 10 to 11? I don't think we were the last ones. I feel like we had the same.
Hey, I feel like there would be one more
Might
after
be
you
one.
then, because I think they stop at 10 p.m. So I don't think you would have been the last one. I don't believe. I have to double check the schedule, but I would think there'd be one. I think you would be handing on the baton to at least one more group to do one more.
Yep.
Yeah, because I think it's one of those things. I think you guys find out anyway, because once the time comes, you basically say, "Hey, coming up next
Right.
is whatever, Bobby Burrell Knick-Knack hour. Let's go." Could be. You
It
never
needs
know.
more than an hour for that.
Yeah, exactly. So hashtag CryptoGriff joining us here at the end, getting home from work. Good evening, Ed. Summarize this 4-hour stream for the people just getting home from work. Bob Lewis is now the owner of Collectors Universe. And as such, he guarantees that is now owner of Goldin Auctions. Key Brian Hayes will now be at the feature of every single auction. And no matter what happens, they will sell for $1 million each. He personally guarantees this.
Okay.
It'll be that and Bob Lewis / Stove, investor, Stove, cattle herder, Stove, investment banker,
That's right.
Stove, Michelin
Box.
man stand-in. There's a lot of Stoves. The point is there's a lot of Stoves. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Stove Buck fan.
Of course. Absolutely. So that would be kind of the summary. We spent hours talking about it, though. There's a lot of complexities. It's not like Bob bought it and then no. Bob has a plan. It's a 10-step plan. It was covered over 4 hours. You might want to backtrack, rewind all the way back to the beginning, and start from there. And Bob will outline his plan over the course of 4 hours, and all will be revealed.
You're welcome.
Absolutely. Is that fair? I think that's a reasonable synopsis of the 4 hours. So quickly here, sell Bobby Bonilla, buy Mike Trout. Foolishness. Nobody should buy Mike Trout ever. Bob Lewis has his YouTube Hall of Fame patch hanging out in the background. Anyone else notice this? We did notice it. We've ignored it. Solid advice, absolutely. So perfect. So that'll be good. It'll be coming up next week. So I look forward to that. I will check out your live stream. Yours will be one of the ones that I will deign to observe. Because like I said, I will pick my spots a little bit because I know some of the creators that are on there, and I'm happy to patronize what they're doing, and I'm happy to do that. You don't have to watch everything, but you can pick your spots if you want to. Now, before we go, last thing, could you just for the benefit of those, because it's a little bit small in the background, could you just show the little image over your one shoulder, not the Hall of Fame patch, but the other thing?
The left shoulder. Your left.
There you go. You went the wrong way.
As soon as I said that.
Dups man. Love it. Just
Nice.
thought we would get that covered. Bring it full circle. That's a big picture too.
This is great because,
That's a big picture, Bob, too. By the way, I appreciate the size. That's not a small picture.
That's a Kinko's thing, man.
Yeah, is that laminated too?
It is laminated, so I can erase this, and I can have the Daps man can say whatever I feel like he needs to say to me that day. You know,
That cost him $40.
Yeah, I was like, I appreciate that on levels. I love it. Laminated and everything. Like that's next level, Bob. Let it not be said that Bob Lewis does not take it to its full extent and proper level.
if it needs to go there, I'm willing.
Fantastic. So great stuff, guys. Appreciate the chat. You guys have been great. Hopefully, we've been able to at least provide you some entertainment, some knowledge, maybe a little bit of both. Hopefully, that's the ideal. So we'll be back next week. We're back on July the 9th, 9 p.m. So that'll be fun. And then we'll kind of go from there. I won't promise it will be as structured because we had a couple of guests this time around, so it was easier for us to do that. But I have reached out to some folks, and if I can, I will try to bring some folks in to bring some different perspectives, and we can have a little bit of fun with it. It's fun to have a panel discussion where we can. So if we can arrange it, we'll definitely happy to do so. Otherwise, this week was very newsworthy. There's a lot to talk about, a lot of elements. We won't always have this, but we'll definitely try to do our best. If the content gods decree it, then I'm willing to work with them.
Oh, so the Nationals coming up. There's all this other stuff going on. So.
Yeah, there's some opportunities. And of course, by next week, we'll be right on the cusp. We will literally be the day before Hobby Palooza. So we will think of us as an indirect pregame show to Hobby Palooza because when we're done, it will be Saturday and it will be hours away. So there you go. Live the dream. It's like none of this 1 hour live stream garbage.
Yes.
Weak. Super weak. Multi-hour live streams is where it's at, guys. Come on. You can do better. Y'all can do better than that.
Yeah.
Be better. Should be Hobby Palooza week. Absolutely not. That would be no good for anybody. Anyway, so that's it. So it'll be it for us this time around. More videos coming up on the channel, more live streams as we go along. And if you guys have any comments or anything, you're certainly welcome to leave them in the comments section because I do read the comments. And if you've got any things that you want to see or hear about or anything, any ideas, happy to do so. Any guests or anybody you want to hear, come on. I'll take suggestions. I can't promise everything, but I'll take suggestions and listen. And then the other thing is on your way out, if you could hit the like button, that would be really awesome. Would appreciate it. Subscribe if you haven't to the channel, and we appreciate you otherwise. So for Bob, Bobby, and myself, that is it. Those of you on the West Coast, you are still on Friday. Those of you on the East Coast, it is now Saturday. Enjoy your weekend.
Night.